Good morning, everybody. And here we have
round two
after yesterday, which worked extremely well, I must say. So what we have here today is the Wednesday, the 1st of March, our full council meeting to discuss a lot of things, and we've got the community board in for a start. So I will start off with Karakia, please. Thank you for standing up so early, Tyler.
Te hua ti te hura, whakataka te hau ti panga, kia makarina te huta, kia matatari ki tai, I higa ki hautaka, e tio, e huka, e hohu, te e moriora.
Right. Thank you for that. Apologies, I've received no apologies, but Councillor Goff is on Zoom and I have got one for lateness for Sam McDonald. Okie dokie. So declarations of interest, we have none, but... Yep, no problem. But if anyone thinks they've got a declaration of interest as the day proceeds, please let us know.
Can you just accept Sam's? That's
it doesn't matter. You're allowed to know people. Okay.
Otherwise, you would all be excluded. Yeah.
That's right.
So that's yes. You did move on second.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'll move it. You second it. For apologies, all those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Declarations of interest. We've got Sarah, maybe, but that's been discounted. That's cool. So, a resolution to include the supplementary reports in this meeting. Thank you, Tim. Pauline, Tim. So, all those in favour? Against? Yanni's against. Thank you.
So carried.
Okay, carried. Right, we now go straight into PX so we can resolve to exclude the public as set out in pages 142 and 143 of the agenda and pages 5 to 6 on the supplementary agenda 2. Thank you, Jake. We'll move it. I'll second it. All those in favour? Thank you. So now we're in public excluded. thank you everyone for waiting outside. We just had a small public excluded thing we needed to attend to. Before we start, I'd just like to say that I'm moving item 17 to after number 18. Well, the 18 after 17. How's that? Because it was way early in the agenda, so just put that out there. So now we're going to do external recognition for council services. The council's Graffiti program is New Zealand winner of the Snappers' Choice Award in the inaugural 2022 Solver of the Year Awards. Okay, so each year Snaps in Solve runs a Solver of the Year Award to celebrate organisations who have made a real difference in their local communities. Our Graffiti team has been recognised with both the Innovation Award as well as the Snappers' Choice Award. The Innovation Award is for solvers who use Snaps in Solve in a really innovative way. The Graffiti program have snapped up this award with the use of their app. Not only do they promote the use of this app in the community, but they have a pool of volunteers using it to report graffiti and to report on graffiti they have removed. Thank you very much. The Snappers' Choice Award is for the solver that has impressed the snappers the most. Snappers acknowledged the Parks team, the Water team, and made several references to the Graffiti program, including that they are a small office team who offer phenomenal support in getting a wide range of community issues rapidly and successfully resolved. Well done. They also give feedback at both an individual and community basis each month. And they tackle complex issues, for example, absentee property owners, and by sheer diligence often reach an apparently impossible positive result. So I'd like to congratulate the team. Karen Findlater, Graffiti team leader, Belinda Barrett, Donna Kennedy, and 3 of our community volunteers, Graham Logie, Peter Hallinan, and Denise Matthews.
Would you like to come up?
Would you like to come up? Well done. And we also have Anne Howe here as well as a volunteer.
Big smile.
Belinda.
Right, we now move on to 3.1 Public Forum. Now, because we have a lot, we've let a lot of people in today because it's very important that everyone has their say. It's 5 minutes each, and the first person we're going to hear from is Ben Lowe, who will speak regarding the proposed Terrace Airport. Thank you, Ben.
Mr. Lowe, when there are 4 minutes gone, because you've got 5 minutes, I'll just ping the bell so you know there's a minute to go, so you're aware.
It's very nerve-wracking. I'll try to remember to breathe. Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I hope you're all well. Unfortunately, I am not well. I've become infected with climate anxiety. I've been watching this unfolding climate story for years now, and there is no actual reduction in our emissions. We agreed to halve our emissions by 2030, but actually our emissions are still going up. How could this possibly be fixed? So I'll tell you straight, the next 5 minutes of my life is the most important of my life, and I do not say this lightly. My children are teenagers now, yet I'm really concerned about their future. And actually, I'm now worried about mine too. So the purpose of my being here is to talk about the Terrace Airport proposal, but more importantly, what it represents. I am not a brilliant academic with PhDs or a university teaching job. I'm not a CEO in charge of $1 million decisions to further profits. I am not paid to be here. I am Mr. Joe Public. But I hope to show you something really important that maybe has not been explained to you. So talking about the climate is weird. Lots of people think we can do nothing, that we're just one amongst millions. Yet how many of you wake up, get up, look in the mirror and see a faceless person in a crowd of thousands? We're all amazing and important and can make decisions that have impact. And I'm going to ask you to make one shortly. So I could talk about carbon dioxide, methane and 1.5 degrees, but I'm sure you've heard this before and hopefully understood it. I will, however, mention briefly climate tipping points where major events happen that are irreversible. Well, they are happening now. For example, the Arctic sea ice is rapidly shrinking. This causes the sea to absorb more heat instead of it being reflected. This heat then melts the massive frozen deposits of methane in the Arctic Circle. This causes more heating and is irreversible, and so forth. This gives me climate anxiety. That and the big roads with streams of endless traffic. So now we've had our biggest city, Auckland, smashed by 2 successive massive weather events. This has also wrecked large parts of the North Island. At that time in New Zealand, millions of people were praying for the rain to stop. The reverse is happening in Kenya with drought. Kenya, a country of roughly 50 million people, has had an entire day devoted by the president for everybody to pray for rain. They've had 5 consecutive rainy seasons fail. The drought there is now critical and will lead to famine. They pray for rain while we pray for the rain to stop. I imagine God could stop rain or start rain, but we have created this. What we pray for is for us to change, for our ideas to change, to try something different. It is a prayer for change. So what is the change? Talking about climate, as I said before, is weird. People say there is nothing that can be done, and if bad things happen, we just die. Wow, we are doing this, but what? We can't stop? Can't stop or change our system, the economic system. Ours is capitalism with parts of socialism. It's consumerism, but it's out of control. But this is the weird part. People think it is too difficult to change. They don't want to talk about it or think about it. Dying is easier, especially letting people in other countries die. But it's just an economic system. It's not a hill you're supposed to fight and die on. Life is more important than economic systems. They change. It is okay to walk away with less. Life is not about stuff, and sometimes less is more. Because this capitalism, all this wealth we are accumulating, all these zeros in the bank, what value do they have if, like people in the North Island, your house is in ruins? What value is money when the most important thing, your family, is in danger? What value is a handful of cash in Kenya when you're starving? So Terrace Airport, this pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Now, Tim Singleton, the manager at CIAL, who now looks after this project, said, in this coming changing climate, we need this airport. In other words, we need more airports, more flying, more planes, more emissions. So in a crisis of too many emissions, we need more emissions. Yeah, wow, what logic. Essentially, tariffs represents not only the status quo, but an acceleration of the climate crisis to its obvious endpoint, an unstoppable avalanche of tipping points which are irreversible. This is my anxiety, and if this does not make you a bit nervous, you're not paying attention. It is time to stop chasing pots of gold that are fool's gold. Our wealth is now being stripped away. Ask anyone in Auckland or Kenya. Thank you for listening to this speech. It has been the most important message I've ever given, and I hope you agree that reality cannot be ignored anymore. It is time to send a message. This is a tipping point in time, a tipping point for good and not greed. This is a prayer to the council. It looks like it is just me here, but actually this is brought to you by millions and millions of people. It is a prayer for change. Amen. So now I'm asking you to act, not to climb a hill or ride a bike or break a sweat, just to raise your hand and say, I am asking a councillor, any councillor, to propose a motion for council to send a message to the Christchurch City Holdings Limited to take to the Christchurch International Airport Limited. The message is simply that Terrace is fool's gold and should be dumped. Could I ask a councillor to start this off, please? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Your timing is impeccable. Thank you very much for coming in.
Cool. I'm assuming that is against your processes or what have you. So I'm just going to read a poem very quickly, or do I just?
No, I'm sorry. We're out. You can circulate it to all of us, but we're out of time. And if I don't keep on top of it, we'll end up in a disaster.
Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Right. The next one is Satali from the Hornby Community Activator will speak regarding the notice of motion on 151 to 153 Gilberthorpe Road. Good morning.
Good morning. Talofa lava, kia ora koutou. Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for this opportunity. So the question you may be all asking is why Hornby are making such a fuss over this property. I'm here to share with you all the vision I have heard and the endless possible opportunities. Imagine this: young children, youth age rangatahi, senior adults from a variety of cultural backgrounds coming together, learning off each other, having that as a norm in that space would be great. And we do not have a multicultural centre. There are groups who have been looking for space for some time, and this property in its geographic location next to Gilberthorpe's primary school, nearby early childhood centres, has a lot to offer. This is why Hornby care to house these community groups and make strong connections. I will share from a couple of the groups. The Tongan Youth Trust provides support to youth and their families, in particular youth who may find the schooling system challenging. They provide mentoring programs, help students towards NCEA, entrance level into university until they graduate, and some even return and give back to community. This program is not only for Pasifika, but all youth. So now, would you believe there have been multiple attempts in the past to create a men's shed? In 2021, the Hornby Community Men's Shed was established. I was present to witness as they became an incorporated society. I saw the excitement and eagerness from the group to get on the tools, socialise, promote and increase its members. They managed to secure a classroom building and since then have been active in the community, visiting local schools and community events. Ex-chairperson for local board Waipuna board, Mike Mora, had hoped to join after retirement, but may have to wait a little longer. In Hornby, we have no community garden. Imagine tamariki learning about growing from garden to table, the cooking skills, not only tamariki, but for everyone. In this current environment, times are tough. Produce could be donated to locals or community group Te Koro or grannies who provide kai in the community. This is why we care and are passionate to retain the property. In the ERI application submitted by the Tongan Youth Trust, support was received from the wider community, from mana whenua to Taumitu Runanga, the primary and high school principals around the area, the Residents Association, Hornby Salvation Army, the local doctor, a number of local residents in close proximity to the property, and many others, and also Te Whare Awhero, another organisation working closely with Gilberthorpe's primary, and in the future will need space. And there could be many others that we just don't know of. So community, just wanted to say, community consultation, what does that look like? For us, the meaning may be very different compared to council and community. So since learning that the property had made the LTP disposal list, the feeling is we have been behind the 8 ball. So today I ask you to listen to the voices of the Hornby community. This is why we care about this property. It's important to retain it. Do not sell the vision and the endless possible opportunities for this community asset to support local groups and make strong, healthy connections for all in the community. Kia ora, whawhitei lava.
If you wish, you don't have to.
Thank you for... Yes, we have got a bit of time for questions. Thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora, thanks so much.
Oh, that's all right. Wasn't sure.
It's okay. Listen, there are multiple buildings on the site, and it's actually 3 separate sections, and with lots of mature trees and things. Is it the whole site that's required,
Yes.
or just some of the buildings, or
Yeah, no, we see it as the whole site because there's so many different groups. Like I say, Men's Shed, the Tongan group. There are others. There's I don't know, Hornby Toy Library, they will soon be looking for a space as well. And there's so many more. So we just envision, different areas. And if they're all coming together, like how great is it, like I was saying, for that to be the norm, the old learning from the young learning from the old.
And have you been in contact with the Phillipstown Community Hub to look at the model there? Because that's incredibly successful.
Absolutely, and we would love something like that, to have all these groups come in and have that shared vision definitely from the start. I think that was one of the learnings when I spoke to Oedi.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Once again. So now we have the Greater Hornby Residents Association. Ross will speak on behalf of the association regarding the notice of motion for the same thing. Thank you, Ross.
We know how much you love signs.
I love it. Love it.
This is one of the ones we've had on the fence on site. Yep. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Ross Holliston. I'm the Research and Submissions Officer for the Greater Hornby Residents Association. The GHRA would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. It is their sincere belief that there needs to be a total revaluation of the intent to sell off this valuable asset from our community. The intent to sell was never put to residents via public consultation as such, but simply put in a plan which the majority of residents generally never look at. Te Te Mutu Rananga were also never consulted. There is a recognised need for this facility in the Greater Hornby area, perhaps more now than ever, when it was, and especially since it was opened in 2001. Ask yourselves what has happened since then that it is no longer needed. Our density in the area has increased, especially since 2012, of course. Was it ever advertised as being available for use? The answer is no. It has simply been allowed to run down through a lack of maintenance. There are weatherboards on it that have deteriorated. That's not a problem. I can show people how to replace those sections of weatherboards. It's not a biggie. It's now time for positive, inspirational thinking and not negative thinking. Since 2012, the Greater Hornby area has provided a very substantive rates income to the council, who have spent it where it saw fit. We have supported this, but it's now our turn. This facility is needed and will be even more so with intensification. Was council going to build bigger and better in 5 to 10 years' time? It won't happen, as it'll be far too expensive. The stats of a short survey held speak for themselves. Are you in favour of selling 151? 16% said yes. 84% said no. How did you rate the consultation process? Terrible, 60%. Sometimes okay, 25%. Average, 2.5%. We believe these stats talk for themselves, and we need to do better to deliver in our engagement processes. The QV for this site is 820,000, not 2.2 million as has been quoted for the sale price. Something's seriously wrong there. The only way I can come up with that is if you're going to split the whole block up into separate sections and sell them separately. In short, vote in favour of delaying the sale. There are organisations who wish to use these facilities. Let's get them into it and make the most of what we have, not destroy it along with people's well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ross. You've still got 1.5 minutes for questions.
I kept it short.
No, you're right. Has anyone got any questions? Sam and then Mark.
Yeah, hey, thank you, Ross, very much. And the sign's always good to see. Hey, so just so I'm really, really clear, so in essence, what you're asking for is effectively what Mark said, which is the extension for 6 months so that you can work with the community to come up with a model that is also financially sustainable?
Definitely.
Yeah. So we'll get to the point effectively where you'll be able to come back, or whoever comes back through the EOI process with something that isn't going to burden sort of the ratepayer base. Is that the plan?
Well, that is the plan. We can't see why it can't be sold for $1, the same as the Hallsville Library and other facilities around the town have been sold.
Right. Okay. Thank
But
you.
we've got to get a viable background in there first, or organisation organised first.
Yeah. And you need the time to do it.
Needs
Okay.
time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Mark?
I'm hearing that amongst your groups, you've got more than enough capability to be able to take on this mission.
Definitely. There's just one slight problem, and that is the heat pumps, the water cylinders and everything have gone missing
Oh, really?
out of the building while it was in council secure hands. Yeah, they're going to have to be sourced from somewhere. I dare say we can find them.
Excellent. And so 6 months will be more than enough, I'm thinking, to be able
Well,
to...
we're
work with them.
certainly hoping it will be, yes.
Yeah. Very good. Well, thank you for coming in today and presenting to us, and hopefully later in the day we can get a good outcome for you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Councillor Peters, is it possible when you're speaking you can direct your voice to the mic because people are having trouble just hearing? Thank you.
Okay, so now we have David Lynch from Momentous Public Relations. He said he's going to talk about two things, and I'm not sure which one it is. So it'll be a surprise to us all. Welcome, Dave.
Surprise to me if I can work it out too. Lack of sleep, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible to get a glass of water? I know I've asked this before. I've got a bit of a throat.
I'll have my man on it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
And him.
Mr. Mayor, I will submit this electronically, but I'll send out copies now if that's all right. I don't know how many you need, but the most important person that needs one copy first with respect to the press. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, before I start, I believe the matter I'm going to address you on won't take 5 minutes, and so the timekeeper, if they could remind me of the time I've got left, I will add some supplementary comment. And I think it's important before I start, and I hope I can indulge in your understanding that the matter I'm about to talk about, I think, requires a moment pause in this council. I'm talking and reflecting on the earthquake of 12 years ago, whilst also reflecting on the devastation that this country faces. And I don't think the council's yet met fully and considered pausing just to reflect. So if you wish to do that, fine. Otherwise, I'll start my deputation.
I will indicate when you've
Fire
got
away,
a
mate.
minute to go.
The time is running.
Thank you. Oh, yes. That was important for me, having supported and continuing to support the CTV family group for the last 12 years, and also in my role professionally in assisting the Serious Environmental with their assistance with the government and the response to the cyclone. Thank you very much. I'm making this deputation in my capacity as Director of Momentous Public Relations, and I did seek an opportunity yesterday to address the draft annual plan meeting, but unfortunately this was declined. I understand the reasons why that was. In the last 48 hours, I have canvassed a number of community leaders and clients, and I've asked one simple question. What can Christchurch City Council do to assist and support the government's efforts to address the massive challenge to fund the rebuild following Cyclone Gabrielle? I'm addressing this meeting to request an immediate decision today that the Council convenes an urgent meeting to consider and hopefully to approve a reprioritisation of all council projects which are dependent on government funding. Any project identified would simply be put on hold and not abandoned, but be revisited at a more appropriate time. For example, the Harewood Road Wings to Wheels Cycleway, which I understand has a current budget of 24 million and is expected to receive 12 million in government funding. Your decision to put this project on hold would allow the government to redirect the $12 million intended for the Christchurch Cycleway and reprioritise it towards what I trust you would agree was a more immediate challenge facing our Prime Minister to find the funding necessary to respond to the devastating cyclone. In many respects, the people living, working in the areas so devastated that we see every night are now confronting the massive uncertainty in their futures as we did 12 years ago. And so it would not be unreasonable to argue that we need to reflect on this and think seriously about what I'm suggesting today as being not an unreasonable approach. And I would remind you all, some that were here and those that are new, what we received as a city from the government at the time, the national government, when it announced on the 20th of May 2011 a $5.5 billion Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Fund to respond to the earthquake recovery. And it was delivered over 6 years. About $4.8 billion of this was provided through new funding, while another $740 million was absorbed or reprioritised from other areas. This was in addition to the Earthquake Commission's expected $3 billion share of repairing residential properties and land damage, as well as other costs such as ACC. When announcing this fund, they said rebuilding the city and its surrounds will be a long and complex task, but the government is committed to providing the necessary resources to make this happen over the coming weeks, months and years. The money combined with the direct costs of the Earthquake Commission of meeting residential property damage
1 minute.
and ACC costs made up the government's $8.8 billion. I'll leave you with where that funding went, but with this important recommendation. Victims of natural disasters are faced with hardship that they have never experienced before and look to their elected officials for help. Efforts must consider human rights, public accountability, the development of strong community partnerships, and an acceptable civic response. Mitigation must attempt to reduce the impact of this natural disaster. It is time for Christchurch to give back, to step up and to acknowledge the momentous challenge facing our government as it considers what options it has to find the funding to support those devastated. Ethically, councillors, I am calling on you today to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'll just respond to that. The council, thank you very much for that. The council recognises the challenge and remembers the help that we received, and we have acted immediately, including we've sent civil defence staff up more or less from day 2, sent other staff needed such as building inspectors, helped people stuck in here in Christchurch that couldn't get home because planes came down here and offloaded, continued to respond for requests for help, agreed to provide financial support and encouraged anyone who is keen to help to make their own donations to organisations like the Red Cross. We've been told money is more important than goods in some respects. And I'd like to acknowledge our controller, Mary Richardson, and the team at Civil Defence here in Christchurch who have been working with NEMA right from probably halfway through day 1. So, but thank you very much for your forum.
I should just advise you as a professional courtesy, I will be, in view of my involvement with the government, informing in the next hour or two the Prime Minister of this address, and no doubt you will be responding to him in due course.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rightio. So we are now on to item 4, presentation of petitions, which there are none. Items 5, 6 and 7, the council minutes, and Sam is moving them and Pauline is seconding them. So I'll put that, all those in favour? Those against? Carried, thank you very much. So now we come to the Community Board Monthly Reports, item 8. And these are 5 minutes per board. So first of all, we have got, it's actually on page 40 of the agenda, Sprayton Cashmere Heathcote, Callum and Kia to come up, please. Thank you very much.
Thanks for welcoming us here today for our update on the activities of the Sprayton Cashmere Heathcote Community Board. My name's Callum, this is Keir, I'm the chair, Keir's our deputy chair here. You can see up on the screen a brief list of some of the decisions we've made at meetings in the February meeting. In particular, wanted to raise a decision made around road stopping. So this is a situation where the council was considering essentially removing a section of road, separating it off in order to sell to a property owner. So we considered 2 reports about road stopping to enable owners to buy the berms in front of their properties. We decided there was one in Addington where we approved the recommendation, which was basically about making the street frontage more clean and even. But this one in Sydenham we decided to decline because of the potential negative impact on amenity due to the potential loss of trees. So you can see in this photo the trees here on the left, and this is something that provides valuable amenity for the whole community. Tree canopy cover mitigates climate change, of course, and brings lots of livability benefits to the neighbourhood. So more broadly, I guess why we're bringing this up is we've asked council to review the road stopping policy in light of the urban forest plan. We don't think this is a issue that should be dealt with in a piecemeal way, sort of house by house, street by street, and we think that this actually, in aggregate, has the potential to have a large impact on the tree canopy cover of our city. So you'll be seeing a report come to your meeting in April about that. This also relates to one of our draft board plan priorities, which I'll talk to later as well. So other things that have been going on in our community. So our boards held our whakatau, which is kind of our space for gathering and settling all of our community groups and leaders in one place. It was a fantastic start to the year. So all of our community groups gathered in one place, along with other leaders like school principals, to sort of share kai and stories and build connections. We've also granted lots of applications from our youth development fund, so you can see lots of photos up there of kids doing amazing things around the country and overseas from our ward area. So we've finalised our draft community board plan for the term, which will be up for consultation next week. We're really looking forward to our community's perspectives on that to make sure we've got our priorities right. So one of our draft priorities is to advocate for a local response to intensification to manage impacts on our communities. Just to be clear, this isn't about opposing intensification. This is about making sure that our streets are livable spaces and that our amenities are up to scratch when it comes to hosting more people in our neighbourhoods. We frequently hear from residents about this issue. We heard about this one in particular in Bowen Vale. There's a huge community interest in this, with a petition of over 3,000 signatures, with residents concerned about the impact on the environment, including stormwater, sediment, and biodiversity loss, as well as traffic safety. So I've asked for advice on how to manage these things from the council, or how the council plans to manage these impacts. But finally, I also want to talk about the South Library rebuild. So as we talked about last time, this is another one of our key priorities as a board. As a board, we've met with the project team, which was a fascinating discussion. They're really organised and onto it. We're excited about their plans for the next several months and years. They've engaged the community, so they had a consultation process where they got the community in for several public meetings. There was lots and lots of rich feedback from the community. Those meetings were really well attended. It was really clear that people care about the South Library and they want to see it be the best building that it can be. So we learned a lot about the things that people love about the building and the things that people think can be improved about it as well. So we've got great confidence in that team and the process they've undertaken so far. We feel it's been really robust. And the community has high expectation of the outcome of that process as well. We're looking forward to making a recommendation to council about the concept design in the coming months. But in order to save time for questions, I might leave it there.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. You've more or less nailed it right on the head. So thank you.
Cool.
Good to see you again. Sorry, Harry, Tim.
With regards to the South Library, have we ever, as a community board, yet had a presentation from the Parks design team with regards to Hunter Terrace? I know that they've talked with the design team, but that my understanding is, being a board member, that we're yet to see those designs, which are over 13 years old. Yep,
no, that's correct. So we haven't yet had a formal presentation, but we're well assured that the teams are working really closely internally with each other. So the Hunter Terrace is another separate project, as well as actually the river itself and the South Library all needing to tie in together. And we'll be expecting more information as a board, but we understand the staff are working really closely together already.
And
we've certainly raised with the team the fact that things have changed in the past 13 years, and particularly the market as a stakeholder to engage with, as that's a new amenity that's in the area since that plan was drawn up. So that's been raised with them.
Thank you. Sarah?
Thanks for that, and sorry I missed the beginning of it. So the issue with the street trees and the berm was a real one, and we did make a Part A recommendation. That's not in the report today. Do we know when that's coming? Because actually it was asking council to review the road stopping policy in light of...
So that'll be in the meeting in April.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, Dawn, if we're able to, in the meantime, ask staff not to do any more. So staff actually have the delegation. This only came to us because it was a slightly over the normal area that staff had the delegation for. Yeah. And and because it was being sold over that size limit, it came to us. But in light of the urban forest plan and the other things where we actually really want the street trees and the berm to place them in, could we stop in the meantime?
So I can't say yes or no to that, Sarah.
Yeah.
I will get advice and I will come back to members.
But if there's, it's it really is limiting the amount of space that council will have.
So I appreciate the conundrum.
Yeah.
And I will absolutely look at that.
Yeah, but if you could look at that, that would be really good. Thanks.
I'll have
And
to
let
do
us
so.
know
I've already
if they're
raised
ready.
it with the assistant chief.
Sorry,
exec.
Yanni, we have run out of time. Shouldn't have probably gone as far as that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks. One quick comment is that our board also supports the Waitai Community Board's concerns around the land use of the inland port with the stacking of the crates there. Yep. So I forgot to say that. Cheers. Thanks.
Okay, so now we have Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood, Bridget and Jason here. Yeah, thank you.
Kia ora everyone. So what we'll do is we are conscious of your time, so we're just going to speed right through. And first up we have Jason speaking to decisions made under delegations.
Cool. So we approved 2 applications for street tree removals, the number of parking restrictions across key streets within the Mirabelle area, a discretionary response fund application to the Marist Albion Rugby Club, and appointed Suresh Paranjapi as the board representative on the Riccarton Bush Trust.
So with some of the community issues that are coming up, in particular there are the charity clothing bins. So this issue was raised with our board a number of years ago, but appears to be flaring up again. So our board fully supports the bins and appreciates the valuable service that they provide to charities and the community. However, we're also mindful of the impact they have on immediate neighbours in terms of the noise they create when people are using them, sometimes in the middle of the night, and also the dumping of rubbish around the bins when they are full. So the photo above is of 8 bins on Aikman's Road, which to us seems like too many for one spot. So council staff have been doing a wonderful job working with the charities to try and address the issues for nearby residents. However, it is a difficult issue to address when there is no council policy or regulations regarding the placement of the bins and responsibilities of the owners. So our board has included this issue in our submission on the waste management and minimisation bylaw, and it would be useful for council to have some rules in place that balance the needs of the charities and the impact on local residents.
Next up, our board was approached by a local business in Burnside which has experienced a significant spike in break-ins to their premises on Roydvale Ave. She also reported that other nearby businesses were experiencing the same issues. Our local community development advisor, Karen Bogue, contacted all of the businesses in the Roydvale Ave and surrounding areas and invited them to a meeting to hear from them about their experiences and look at how we can work together to come up with some solutions. Approximately 50 people attended, representing a large range of businesses. There was a panel consisting of Lane Todd from the police, MP Sarah Pallett, Christchurch City Council, Neighbourhood Support and Christchurch North Community Patrol. The MC for the meeting was Councillor Sam MacDonald. Hearing some of the police statistics from Superintendent Lane Todd was really eye-opening and put some perspective on the demands on the police and why they aren't always able to respond immediately to break-ins. A number of people weren't aware of the community patrols, so this was also a great opportunity to promote their service and encourage more people to volunteer. A great outcome of the evening was that they will be establishing an online Burnside business forum where they can share experiences, information and ideas.
Cool. And last up, we have Culture Galore. So we were so pleased to see this amazing event go ahead this year after 2 years of disruptions. The food and performances were amazing. There were so many different activities for everyone to enjoy. And a huge thanks goes to our local community recreation advisor, Lisa Gregory, for all her work in organising and running the event. We would also like to add that we had Waste Co at the event, who sorted all the rubbish. We are very pleased to say that 96% of the waste from this event was diverted from landfill. So a total of 465 kgs of waste was generated, with only 20 kgs going to landfill. But rather than just talk about it, we have a very short video to show you that was made by Star Media on the day. So I think...
Beating drums, large crowds and plenty to see and do as the Culture Galore Festival returned to Christchurch. It's a smorgasbord of food, culture and entertainment, celebrating the city's cultural diversity.
We're part of the Japanese drumming group. We're based in Christchurch and we're just here at Culture Galore today. And it's fantastic to see so many people here wanting to see our culture as well as other cultures as well. Organisers were delighted with the turnout. Around 7,500 people visited the weekend event, the largest crowd since the festival began 21 years ago.
I think after having 2 years off, due to COVID, people are really wanting to come out into the community, have a good time, celebrate all the really great diversity, cultural diversity that we have here in Christchurch, eat some yummy food and see some great performances. 30 countries were represented across various stalls, including 33 different food vendors offering a variety of ethnic cuisines, along with more than 20 information and craft groups offering a range of activities. The hot summer's day helping attract the crowds in Christchurch.
It's so nice to have a cultural gallery here. We could not do it last year because of COVID, but today COVID is over. Now we are very happy to have all these things here in today. Thank you.
The Culture Galore event achieving its goals of helping unite the city through its cultural diversity. In Christchurch, the South Today.
Excellent, and that's us. Thank you so much.
That's very good. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks so much for that. I'm just wondering on the tree removals, at least one I can see here was against council policy. So the recommendation was to decline the tree removal. And it's a lovely shaped large tree. And my impression was that if a board was making a decision against a council policy, it was supposed to be a Part A recommendation to council rather than a final decision in itself. And I'm just wondering why that hasn't happened.
That's a question I'd probably have to get some advice on about the process of that.
Yeah. So I think that we probably need to check that. So we have the policy in place for a reason, and yeah, I think we need to work on that.
Who wants to go? Do you want to answer that, John? Or?
Yeah, we'll do a little bit of research and get back to you.
Yeah, because it seems to be beginning a bit of a pattern. Thanks.
Yanni, did you have a question? No, but I'll let you have one if you want. You're good?
Okay, cool.
Okay, thank you very much. Okie doke.
One question in 5 minutes if we go over, so even-handed, but otherwise that's it.
So, Emma, how are you? Good to see you again.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. Apologies from our Deputy Simon Britton today. I've got Emma Pavey, our Governance Manager, here. I'm going to keep it short and sweet today. First up, we've got a quick rundown on what's happened in our meeting last month. We approved discretionary response applications to Marist Albion Rugby Club for repairs to the roof of the South Hagley shed and to the Phillipstown Community Centre Charitable Trust for the rebuild of the much-loved pizza oven. We made recommendations for the 2 Part A's in your agenda today, the dedication of local purpose road reserve as road for the properties on Leander Street and Ramore Place, which are both in Papanui, and we approved some no stopping restrictions on Aberdeen Street, some time restricted parking on Horner Street, as well as voting for our Zone 5 rep on the Community Board Executive Committee. Being event season, we've had some very cool stuff happening across our board area. Summer with Your Neighbours events are in full swing. Here we've got a get-together in Saraband Ave, Redwood, along with St Albans Uniting Church's Community Outreach Day. We're really proud to be able to contribute just a small amount of funding to all these events, encouraging neighbours to get together and connect. Our annual St Albans Skate Jam community event was held in January with around 200 people enjoying the upgraded skate park for the afternoon. A big thank you to the team from Cheap Skates Skate School for partnering with us for this event. It's always great to see the range of ages and abilities getting out there and improving their skills and competing. Stories in the Park was a new event held this year by the Libraries team at Redwood Park, which is conveniently located right behind the Redwood Library. There was a good turnout on the day with positive feedback from those who attended, so hopefully this will be an event which will be held again in the future. And then finally, this is going back a wee way now, but another event which our board helped fund was the Boxing Day Whānau Day event in McFarlane Park. Like other community events held in the park, there was a good turnout, with it being a great way to spend a relaxing Boxing Day. So thanks to the Shirley Community Trust and all others involved in making this event happen. That's it from us today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from anybody? Just because you didn't take any street trees out, there won't be any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Right. Now we've got Horswell Hornby Riccarton Community Board, Helen and Marie.
Thank you. Could you grab those things?
It's good to see you getting around a little bit better, Helen.
Better, yes. Yes, thank you very much for that, Phil. It does feel better. I've got some punch back as well too. That had gone last year. Excellent. So you actually probably enjoyed me more last year because I was quieter. So so I feel better now. So I'm back. Yes. So look, this is our board, and I'll just touch on 3 issues, and Marie will do 2 at least, and then I'll end up with the notice of motion that Mark has moved. So I'll just briefly comment on that. First of all, the Hornby pool is developing, as you know, and our board supported an application for the hydrotherapy pool that was sent by council staff to VAC Lotteries. So that's good, that's underway. To let you know, and I focus on this, but we've had 77 sections approved recently, all in Horswell. Very standard, but just to let you know that we had to name those 2 subdivisions, but there's 77 new sections coming online soon. Seymour Street, an interesting one. We've found there's a reasonable amount of heavy traffic going through there, even though there's HT signs through the street. I was there when they were imposed. It's a residential street, trying to stop heavy traffic. The thing I have picked up, though, is that the large utes are counting as heavy traffic. So it's a little bit more complex than it looks. And so that's from me and Marie. Thank you.
We do have the Hurutini Council travel safety video available, but we won't show it here. I think the link is available and will be provided to you. Culture Galore, we've seen the video earlier on. This is Christchurch's biggest event celebrating diversity. And it was lovely to see a lot of the elected members there, and we would love to see more. And so please look out for it for next year, the next event. The next one, Helen will talk to that slide, but I'll skip that one. I'll go back to that. And so we've got Hello Hornby coming up. That's on March 11th at Waikola Park, so we're inviting you all again. this will be the 5th year that Hello Hornby will be held, and it offers a range of free children's activities, food vendors, stage entertainment, and the final of the Community Talent Quest. Yep. So
Okay.
go back to that slide.
Yes, so just to support Mark's notice of motion, I've sent an email round to councillors, but if you do support it, I believe there's land in Chatterton's Road, which is right beside Fulton Hogan. They said they were happy to sell it at one stage 3 years ago. So what our board is quite keen to do is to have a look at any land that may be able to actually be sold. And we're also happy to looking at our budgets going forward to see if we can make any adjustment. I think it's really important to keep this facility. It was highly used once, and there's an area of Yaldhurst which has no facility, which would use that particular facility. So it's on the edge of Hornby, moving into Yaldhurst. So I ask you to support our board does actually, our board asks you to support the notice of motion. That's it from us. Thank you.
Okay, Andre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Would you be happy to show the Huratuni Student Council video next month? It's quite a good video. It'd be quite good to have.
I'm sorry, I haven't caught that.
The Huratini Student
yes,
Council video. It'd
absolutely,
be great to
yes,
see, to
absolutely.
watch it next month.
We
It's only a minute
actually
or so
were
long.
aware that you've got a major issue
Understood.
coming up.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sonia. So,
you have to get...
Take it easy, take it easy.
Thank you.
Coastal Burwood Linwood, Paul and Jackie. Good to see you again.
Kia ora koutou. This is our first time before you, so yeah, thank you very much for having us. And we will try within the 5 minutes to give you a good summary of what we've been up to. So to start off with issues under delegation, we approved some no stopping lines in Minchin Street, which we also think is a resource consent for that development that needs a bit of an audit. We also put in no stopping lines at the cul-de-sac on Rocking Horse Road because it was getting blocked by people parking there. We also have finally got no stopping lines in Rudds Road and Cypress Street in Bromley near Linfield Park, which makes it a lot safer when we've got lots of people there for sports games. We've allocated koru funding to Avonside Early Childhood Centre towards the cost of carpet. The Christchurch Methodist mission towards costs of delivering a community barbecue with Point Break, which is an emergency housing provider, where in the New Brighton Mall there's been a number of issues, and so our staff are pursuing a community development approach to that, and the new worker at the Christchurch Methodist mission is doing a really good job. Also allocated discretionary response funding to the Queen's Park Community Trust towards the Parklands Rangatahi project, which there were a number of issues going back a few years with some young people causing trouble in the area, and again taking a really good positive youth development approach. We're making some progress there. In terms of events, we had the New Brighton Outdoor Art Foundation. They've been working on their mural at 59 Hawke Street, which is very nice. And on Thursday, 19th of January, on the eve of the start of construction date, there was a gathering to bless the proposed site of the Nigel Mann pump track in Bexley Reserve. And as you may remember, there was a murder in this park recently, and so it's really good to have some positive things happening. And if council's continued support for the Bexley community around this park would be much appreciated. Jackie.
Good morning, everyone.
I'm a gardener, without a word of a lie. I've got pumpkins in my garden that are this big, right?
Really?
One of the joys of my garden is I share it with my grandchildren. We collect vegetables. I'm teaching them how to grow their own food, and we play in our garden. If that was taken away from me, I would be absolutely heartbroken. Even if it was for just 1 year, I would be heartbroken. We had a group of people in Bromley that have been deprived the pleasure of their home and garden for now coming up 13 years. So when the organic processing plant comes before you, I want you not to think of it as a facility. I want you not to think of it as money. I want you to think of it as people. People like me who want to teach their grandchildren how to grow carrots. People like me who want to sit outside with their families and enjoy the late summer evenings. I'm just asking you to please think about the people in this when it comes before you. 13 years of not being able to enjoy their gardens is long enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You done?
No. No?
We're moving on to the
sorry.
Woolston noise and disruption issues. We don't want to be here in 13 years talking about this issue, another issue on the industrial residential fringe. The residents who live across the river from this, so this is actually in the Heathcote ward, but across the river is the Linwood ward. Residents are being kept awake, woken up. There's a couple with a newborn baby who their baby is being woken up by the noise. There's vibration. It's a big... the residents in Woolston do not have a bunch of lawyers living around who can pursue private litigation. We only have the council to stand up for us, and we just want to draw this to your attention again and to ask the council to stick up for our community and to do something about the residential industrial fringe problems. And I understand there will be a report coming to council soon, so to give it very serious consideration, and remember that the people who live in these areas only have the council to stand up for them. And finally, I just want to acknowledge that the council did some really good work, negotiation, collaboration to get a good result around the surf projects, and acknowledge that the Linwood ward, which is part of our community board area, has done really well, which about $12 million out of that. So the people of Woolston and Bromley in particular are going to benefit from it, and I do appreciate that it took you quite a lot of work to get there. So I want to acknowledge that and finish on a positive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yanni, do you want to have anything to say?
Well, it was just kind of a question in regards to the council's already passed a resolution to get a report back on options to address the shipping container effects, and I just wonder if we can get an update circulated to the community about when that report's coming back. If you look in our action tracker, it's been delayed several times, so I just think some communication back to the board might be useful into residents.
I believe it's this month, Yanni.
We can do that, Councillor Johansson, formally in terms of specifically to the board with the timing.
But also communicating to the community, I think, is probably the key.
The board will do that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Sure.
Right, and lastly, we have Ruben and Penelope to talk to us about the Banks Peninsula Community Board.
Sorry, I nearly took your chair.
Oh no. Give me the hot seat.
Yeah. Morena Koto. This photo of our community board meeting here shows it's an action shot of the Te Pātaka Oraka Hotu Banks Peninsula Community Board, standing room only, with a number of public forums coming to our Littleton meeting on the immediate effects cruise ships have had. So it's a very engaged community, and as a result, a really busy board. So I'll get through what I can in our 5 minutes. There's two issues there really, just which I'll touch on a little later. One is the immediate disruption within the community, and the second is the environmental impacts, and there's concern within the community about those as well. As far as decisions made under delegation, the board supported the lease and development proposal that came to us from S&S Solutions for some action on the Godley House site. So this was a really loved local pub in Diamond Harbour, and this proposed facility will be a real asset, much more than a pub, a real asset for the community and a draw card for visitors. Banks Peninsula also is unique in that it has 15 reserve committees, so there's amazing volunteer work and leadership by a huge number of people across Banks Peninsula, and we are now 5 elections into the process of the trainee elections for those committees. And we also voted for Simon Britton to represent Zone 5 on the Community Board Exec Committee. As far as progress on our Community Board plan, we lead our Community Board plan with a whakatoki, Ngā Te Raurou, Ngā Taku Te Raurou ka ora ai te iwi, which really speaks to a collaborative approach with the community. And one of the strongest commitments within our board plan, underpinning all of our priorities, is upholding the Treaty of Waitangi through meaningful engagement with Papata Purunanga and holding Te Ao Māori values at the core of our decision making. Community projects wise, Pest Free Banks Peninsula came to visit us at our Wairewa meeting, and they've got a real focus currently on eradicating possums in council parks and reserves across Banks Peninsula. And also an update for you, Phil, on the Governor's Bay jetty, which this photo shows is progressing very well. So,
Very well. Yeah, very well.
Yeah, they're still looking for donations. They've got some great merchandise available. That's my plug for them. And as far as our community focus, the Torpedo Boat Museum in Magazine Bay, which you would be able to see there if it wasn't covered in graffiti, that's been an ongoing issue for us over a number of years. It's in a really concealed location, so it's an excellent spot to practice this kind of thing. But there is a new graffiti-proof surface treatment that will be going over that to keep it clean. And now we really get to the cruise ship issue. So there was a lot of feedback from the community on cruise ships, and there was a bit of media reporting around some of that as well. So there were some opinion pieces, and thankfully there was even some factual coverage, which was great. Our actions that we've taken from those public forums is that there will be 2 letters that we will send sharing the forums that came to us. The first will come to council and will really look at what the local disruption impacts have been. And the second will be seeking, with council, but also at all levels of government, a really joined up approach to addressing the bigger question of the environmental impacts and the kind of tourism that we want to see and that our communities tell us they want to see across Banks Peninsula and in fact across Aotearoa. And I'll finish with a little preview, and I will preface this by saying on the next page that these photos are probably wildly out of date because they were taken a couple of days ago. The activity at Te Nukutai or Tapua Naval Point in preparation for the Sail GP event is going ahead almost as quickly as the boats will travel across the harbour. So the Adrenaline Lounge that you can see there on the left is now completely clad. The grandstands that will accommodate 4,000 people are going up, and it's shaping up to be a huge and busy weekend in Littleton. So I encourage people to get across and take a look on that weekend, but also any day. It's looking great. That's me. Thank you. Unless there are any questions.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you very much for all that, especially the Governor's Bay Jetty, which is dear to my heart. Yep. And also the work down that the council staff and Christchurch NZ together have done down at Naval Point, which is, Sail GP's been the catalyst to get it there, but for the rest of the year, it's a fantastic facility. It's really good. Tyrone.
Kia ora. Thanks for your presentation. Good to see you back, Pen.
Thank you.
I heard recently that the community board, Banks Peninsula Community Board, had been captured by fringe opinion, and I was kind of interested in that because I wasn't aware that adapting to climate change was a fringe opinion. It would seem a fringe opinion to think that was a fringe opinion. So I'm just wondering if you had any comment on that.
Sure. I think it would be fair to say that the two members of the Banks Peninsula Community Board who are here this morning both keep their fringes out of their eyes, but do also regularly engage with and hear from our entire community. And if you look at, and we will share with the letter, the public forums that came to us in that meeting, I don't think you can characterise a consistent set of concerns as a fringe opinion.
Thank you. Cheers.
What a great answer after being dropped in it. That's lovely. We got no, sorry, Aaron, haven't got time. So that is it from the community boards, and thank you all of you for coming in. And it's always good to keep in touch with what's happening out in the coalface. Pauline will move it. Melanie will second it. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. So we'll now move on to the Part A's. Number 9. Which is the dedication of local purpose road reserve in Leander Street, Papanui. I'm happy to move it. Mark's happy to second it. Is there any questions or debate on it? Nope. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Thank you. Carried. And likewise for the next one, which is in 12 Ramore Place in Papanui. I'm happy to move that. Pauline's happy to second it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Okay, thank you very much. Carried. So now number 18 is going to go down after number 17, as I said earlier. So we'll put this one here, number 11, the Art by the River Commission. Brett Graham. Russell Wedge is...
Happy to move.
Coming down now. Righto. Happy to move, happy to second. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you very much.
Excellent.
We are ahead of time.
Sorry, so clarify the mover and second.
Yeah, Aaron and Sarah.
Working together for a better outcome for the entire city.
So we'll have a cup of tea now. Sorry, what she's saying, I can't understand.
I think she said there were a few deputies with the staff. In relation to which item? Oh, yes, for plan change 13 and 14.
So how far ahead are we?
We are quite ahead, actually. We're doing very well.
So should we have a break now and then come back?
Would you like to bring the notice of motion forward? I think that would be a good idea.
Shall we, righto, that's a very good suggestion. Shall we bring the notice of motion forward while everyone's...
Good, because I have both officers here as well, so that's handy.
Yep, thank you, Bruce.
And John?
And John. Fire away, gentlemen.
Perhaps, given it's a notice of motion raised by Councillor Peters, Councillor Peters would be best to introduce.
Speak up close to the microphone.
Yeah. Don't know whether my mic...
Got a loud voice like Mary.
What are you saying? What are you saying, Mr. Mayor?
Lean in.
Excellent. Well, thank you for having the opportunity to introduce this. This notice of motion really has come from my community with their absolute desire to try and have every opportunity to save this facility for the purpose which it was intended, which was community use. They desperately need this for the various groups that you heard earlier, the Men's Shed, the Tongan Youth Trust, and all the others who are involved in this expressions of interest. And I'm just asking that around the table today we can give them that opportunity of that up to 6 month extension to come up with a business case and be able to convince council staff and us as a council that they've got the wherewithal to do it, because I firmly believe they do. The groups involved, such as the Men's Shed, really do bring a new lens onto the requirements for this facility to be brought up to standard. And I think as a council, we owe it to this community to give them the opportunity to have a go at bringing this facility up to standard and into service to help this community.
Okay. So Mark's had to say, you guys go.
I think we're probably best to just be answering questions given it's a notice of motion. We're really happy to provide further information if required.
So Sam had his hand up, sorry.
So before we go to questions, I do think it would be helpful for all members to just understand the history of what has happened, what we've done and where we are, because I think otherwise the whole membership do not hear that, and importantly neither do the public or the audience.
Yeah, so I'm happy I can talk through that history. This really arose from work that was occurring in 2016, 2017, where we took a very small number of properties through to community boards on an individual basis. And these were properties that were no longer required for council purposes. Through that process, it took over 2 years, conservatively several $100,000, multiple reports, and we got very few decisions. So council suggested to us we needed to find a better way. So we brought to the council a proposal to try and streamline our decision making about properties where they are no longer being used for their original purpose. And that was approved by the council in December 2020. Basically, that process involved asking a series of questions, criteria for retention, and if the property wasn't needed to be retained, bringing that to the council for a council decision to consult on those properties. And the consultation method was the LTP and annual plan cycles. And the reason for that was because that got the widest potential view from our consultation. And it also meant that decision making was made in terms of the financial consequences of that decision making. So if a decision was made to retain and develop a building, then the decision could be made to put the funding on budget to actually do that work rather than just leave it sitting and not do it. So we implemented that through the 21 LTP. We took a total of just over 60 properties, I think it was 64, through that process. We had submissions on that, over 500 submissions. And out of that, council made the decision to dispose of 57 properties, and then they changed their decision based on that feedback for a number of the other properties. Gilberthorpe's Road was put into that process because we had advice that it was no longer required for the original purposes, and there was no foreseeable plan for future use of that at that time. And John can talk more about that in a little time. There was no submissions at all on Gilberthorpe's Road. Part of that consultation involved consultation with Runanga and Ngāi Tahu Property. All were contacted, and we certainly had discussions with Ngāi Tahu Corporate and Ngāi Tahu Property around the various properties. Council then staff worked to implement your decision to sell the property. And one of the first steps of that was to do the statutory offer back under the Public Works Act through to the Presbyterian Church, who was the previous owners. That was slightly delayed. The Presbyterian Church were doing their own feasibility about the possibility of using this for social housing purposes, and we gave them a bit of extra time to be able to respond on that, given that those proposed purposes were consistent with your policy outcomes in the housing space. They ultimately decided not to take this up. About that same time, there was emerging concern from the community and the community board around the disposal. And officers committed at that stage not to take any irreversible actions on it to allow for those emerging needs to be done. That was approximately 8 to 9 months ago. So during that time, there has been attempts to identify those community needs that ultimately culminated in a further discussion from the previous board chair with the mayor in this room, where we offered to do a EOI, publicly advertised EOI, to try and draw out that community need. We received one application of that, and it was groups that you've heard about from this morning. We looked at that and we firstly identified that those needs could be met elsewhere within the portfolio, and some of those would actually produce better outcomes all round from those alternative locations. And additionally, that proposal lacked financial rigour and detail, and we couldn't see any clear evidence that the coalition of community groups could proceed on a sensible basis. Given that we had delayed the decision and the actioning of your decision, which we shouldn't do, we then have sent a note through saying we need to move on this, which then allowed and precipitated the notice of motion. And we have agreed to pause all work while this is being considered. So perhaps head to John just to talk about the community needs basis.
Yeah, thank you. Look, firstly, I'd just like to say that whilst my role here is to give impartial advice, I have absolute respect for the members of the community which have chosen to come here today and so passionately advocate for what they see as the right thing. And I'm not here to disagree with them for one moment. In the Waipuna board area at the moment, we are spending a lot of time and energy as a staff resource on 3 properties that are all quite similar. The Riccarton War Memorial Volunteer Library, Yaldhurst Memorial Hall and Gilberthorpe's Road. Our staff are repeatedly going back, exploring community solutions for all 3 of those. It's taking an extraordinarily large amount of time, and we don't have the capacity to keep doing this without dropping other priorities. I think it's really important that the council and the board understand that. The Yaldhurst War Memorial, the Yaldhurst Hall, we have a similar debate, and it's been going on for 6 years, and we have delayed implementing a future for that building for 6 years, repeatedly extending opportunities for communities to get involved and drive the future of that building. So we have a track record of doing this. Our local staff have engaged with the community. We believe there are solutions already in the local area to accommodate the needs that we've found so far. And I do say that with one caveat, because the groups behind me may have uncovered further needs, which we do not understand and we have not looked at. But we have certainly gone and repeatedly talked with people to uncover any need and provide a solution. I'd also like to say that we keep quite a close monitor on the amount of community facilities, the amount of resource in the local area. I'd like to remind everyone that council have just spent upwards of $300,000 on the refurbishment of the Hi Community Centre on Waikola Park, which is very, very close. I walked it, it's about 500 metres. We have strongly advocated to council to gift the ex-Hornby Library to a community group to cover for and provide a facility solution for a number of groups. And council is building the Hornby Centre reasonably close. My advice to the council would be to really understand what we've done, understand that we have a bit of a track record and continue to extend processes, whilst at the same time, respect the views of the community groups who are saying to our staff, hey, look, you might not have uncovered everything. And we can't say categorically that we have, but we can say we've given it our best shot over a number of years. I can't really add any more than that. Thank you.
Thank you, both of you. That was very, very well explained. So we have Sam as the first question.
Yeah, thank you both, and thanks, Mark, for bringing it. Just a couple of ones to clarify, just so I've got it clear in my mind, around, so we get to the end of the 6-month window working with the community, and what does that look like in terms of a future council decision? Is that a report that's generated, or what does that look like?
I don't think that the notice was clear on that, but I would imagine that if this was precipitated through a council decision, we would want to come back and reaffirm your previous decision through, or otherwise, through another council decision.
Okay. And just the other one is, given there was so much, you know, there weren't that many people that were successful in terms of the EOI against the criteria that was there, does the criteria need to be looked at in terms of the actual use for that facility? Like, and that's not a loaded question, that's just a genuine, in terms of what you talked about facilities across the community, is the criteria aligned to what should actually be the need for that facility?
So certainly the types of things that we looked for were common to what you'd look for in a community facility. They included things like the financial viability and ensuring that that was there. But we also, you know, we took a view that could these needs be met across our portfolio, given that council had sent a clear direction they wanted to dispose of the property, could they be met elsewhere?
Yeah, Sam, largely the criteria were based on council's community facilities plan, which sets out some criteria on the successful development of community facilities and what's needed. So it was based on council's criteria. Who knows what a new process may bring? As I've said, we don't know what we don't know.
So then, just the only other one, Phil, just so I'm clear. So around the so we get to the end of that. There's a staff report generated, you know, and potentially if the criteria is not met, it still recommends selling it, which was the council previous decision. But we've given Mark and the community the chance to look at it once more to be really, really sure. How does that feed into the next, what'll be the LTP, I guess? Can we dispose of it between now and then, or do we need to line it up with that next LTP or that next financial year?
No, because you've already made a decision.
Yeah.
So it's okay. So effectively this would just be giving Mark and the community 6 months to see if they can come up with a viable solution, at which point, if they can't, then we go and proceed to sell anyway. Yeah, okay, thank you. That's great.
Tyler?
Kia ora. The community, a lot of the community tend to talk about accessibility issues into those council facilities, particularly around peak times. We're talking around 3 p.m. till around 9 p.m. on weekdays and from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends. What does the Hei Hei Community Centre look like in regards to capacity around those times?
Yeah, really good question. The Hei Hei facility is one of the busier ones. It's reasonably well used on between those times. I don't have the exact stats, but it's nearing the top. That's one of the reasons that we used to refurbish and fix it as soon as we could. So it's I won't say it's at capacity, but it's a pretty good performer. People like it; they like going there. We have the opportunity to expand its reach into the neighbouring Waikola Park, and as you know, we've recently established a youth centre next to it. So it's going good. It's being used, and that's exactly what we want. It's vibrant, and I think it'll grow. Yeah,
precisely, which is a good problem and potentially
Right,
a bad one
yeah.
in this case, because
Yeah.
there's 7 community groups that are wanting to get into this facility, as we've seen from the youth Tongan community, along with Men's Shed and many others. So you did talk about the Hei Hei Community Centre, and you did talk about other ones around the Hornby Library. At what point is the Hornby Library ready to go? Is it as soon as Te Matatiki opens up?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. And we're working with the trust on fixing any defects in the building. Making sure it's in tip-top order for a long and successful community use. We don't want to hand them a lemon.
Sure. Last question is around the money thing, and particularly in communities, it's always social outcomes versus economic. In this case, The question I have is around what will we lose if the community groups do end up having a successful EOI? Do we have to pay for the repairs, or is it on them to do that?
So, firstly, all of our advice tries to balance outcomes. So it's not one or the other. It's to try and balance and make sure that you're fully informed on all of those things. So just want to clarify that. In terms of the finances, there is a loss of income if we don't sell it. And depending on the model, we may need to invest in the building to get it up to an appropriate standard for letting. So that could be a multi-million-dollar hit to council. But it depends on the model that is chosen. If council looked at a community asset transfer, that may be different. But again, you've got to look closely. When we've given advice on community asset transfers before, we've looked at good, strong track records of groups. We've looked at their financial capability, etc. And you need to be, if we are gifting an asset which is worth a significant amount, we want to be sure that that community benefit is definitely going to be delivered and is not going to end up not being delivered because the groups don't have the capacity. So those will be the considerations we'd have to really look at.
When we're looking at that criterion itself around being able to gift something, what are the measures needed to be able to gift that? What do they need to have? Do they need to have a certain size in their kitty, staff, etc.?
Yeah, it will be case by case, but certainly the types of things that we have looked at are your length of operation, how successful you've been in delivering services, how successful you have been in looking after facilities, how successful you have been in your financial management. So, ones like the Hornby Library situation, they've got a long track record and they can show and prove that they're really successful in that space.
I see.
Yeah, Councillor, one of the, I won't say concerns, but one of the points that we were looking at, it's public knowledge that Gilberthorpe's Road has a number of structural issues. There is we've done some detailed work on this. It's a building that needs a lot of work, and it's a lot of technical work. It's not so much redecorating or making the place more appealing. This is foundations, its structure, it's so forth. So we'd really want to make sure that whoever was taking on this knows this, understands it, has the capacity to do it, so that they don't kind of realise, oh my goodness, or it delays the process.
Thinking about that, could the men's shed or the other building school potentially be working on this, and will that pass under council's stringent measures?
Well, ultimately you guys are the council is the judge of that, and we provide advice, and the advice we'd provide would be, look, read the surveyor's report, understand the condition of the building and the issues, and we'll certainly give a recommendation or a steer, but ultimately we give impartial advice and it's an elected member decision.
I feel like I'm hogging all the time here, but my last question is around Helen's thought around Chatterton's Road and a potential trade-off. What are your thoughts on that?
So the Chatterton's Road property, council's already made the decision to dispose of that. It is a Crown to Road reserve, so we don't get the full amount of the capital return from it if it's sold. If we negotiate really well with DOC, we might get 50%. It's a low value property. There will be some minor return to council, which we've incorporated into next year's budgets, but it's not going to have a major impact or significant impact.
Yeah. Melanie.
My questions are more around how we got to here. So you mentioned that there's 3 properties we're looking at the moment. Are they, this one, Yaldhurst and the War Memorial one in Riccarton. They're all within Hornby, Hawthorne, Riccarton, aren't they? Is that right?
They're all within the board area. The Yaldhurst Memorial Hall is a lot closer to Gilberthorpe's. The War Memorial is in Riccarton, so it's further away. I guess the point that I was trying to get across, Councillor, is the capacity of the team and the staff when we have, numerous properties of an ongoing nature, basically taking time and capacity from day jobs.
Yeah. So I guess what my point is that the way that this process has worked, and I realised that the Riccarton War Memorial was a different one. It went through the community board. They said we're fine to get rid of it. It came here, and then suddenly this decision was something different, which was odd. Yeah. But with the other ones, it's the sort of that process of trying to streamline things has ended up not particularly streamlining it in this particular situation. Yep. And it makes me wonder, is it just because it's in this particular board area, or is it just something to do with this process in general? Like, is it working elsewhere? And
perhaps it's easier for me to start an answer on this.
Right,
oh, sorry, Dawn.
John,
Yeah.
I think if I could just add, and then maybe you could follow up.
Yeah.
I think there is a natural tension between releasing community properties that the council believes are no longer required, going through the dialogue and then actually doing it. And I think the example that John gave is it can take a very long time. 6 years, for example, is a very long time. And ultimately, this is genuinely about making decisions one way or the other. And we get collectively stuck in the loop, whether that's elected members or officers, because we maybe don't want to make a difficult decision at some point. We have to be able to get better at that collectively, I would argue. And I think the new process is one that isn't just about streamlining, but the clarity of what we're trying to achieve, so we don't find ourselves in these Groundhog Day loops.
But I guess the question I've got really is how is it that the board missed seeing this, and it went to the point of going into disposal before something was actually said, actually, no, we do want to keep it. Like there's something wrong with the process at some point, and I don't know why that is, but anyway.
So the board did make a submission, and there was changes made to the properties through your decision making to the list based on the board's feedback. I think that there was certainly some awareness of it, but I can't talk to the internal board processes at the time because I wasn't involved directly with them. But they certainly made a submission, and you responded to that submission.
You right, Bill? Done? Aaron?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. One is, have we already banked this sale? Is it in the budget as sold?
We have set budgets and we put figures broadly for what we expect for properties against them. This was due in this year. We are on track to meet the budget this year without this sale. So I couldn't say that was an impediment.
Yeah, because you must set that knowing that not all will be sold within.
We tend to be conservative. We want to make sure that we have really understood, and if there are any impediments, rezonings, reserves, etc., that could delay it, that we don't get caught out by that in budgets.
Right, and then the other one is, as far as the repairs and stuff go, because the suggestion was made by one of the submitters to potentially an option is to sell the building or the site to them for $1. Obviously some arrangement with the longevity of the land, but you sell it to them for $1 as a trust. What then code do they need to bring the building up to repair wise, because their standard might be different to ours if it's not a dangerous building, or is it a dangerous building?
So they need to bring it up to appropriate building code standards through getting a building permit for that. Council's internal policies around earthquake prone wouldn't apply in those circumstances. So that would be the key thing that would be needed there. The buildings have been damaged by fire, and they have been damaged by break-ins, and this is one of the issues we have with the iterative process, and we've got to get our balance right on that, is that if we leave buildings vacant, they can end up significantly damaged. The other thing we do try and look at, and it's one we will keep providing the advice on, and it's up to councillors to make the call, is that when we do community asset transfers, we want to make sure that we're not just transferring calls on the councils and the ratepayer purse to another group who then come back to council and keep requiring money for that same purpose. We want to be able to see that these community asset transfers are delivering the community services without call on the ratepayer purse for maintenance. But that's ultimately a decision for that council at each time.
Yeah, but I would expect there'd be a number of public or community facilities, especially like scout dens, for instance, which aren't at the standard that the council would give a building to the community as, but they're more than happy to use them at that standard.
So those...
And then also one other one, sorry Bruce, because I might as well answer it all at once, is sometimes when you partner with the community to deliver the repairs or the replacement of something, the Governor's Bay Wharf is a great example of just they can do it miles cheaper.
Yeah. So the first point relates to ground leases. And yes, if a community group owns their own building but it's on council's land, they have to meet the minimum standards from a broad Building Act requirement and health and safety requirements, but council does not put any further restrictions on them from that. And yes, potentially groups can do it cheaper. I suppose my advice is more about making sure and for council to be considering that if we're transferring an asset, that it's not just transferring responsibility, that the budget's requests aren't coming back to you on an ongoing basis, because you're partly trying to do this to better spend your existing limited budgets across your portfolios.
Right. Jake, please.
Hey Bruce, since the Presbyterians have put in their social housing interest or dropped it, are you aware of any other interest in this site, and also are you able to elaborate on the nature of that interest?
There's 4 different community housing providers who have expressed an interest, primarily for affordable product. So that's product aimed at people who can afford to pay a mortgage but will have really difficulties to get a deposit together. So there's groups definitely interested in it from that perspective, and some of them contacted us this week to see where things are at.
Okay, we have Mark again.
Just picking up on one or two of the points that have been raised in this questioning. You're saying that the community board had every opportunity, and that from your point of view they never submitted, so therefore it wasn't a priority to keep it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I can't comment on whether it was a priority from the board or not. I'm just saying that the community board submitted. They were aware of the Gilberthorpe's issue because I've seen that some of the emails that were floating around internally.
Yeah.
The community board submitted, did not make mention of it, and that council made changes in response to the community board submission.
Can I suggest, because I was actually on the community board at that time, and the community board missed this property. We had the previous board admit that freely. Yep. The community missed this property in that consultation process. So the fact that they're fessing up that they've missed it and now are working incredibly hard as a community to try and save this for what it's needed for, would that not count for something in this process?
I'm not sure if that's a question,
yes.
Mark.
Well, I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really a political question, not one that we can provide advice on.
Yeah.
Okay. Right, I'll have one little last couple of questions to you guys. Did we? By the way, we've got a mover. Obviously, we've got a seconder. Is it Tyler? Thank you. If I look at things like Gilberthorpe's Road, and you can have all the people with the best intentions of the world that want to get in there and do it, and I can understand that Mark said the community board missed it, but you guys have to be careful at who you put in there with they could have all the enthusiasm ever, but after a year or so, if someone moves out or dies or whatever, or something happens, it all falls on its face and we end up with it back. Is that a concern?
I think ultimately, yes, it is a concern. It's also a concern that despite our frank advice, we really don't want to burden groups with something that we feel with our expertise is really, really difficult.
What worries me is that, say this goes ahead, all of a sudden the focus will move on to the Oldhurst Memorial Hall, and we'll have the same thing all over again, and then it'll be this, and then it'll be that. There's a lot of things in this ward that, what I'm saying is, I don't think there's enough community groups in this ward to fill up the Oldhurst Hall, this one, and the Memorial Library.
Yeah. The Oldhurst Memorial, our War Memorial Hall, was one facility that the board said, please exclude from this disposal process, and we have. We've been working with the board and community group since about March 2017 on the future of that building, extending and it's one of our concerns that this might turn into that scenario.
Okay, now just one other thing. Mark, this is sort of for Mark. Is the community looking at taking it over and doing all the work on it, or has it got its hand out for money from the council? What's your...
As far as my steer on it would be that they are up for this. They're prepared to take it on. They're prepared to do what's needed to be done to it and get in use for community.
Okay, thank you. So I'm finished. I've just got one more question and then we'll go into debate. Yanni, you had your hand up?
Just in terms of the capacity issue for community facilities, I was just trying to understand, like, in terms of we've faced a huge growth in population in a number of areas that are all crying out for community facilities. So what sort of forward projection have you done around the intensification, all the development that's going on, and being able to ring fence some of the value capture from the developers to pay for the community facilities that communities inherently need when development occurs, right? Like,
I can answer the question on future needs and capacity of community facilities around town. As you're no doubt aware, in 2020, Council approved the community facilities network plan. It identified 2 areas that we should look at. The first was an area between Prestons and Belfast up north. A lot of development, nothing there. The second was a watching brief on the southwest, the Hornby Holswell area. And a result of that, we recommended to the council that the old Holswell Library was transferred into community ownership. We recommended that council proceed with the Hornby Centre. We transfer the old Hornby Library into community ownership and undertake upgrades of a number of other facilities in that area. So we look at this network plan continually. Our area of focus remains, the largest gap is between Prestons and Belfast up north.
Thank you, John. That's
Thanks,
very
Phil.
good answers. So now we'll go, and we've got a mover in a second, and we'll now go into debate. So do I have anyone that wants to do some debate? Mark wants to do some debating.
Strange that I want to speak and debate my own notice of motion, but just to really pick up on what the community came and told us today, they were quite clear that they have got real genuine need in this location, in this community. It was identified in 2001 in a report that has been dug out that this facility was needed in that location. That has not changed. The community has grown since that time. And yes, we've got some new facilities coming online in the wider Hornby area with the Maratiki Hornby Centre and the old library becoming free for community use. But that doesn't negate the fact that this facility is still needed for this community. This community has the groups lined up, and there are more groups that have identified themselves since this EOI process was deemed to have failed. So there is genuine need for this. All this notice of motion is asking for today is for us and our staff to robustly and genuinely engage with the community to try and land this in a position where we would be comfortable as a council to help this community out with this facility, to give it a new lease of life, to allow them to have a chance to move this forward into a new life. So please, I've spoken to pretty well everyone around this table, and I think we're all pretty well agreeing that we're giving this one last crack to get it sorted. So let's get on with this and give the community the chance to line up all the ducks for us to be able to tick it off and say, yep, you can go for it, and let's do it for them.
Thank you, Mark Tyner. And then
Kia ora. As a young whippersnapper who grew up around that area, I was playing basketball around Waikola and with the Nuteders and with the Karipas, and I did that quite a lot. Nearly every single weekend I was staying in Waikola because I lived in Templeton. And what I noticed around there was a deep sense of community connectedness, particularly around that Waikola Hei Community Centre. But what I also noticed was the use was so great that there was a further need for it. Now, I know that this hasn't changed because I coached kids in that area and I dropped them off at home. So I'm supporting this on the basis of it poses little risk to us at the moment to push it out 6 months to see how the community goes, to see how they can make it work. If they can't make it work, it's BAU. And I'm more than happy to see what comes from this. Outside of that, I do have an emotional tie to this place, but I also have a tie to my ward and my greater ward, such as Horswell and Hornby. And I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. So I encourage everyone to support this. It's absolutely fine. Poses little risk to us, so I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out. Kia ora.
Melanie.
Great debate. I'm going to support this as well. I think supporting communities to do work in their own communities is incredibly important, and I can think of lots of examples in my ward where we've done this. But it's a big commitment, and I think community groups, organisations need to be aware of the commitment that they're taking on, and I think that's been the advice we've heard from staff. So, yeah, I want to see how this process goes, have a second shot at it. But I think also it seems to me that elected members might want to have a look in the mirror sometimes and ask themselves how we got to this position, because I think if this has been needed in the community for so long, why hasn't something been done earlier, really, is the question I've got. There's a lot of background work elected members can do, the community can work together, and these things can move on much more quickly and more positively. So I think that's something that we should think about for future endeavours of such types. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. I don't want to look backwards, I want to look forwards. I want to thank Mark and Tyler for a really pragmatic motion here. I think it's giving 6 months. It is, as in Mark's words, getting your ducks in a row. It's really, really hard to get a community and different groups in that community to get them in a row and get organised when you actually don't have a facility to look at or a line in the sand. Here we've got a venue that'll give them 6 months to understand the commitment. There may be interest and want and need, but there must be commitment, and it gives those organisations, those groups, 6 months to work with their councillors and their community board to get some kind of plan. It may not work, but I'm hoping it will for that community. But at least they're going in 6 months with their eyes open and to come back 6 months and hopefully have a really good plan in place. So I think it's a really good pragmatic way to go forward. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thank you, Phil. Probably two things. I just wonder whether the wording is correct in the motion, whether it potentially just needs to remove "at least" from the wording, because the intent all morning has been for 6 months, not for at least 6 months. So if you guys are happy with that, maybe we just tidy that up at the end.
No, neither.
I'm in debate. Can I finish my debate first, or do you want to go now? No. Okay.
She's not on the list yet.
Right. So well, no. Sometimes it'd be nice to speak without being interrupted. The thing about this is actually, if we work through it for 6 months, I'm more than happy to give the community a chance, but I don't want to set them up with false expectations that at the end of that process, the building won't be sold if it can't be done. all we're effectively doing is granting an extension of time because we've heard from people that want this resolved. If they can come up with a proposal that works, then I think we should let them do it. But I'd be very frustrated if we get into next year and something hasn't moved on this. So if there is a 6-month window, I think it'd be incumbent on us all to really support it and let Mark and his team work with it, knowing though that if that doesn't stack up, this building, like we'd already agreed, will go.
So I asked the mover and seconder if they're happy to change that. Is that right? Do that?
Sorry, so what's moved?
Okay, we'll just carry on. Okay, that's right. Jake, please.
Hey, look, I'm happy to allow another 6 months as well. On the other hand, I think, geez, are we just kicking this can continually down the road and setting up an expectation? I'm also not entirely comfortable to keep kicking down the can down the road when I know there's a viable, good social use in the form of affordable housing for people. So that's a consideration. I think my colleague referred to social versus economic. Actually, in this case, it's more a case of unviable social good versus very viable social good with an economic benefit to council as well. But as I said at the start, I'm more than happy to continue for another 6 months. I would prefer the wording was changed to 6 months so we can, get some finality on this issue. And as I think Mark has said, one last chance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So don't tell anyone at my local league club has said this, but I quite like the Halswell community. The Hornby community. As soon as they heard about this, they got cracking to try and save the facility. They've done a great job. They've gone and put some beautiful signs up. Councillor Peters informed me a couple of weeks ago he's prepared to lie down the ditch in front of the bulldozer to save the facility. And to Councillor Peters, I say to you, bloody well, good on you. In Halswell, one of the best decisions that's ever been made was turning the old Halswell Library into the Halswell Community Hub. That place is absolutely thriving. It's full all day, every day and night. It's very, very well run. It's user-friendly. It connects people. I'm wondering how on earth I would have been able to do my job as a local member without having a facility like that to connect with people. I believe that council made a short-sighted decision on 66 Quaves Road. This is the opportunity to make a decision with the future in mind. This is a growth area. The southwest is a growth area. A facility here wouldn't necessarily be used just by people around that area. It could potentially be used by people from all over Christchurch, could be used by people all over the southwest, where there's a growing demand. Myself and Tyler visited a boxing academy a few weeks ago, and they'd set up in Addington. They were looking actually in places like Hoonhays, Braden and Halswell to put it, and Addington was the closest appropriate facility they could find. So there is a need for different spaces in the southwest. I don't think we should get too caught up on a community facility being one that you would hire, a place that community groups would just hire a space. There's all sorts of opportunities. People like the men's shed have been mentioned. The possibilities are endless. All we're doing is extending an expression of interest time. It is a big site. There's 3 different buildings there. That would make it a much larger job and trickier job during that expression of interest process. It is a big site. It could be that there's multiple different groups that need to make a joint one, who knows, but it is a very big site. Yes, that poses an extra big challenge. It's part of the reason why it's going to take a bit longer, but a big site means big potential. Kia ora.
I'll have the second to last. You're next after me. I heard the sentence, prove the genuine need, otherwise it's sold. So if it does get extended by 6 months, that the community has got to prove it and it's genuine. Otherwise, sadly, it will be sold. Now, and that's 6 months. But I think that the community should also look about other bits of land that they're sort of hanging on to and say, look, you can't have it all, let's concentrate on one, otherwise it just goes on and on like an endless story. So that's all I want to say. Mark, you've got one?
Yeah, just as some closing comment. I mean, you heard me earlier say that as community board we fessed up, we missed it, and we're trying to put it right. So this is the last opportunity. But can I suggest, and I heard Melanie mention this earlier, and I think Sam did as well, about process. is there a problem with process? And I suspect there could well be, and it might be worth us as a council, if we can, Dawn, just having a look at some process and make sure that there's not some, I don't know, lack of communication or some wrong communication going to the board as to why these are being missed. The community in Hornby, I first got involved around a rather large problem in the Denton Park situation. So ever since then, I've been watching through the board and other means, perhaps a few process issues. So if we could perhaps have a look at these processes and see if we can't stop these happening again, that would be great. But in this situation, the last 6 month opportunity, I think, is what we need to try and get this ironed out for this facility. And we will work hard as a community, as I'm sure they're up for that work, to try and improve this and get this to a situation where we as a council can be comfortable that they're in a position that they can take it over and they can do the work and they can get it done. They desperately need this facility in this corner of the suburb. The suburb has grown already beyond that location and will grow even more beyond that location yet.
Thank you, Mark.
We need that, so please support this today and give the community one last chance to get this sorted. Thank you.
Right, I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Ooh. Carried. Thank you. Now we will we'll come back at 11:45, everyone, because everyone needs to go to the loo or coffee or whatever. Here we go. Welcome back, everybody. We are now up to deputations by appointment for Plan Change 13 and 14. We will now hear the deputations on item 12. Approval to notify Housing and Business Choice PC14 and Heritage PC13 plan changes. Each presenter will have 5 minutes, and just so that it makes it easy for everyone, at 1 minute to go we'll ding a bell like that, just to let you know that you're getting close to the end, because we've got about 10 of you. So first up is Tony Simons, please. 13. Don't worry.
30-second rule.
Just checking, I can advance the slides just using the space bar. Okay, thank you. Don't start the clock yet. I'm not sure whether it's good to be first up or not. If I was last, I'd be probably tempted to change what I'm going to say, but kia ora koutou, ko Tony Simons toku ingoa. I'm the chair of the Riccarton Bush Kilmarnock Residents Association, and I'm here to talk about PC14. I speak for about 200 members in our association, and our views on this matter are probably widely shared. First of all, I'd like to say I'm in favour of densification. I'm in favour of densification that's planned. I'm in favour of densification that's done well. I'm in favour of densification that stops urban sprawl. The law says your job as council is to develop and implement a long-term plan. You are now on the verge of implementing a government-imposed plan instead, and not a very good one. In fact, a damaging one. If you vote yes today, you are no longer governors, you are government administrators. Let me deal first of all with the elephant in the room. If you do the right thing today, the minister will probably notify anyway, but you've been threatened. The lawyers have told you the Minister Henare may chuck his toys and remove all the qualifying matters, and he might in fact appoint his own hearings panel. They said the same thing last year when Phil Twyford was the minister. He's since gone. Frankly, Pēnei Henare doesn't strike me as that sort of guy. And government ministers may be wrong, but they're not stupid. Only politicians who want to lose an election would be so obviously vindictive. We need city-led densification done well and in the right places at the right time. We must not allow wholesale market-driven intensification led by developers. Yes, there are new qualifying matters. The bowl of dirt you were asked to swallow last year is now a little bit smaller. We acknowledge the positive changes that staff have proposed around sunlight, areas, access to public transport, and protection of natural and character areas, but PC14 is still a sow's ear. Take a look at the screen. This is what we have now in most of our suburbs, 2 stories. Under this plan change, 3-storey housing will be allowed everywhere except in the outer suburbs. These houses may be so close together that some will not see sun for 3 months of the year. The frost may never thaw. And it's really scary to think the market will decide where these are going to go. Popping up anywhere along both sides of Riccarton Road, up as far as Villa Maria College. In Old Riccarton, 6 stories will be allowed anywhere between Blenheim Road and all the way up to the Avon River. 6 stories will appear anywhere on both sides of Papanui Road, several blocks deep on Harewood Road and on Main North Road as far as St Bede's College. Other suburban areas will also be zoned for 6 stories as well. Our streets will be clogged with parked cars. Those of us without cars living in so-called walkable precincts may have a 20-minute walk to the supermarket, longer if we're older or not able. And so much for invigorating the CBD. These developments will suck the life out of the central business district. Your own projections are for Christchurch City to have a population of about 500,000 people in 30 years' time. This plan change will support a population of 2.5 million. In fact, according to the PC14 evaluation, it will provide enough housing capacity right now to see us right through to for the next 70 years, and we're enabling it all at once. Build them fast, build them small, build them cheap, build them ugly, build them anywhere, and maybe they will be more affordable. If no one wants to live in them, they will be. Make the right decision, please. This plan change may still get notified, but at least your integrity, your mana, will remain intact, as will the vision we have for our future city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's brilliant. So now we have. Thank you. No, I haven't got time. Well, for questions.
Okay, good.
Thank you. Even though you did a fantastic job and gave this. If I talk very slowly, Mark Duff, please.
If we could just keep ticking over, these are comments that have come out of a survey that we've put out to our Hornby residents. I firstly want to make the first annual plan submission though, and thank you for your decision yesterday on the decision around Springs Road and Aotea Road. A former mayor, when we arrived with the Hornby Hekoi around about 2 years ago, I said to her I didn't want to come back to this place. I think if you vote yes today, you will see a mass transport movement from Hornby earlier than what you expected. Last week I was at the Hornby Community Centre, meeting with the author of Ken O'Cock, who's writing our 150th Hornby Centenary. It's a proud history of a proud community. This community currently feels under major threat and are scared, rightly scared, that the special fabric that has woven its way over 150 years through our suburb will be destroyed in one council vote if high density housing is allowed of 6 stories. We have a community connectiveness that is unique, I believe, in Hornby. And so far, and an example of that was the 0800 Hornby COVID line that we set up. The Hornby community has spoken in less than 48 hours with over 400 replies to a survey. This in just one ward. The survey had a good mix of ages, homeowners, renters, and people looking for properties. The results were that 85% of the respondents oppose high density in the Hornby area. Only 12% supported it. 30% approve medium density, and I think it's important as a community that we realise we've got to do our bit, and medium density is okay, but high density definitely is not. 76% of residents believe intensification in Hornby is not coping now. Infrastructure. You talked yesterday about safety rating on intersections that you wanted to change. I think going forward you really need to build into an infrastructure rating. How desperate is that intersection needed to change to help the infrastructure in that community as well as safety? And it was interesting to hear infrastructure rating talked about yesterday. 75% of residents don't want developers to have the easy option of not putting trees back on the property. We live on the lowest ward tree canopy, I think around 6%. We want that taken out in our area, no matter what the density is that they have to have housing put in. The central city residential target is something we hear about a lot. We agree with high density, but in the right areas. You guys really need to move at getting people into the central city to make the central city vibrant again. If you put these 6 stories out in Hornby, all you're doing is encouraging people to stay in Hornby and not come into the central city, which is one of your aims. If you apply pressure to an area, it will eventually burst. I won't burst the balloon. But this is what you're going to do with high density housing in the Hornby area. You're going to put more and more pressure on it, and eventually this balloon will burst. So all I would say, don't pop this balloon, but let Hornby be free.
We've got time for questions. Sarah?
Thanks so much. I'm just wondering, the survey that you did, I think it went up just yesterday on Facebook. Not a platform known for young people. What sort of age range are the people that submitted on this?
It's a really good question, and it's one question that we did put into the survey for that factor, and it was a really good range across the age. The most was at 35 to 44. But the support for the 6-storey of the opposition was higher than the people looking for housing and the renters. So even they were saying they don't agree with 6-storey housing. But what I think you're seeing is those ones coming behind and saying that they support medium density, but don't support high density in our area.
Yeah, so one of the things that came across was equity, wipe up on Hornby kind of thing through the comments. Do you think that if we were able to spread that out more across the city rather than intensifying in those kind of areas, that might be more palatable, so you wouldn't have quite as much in Hornby to start with, and if we just spread it and made sure all of the areas had the intensification?
I think what would be acceptable is the real move to get that central city into the 6 stories. It annoys me that I see these 2-3-story developments in the central city. I can see Hornby becoming the end of the ski jump, where they slow down. We're going to have this sort of ski jump finish at the end of Hornby. We've seen the massive transport plan come out, and you want to start it in Hornby again. That should be starting in Rolleston. We do not need the pressure of Rolleston people coming into Hornby to get on that mass transport.
So yeah, one of the things you said was that the 6-storey wasn't going to cope because you'd have too many people in cars and the infrastructure wasn't coping. But then the mass rapid transit would get people out of their cars so that they wouldn't need it and they'd be able to get into town without them. Linking them up.
We're happy, Sarah, for it to go through Hornby, but not to start in Hornby.
Yeah, thank you. Time's up, but thank you very much. Very good. Thank you.
Good luck.
So now we have Ross Gray and Dingwall. Now I will split you two up so you've got 5 minutes each, because I think you were going to run out of puff for what you had to say.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We very much appreciate your decision. Thank you. So first of all, we'll deal with Plan Change 14, and the notes you have got, we'll just take bits from it. We won't read out the whole of the note. So, kia ora koutou katoa. We are Ross Gray and Anne Dingwall, speaking for Christchurch Civic Trust, which appreciates the opportunity to present this deputation on Plan Change 14.
The Trust acknowledges that the Council has attempted a persuasive, bespoke response to the one-solution-fits-all approach from central government. However, today is not the end of the process. Given the mandatory requirement of Section 32(1)(a) of the RMA, an evaluation report required under this Act must examine the extent to which the objectives of the proposal being evaluated are the most appropriate way to achieve the purpose of the Act, and given the silence in the Council Officer's evaluation report in respect of this requirement, the Trust does not support the notification of proposed Plan Change 14 at this time.
The Trust makes the following points. Christchurch should offer to accept the moving target population set by the central government of the time for housing, projecting forward by specific years, allowing local planning to achieve those targets using whatever tools are appropriate for the local geography, with reviews as necessary to take into account sudden episodic events, which as we know can happen and do happen, and emergence of changing technologies. Number two,
residential intensification. Rather than making Christchurch more climate resilient, as the Minister has been advised, residential intensification in the manner prescribed, combined with extreme rainfall, risks exposing Christchurch to unacceptable flooding, unless the Council achieves integrated management of the effects of such land development, Where is the Council's commitment to strengthening, upgrading and maintaining the city's infrastructure to support the scale of the proposed residential intensification?
3. Christchurch has a long history of matching supply and demand for land for residential development. 4. Intensification of housing would take place on appropriate sites and appropriate transport corridors. Services must be scheduled in advance of occupation. 45 minutes should be considered the maximum door-to-door travel time within the built-up urban area. And 5, intensification should only be allowed if sufficient nearby open green space, which of course includes trees, exists at walkable distances. If such green space does not exist, then it would have to be created. 6. An energy efficient, equitable and sustainable approach would guide where and when urban redevelopment and new development would be encouraged. Energy audits would be a key metric for comparing alternative development plans. The historical attitude that favours road-centric solutions over rail remains evident in Chapter 7 of the Christchurch District Plan, despite reference to mass rapid transport as part of the transport system now necessary to support intensification.
That was a decent shake.
Wasn't it?
Second bit of 5.
Yeah.
So-
There was an earthquake, but never mind,
Oh,
keep going.
I didn't hear it. No, it's you.
We have a ground
It's you.
shaking effect.
Do it,
Keep
pause,
going.
keep
And that's
going.
the sudden events that I mentioned.
Right, keep going.
No,
Oh, no, it's
it's you.
not.
It was all planned, I can tell you.
We didn't have a balloon, we had a quake. The post-quakes independent hearings panel deliberations produced a tailored housing development capacity plan for Christchurch of up to 23,700 dwellings by 2028 in fulfilment of the statement of expectations. Prime agricultural land would be protected in the peri-urban environment. Greenfield development would be a last resort, not the first. Number 8, a bespoke solution for Christchurch should provide for the latitude of Christchurch, succession plans, and horizontal infrastructure upgrading, taking into account climate change and vulnerability in respect of future build, and open green space, and the preservation of the Garden City image, and the protection of our remaining precious heritage taonga.
9. Let Christchurch lead by example and be free of centrally imposed constraints that do not take into account the fact that the purpose of the RMA can be achieved in a bespoke intensification plan for Wellington. Ngā mihi nui. I'm not sure what the time is, I'm afraid. Sorry? You'll ping? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right, thank you very much. Now, so the next item is on Plan Change 13, and I'll just read it. I shall just read most, if not all of it. So I'm the chair of Christchurch Civic Trust, and Anne is the convener of the Hagley Park and Open Spaces Subcommittee. We expressed in our submission to Council on 12th of May 2022, the Trust is supportive of Plan Change 13. Now that PC 13 is again open to Council approval of notification, a few points we need to make. 1, Hagley Park. We referred to the encroachment of the park's values by the consented Ryman healthcare development on Park Terrace and adjacent streets. We had objected strongly to the enormous, and they were, exceedance of the Christchurch District Plan's height limits in the area from 14 to 19.5 metres, which is a 39, I think, % increase. And we were concerned about the consequent effects on the Hagley Park adjacent street interface. The thing is, our concerns actually continue, despite there being not a single sign of building on the site since a resource consent was granted by commissioners and the council in 2021. The situation, we believe, needs addressing. The question is there a time frame enforceable by council within which the resource consent which has been granted must be activated? You'll know the answer to that. 2, the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library. As we know, it's open for further discussion and investigation. I want to say that we were very appreciative of Councillor Johansson's support for the Upper Riccarton War Memorial Library inclusion on the CCC Heritage Schedule on that in that September meeting. 3, Princess Margaret Hospital concerns me and us a lot. It was hoped by the Trust that PMH would be included on the same schedule, but the council officers have decided that not enough time, so it's still a possibility that it could be included. But the thing is, it's such an important building. Apart from it being one of the few mid to later 20th century major buildings to survive the demolition from the earthquake, post-earthquakes, Think of the Christchurch railway station, that wonderful building. It offers vast potential for adaptive reuse in terms of housing, supermarket, theatre, all sorts of things, community groups, medical even. It's an integral part of the area's and city's historical psyche, and equally, if not more importantly, it's an enormous store of embodied energy, the energy put into making the thing in the first place. Demolition would generate huge CO2 emissions, including as a result of replacement building on the site. And the floor space is 40,000 square metres, 4 hectares. So it mustn't be wasted. For Englefield Lodge, as you know, many of you will have noted its sad decline over the years. It's still declining. We've tried to do what we can, but the final point, it should form the core of a vibrant Englefield residential heritage area, and there was possible interest shown me just loosely by box 112. Thank you. And you can see 5 Deersbury and over the page, and there's some documentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Because you've had a real good fair go at it with the two of you, I won't allow any questions. So thank you very much for coming and presenting.
We're happy to answer councillors' questions anytime.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So now we have Finn Jackson, please.
Cool. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Finn Jackson aho. Thank you all for having me, and special thanks to Katie for arranging all the deputations today, because it must have been quite a bit of work as there's a fair few of us here. I'm here today to speak in support of notifying plan changes 13 and 14. I've lived in Christchurch my whole life, I have deep roots here, and I want to see our city succeed. Today you'll be setting the direction for the kind of city we want to become. We can keep on the track we're currently going down and end up sprawling and congested like Auckland, or we can take the opportunity you have before you today and take a step towards becoming a smart, affordable, climate-friendly garden city, one that competes at both a national and international level with Auckland and Australia in providing a healthy, affordable, sustainable and high-quality lifestyle for its people. Approving Plan Change 14 today is in the best interests of our city. Christchurch is New Zealand's second largest city and the capital of the South Island. The future is uncertain and unpredictable, as we all know. But one thing we do know that is on current trends, Greater Christchurch is on track to become a 1 million-person city within my lifetime. That's before taking into account potential variation in immigration rates or the inevitable arrival of climate change refugees. We need to plan big, we need to build well, and we need a lasting plan for Christchurch. The process that kick-started this plan was instigated by our country's major political parties, who came together in recognition of their shared vision of a property-owning democracy. Since the 1990s, nothing new has really been tried in housing policy, and as a result, nothing has been able to change the long-term trends. Rising house prices, rising rents, and falling home ownership rates. The MPSUD and MDRS are designed to change these trends by recognising that the single biggest contributor to house price increases between 1978 and 2018 was insufficient housing supply caused by restrictive land use rules. New Zealand's economy is dominated by broken markets, and the housing market is no exception. Your role in this is to fill in the detail and customise the policy for the local context. The plan isn't perfect. In my mind, too much time has been spent on the sunlight qualifying matter rather than incentivising high-quality intensification. This could have been done through policies like development bonuses for energy-efficient and well-insulated housing, or for redevelopment of light industrial areas in Sydenham, or for building in ways that add to local character like the new pastel-coloured townhouses on Selwyn Street. But in general, the qualifying matters are based on solid evidence, as required, and the plan hits on some key points. Most importantly to me, as someone whose family history includes both loggers who milled most of the Port Hills and former curator of the city's botanic gardens, it introduces rules to enhance our status as New Zealand's garden city with new requirements for tree planting. Those are rules which currently don't exist. Trees are essential green infrastructure, and this will help to reduce urban heat islands and flooding, which is really important for a city heading into what often looks to be a bleak climate future. So today I'm asking you to vote yes and to put the needs of our city first, and failing that, to send the matter to a citizens' assembly. You might have read about that idea in the press yesterday. In this process, what seems to have been forgotten is the voices of those who have the least political power: the poor, renters, students, and people under a certain age. This is our home too, and Christchurch should reflect that. So let's move forward and grow our garden city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's great. Thank you.
Thanks.
Question.
Oh, sorry. Question from Yanni. Sorry. Yep.
Thank you. I was just wondering if you've read the Section 32 report, and if so, if you had a response to its summary that any increased enablement is unlikely to significantly improve housing affordability for entry-level homeowners and those most financially stressed, and that those issues are more complex and beyond the realm of a district plan. Because while I understand what you're saying around affordability, you've made two kind of points in your submission about saying that one of the reasons has been land constrained for development, and you've also talked about the poor, the renters, the students' voices being forgotten. But in our own assessment, we actually do acknowledge that, and we have plenty of capacity, and this plan change will not address affordability. So have you got a response to why you think what you're saying is different to what our professional advice is?
Sure.
Can we give it an extra minute?
I would first say I'll send you the report from the Infrastructure Commission, which points to the fact that increasing housing supply will reduce house prices. Secondly, I think you need to look at Auckland. It's not just about reducing housing prices in the first instance. Upzoning after the Auckland Unitary Plan was passed has resulted in rents now being lower in real terms than they were at the time the plan was passed. For me and for a lot of people who are renting currently, that's an immediate financial benefit we can get from this. So I think that's, hopefully that answers some of your question.
Thank you, Finn. That's great. We're just up to time. That's brilliant. Thank you. Glenn. Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Glenn Murdoch. I am the chairperson of the Canterbury Westland branch of Architectural Designers New Zealand, ADNZ. So ADNZ is a national organisation representing the interests of professional architectural designers and registered architects. So more than 500 members, professional members across the country. In Canterbury Westland, we have around just over 100 professional members, and in the Canterbury Westland region, our members specify in the order of $2 billion worth of work per year. In Canterbury Westland, ADNZ professional members are heavily engaged in the development projects around multi-unit residential work. So today, I want to speak to Plan Change 14 and speak further to my letter that was sent, our letter that was sent to the Mayor and to the relevant ministers at the time in November last year. And that letter was co-signed also by the New Zealand Institute of Architects, Certified Builders and Master Builders. So those four organisations collectively do around about $5 billion worth of work in Aotearoa per year. That letter was quite clear, and I want to reiterate our position today that we're agnostic about whether or not Plan Change 14 is notified. Our concern is not about the detail of Plan Change 14, it's about the lack of certainty that as an industry we're facing. So since 8th September last year, when the council at that time refused to notify, there's been a large amount of uncertainty. Some of our professional members have had up to 90% of their work put on hold or stopped, and that's putting our industry under extreme stress. So today I'm not advocating for a particular vote. What I'm advocating for is a decision that allows concrete rules to be put in place in a timely manner so we understand the rules that we're playing with. That's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Sarah?
So the one proposed rule, qualifying matter, that is the one that is the most uncertain is the qualifying matter to do with sunlight. So there's the uncertainty over whether that would be in place at all at the end of the process. And is that the key one that whether we do or not today that you would maybe like withdrawn?
Yeah, that's absolutely the one that's going to put a stop or continue to halt developments in that next year process until around about April next year, should you notify today. So yes is the answer to your question.
Yeah, so it's not just the actual building, it's the actual process of designing and everything to those standards.
Yeah, correct.
So
And I
delays
think even if you were to notify today, then there's still a year of uncertainty, where there's submission process and we still don't know what those rules might look like come April next year. So that becomes very difficult for developers to come to designers and say, please design to these rules when that's a high level of risk.
Thank you very much. Aaron?
Yeah, so hopefully you can answer, it's a riddle, and one that most people don't seem to understand is where you can already build to 6 stories or higher and stuff. It's Central City, quite a desirable place, billions spent on its redevelopment, amazing place to live. Why are they 2 and 3 stories? And the economics, and are we going to see a proliferation of 6-story buildings everywhere? Because if people can't afford them now in the inner city.
Yeah, look, I think there's 2 questions there.
Yep.
The first question, I don't know the answer. Talk to the developers. I don't know why they're not building taller in the central city.
Are you?
I'm not a developer.
Oh, but you are in the industry.
Oh, if I was a developer, would I build 6 stories in the central city? I'd look pretty hard at it, yeah. But I'm not a developer. The second question you had was, sorry, remind me.
Just the economics of the 6-story buildings. Why, if it made sense, if it was going to supply all this housing at a really cheap rate, people would be doing it, would they not?
I suspect so. I'm not working in that field, in that 6-story field. My feeling is that the engineering costs and the construction costs make it unaffordable. But that's my feeling.
Yeah.
Okay.
Quite helpful to know.
Thank you, Aaron. Sam?
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. It's really useful. So just so I'm clear, around the qualifying matter that will create the uncertainty for the year, he's sort of saying the organisation would be happy to forego the amenity value of that in order to get some certainty for the next 12 months.
No, we're agnostic about what the rules are. We just want some clarity and in a timely manner.
Yeah, I guess I'm asking you from a professional point of view, though, based on the rules and the wider amenity implications it has, because it is effectively a solution for the city. I'm just wondering, from your professional background, do you sort of see that as a benefit?
I'd say yes.
Okay, thank you. That's great.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant timing. Thank you. Next, we have Benny Gilling, who is on Zoom. Are you there, Benny?
Yes. Hello.
Welcome, mate.
I'll be brief, as COVID has kept me away. Kia ora koutou, councillors. I'm here to speak to you specifically to encourage you to vote in favour of notifying the plan change. And I'm specifically going to be talking about the economics behind this. As was brought up earlier by my colleague Finn, current housing in Christchurch is unaffordable. You may have heard people complaining about daylight robbery, but what I would say is daylight robbery is a median house price in Christchurch that is more than 10 times the median income in this country. Sustainable rates would put that it should be between 3 to 5 times the median income in a year. And currently, with the median income being $61,828, according to Stats NZ, and the median house price in Christchurch as of this last month of January being $650,000. That's from Harcourts directly. Back compared to when my parents first bought their own house, which they got in 2004, median house price was $220,000, and the median income was somewhere around $40,000. That keeps everybody still in line. That's about 5 times that price, and that was just roughly sustainable back then. But now we are completely out of that. My second point that I want to bring to you today, as you can see on my presentation piece here, is about the financial impact on the council specifically. So what you see here before you is a extract from a study done in Halifax in Canada on the impacts of different density areas on the rates, on the cost to the council for maintenance per each dwelling. So as you can see on this one, this is an urban low density, which I have approximated to roughly represent what the majority of Christchurch currently looks like. And that comes to their $3,091 per year of maintenance costs from their council. Converted to today's currency, that comes out to about $5,333. If we can look at the next part of that, please. So this is a urban high density development. And so what you can see here is this is somewhat reflective of what might happen with the notification of this plan change, but even still you can see one-story separated buildings in this as well. But still, even with that, that brings its price down to, back in their currency, 1,416, which converted to ours is 2,442 per year. This is a significant drop in maintenance cost for the council, and this would free up finances for the council to either not have to increase rates as much going into the future, or simply to be able to increase payment in services like the transport. That's going to be a big part of shifting into our future as a city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's very good. So, anyone got a question with Timothy? Thank you.
Hey, Benny, thank you very much. I'm just looking at the second slide here in the Halifax example you've given. Just really interested with regards to the trees and the spaces between those buildings. So I don't know if you can answer this. So in the government's proposal that they put forward, basically 20% ground cover, you don't have to keep any trees, and distance between dwellings is, well, pretty well bugger all. But in this example, there seems to be a positive trees and lots of space between the developments. Can you comment on that at all?
I can comment that this is based off of actual developments within Halifax.
Okay.
I can't give the exact things because I didn't do the study myself.
Okay. Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Benny. That was very good. Thank you. So next we have Harrison McElvoy.
Good afternoon, I think
Good
it is now. Following on from all this, I'm going to be just giving a brief kind of rundown on micro-communities and stuff. So one of the things that we see with developments is that we see sausage developments. We all know what those are. We all know the definition terminology around that. But it really is that we should be focusing PC14 more on community-oriented developments and transit-oriented development. So that's intensification development with the supportive infrastructure being built to actually manage the on-flow effects of that. So essentially, we've just had the Mass Rapid Transit Plan released, which is obviously going to go hand in hand with PC Futures going forward. And hand in hand with that is PC14, or it should be. The impacts of intensification on transport choices are that it will actually create an induced demand for increased services. In the current model, you'd be looking at an increased ridership and patronage. That obviously brings down the overhead costs of like per trip. That obviously more revenue covers more costs, leading to a more efficient system. In future, that would also be able to look at being fairly self-sufficient at expansion, hopefully. But it is also that it reduces emissions profile and removing cars from the road. It creates a reduced number of single occupant vehicles by creating denser areas within which people will be entering and exiting from. The concentration of this infrastructure into spines and corridors also increases the efficiency of money spent on upgrades. More people use them. Things like light rail have reduced cost over busways in terms of the actual upkeep of the surfaces after the capital investment, and the reduction in people on our roads leads to a reduction in prices for road maintenance and a better It allows for a better allocation of the existing council's resources in actually maintaining roads that need maintenance. As well as that, it also creating smaller micro communities within intensified areas, it actually creates a demand for more local businesses and for, again, a further reduction in usage of vehicles. So we're looking at, many of you will have heard of the 15-minute city model coming through. That's a very well-established urban design model that's been in planning for decades. It's not the conspiracy theory that some make it out to be. It is a very sensible and rationally based urban design strategy. And it's proven that Christchurch is actually one of the cities in New Zealand that actually falls outside, almost the furthest outside of that sort of 15-minute walkable distance for major amenities. There are very few places actually that fall inside Christchurch. So what intensification can in theory do is create a demand for those amenities, whether private or publicly funded and sourced. We're talking more small businesses on corners, mixed-use developments to provide both residential and commercial opportunities within these areas, and of course the patronage to actually sustain that. But there's also onflows for mental health. In creating compact and connected micro-communities, you're essentially creating that neighbourhood and building it that your neighbours are with you. And when we're not talking sausage developments, we're talking sort of courtyard-based developments, larger scale developments now. You're building modern, up-to-code, affordable housing that's centred around amenities and focal points. You're creating a community and building that. You are giving more choice for transport options. There is a Waka Kotahi report released, I believe, a few years ago now that stipulated that the impacts of spending more than 2 hours in traffic a day have a tangible impact on the mental health of citizens in New Zealand. Removing that, creating those intensified corridors and building the infrastructure to support it is something that reduces and mitigates that effect, alongside building these modern up-to-code houses. There's talk of the qualifying sunlight matter. I would rather spend 5 months of the year in a warm, dry, healthy home than spend, what I've already done is spend 5 months of the year in a cold, damp house. This gives options for people to make more choice surrounding their accommodation. And all of these things, these positive impacts, are disproportionately focused at low economic, younger communities, migrant communities, disabled communities, all of whom currently there are multiple restrictions in access to housing in the city. There's affordability, there's accessibility, and there is just the sheer, sometimes, lack of housing available. So sometimes, as a renter, you are forced to take what is in front of you rather than what you can actually get. Increasing the housing stock increases those options. So I guess if I'm going to expand on that further, the two qualifying...
Sorry, Harrison.
Am I out of time?
Yeah, you are. But
okay.
that was absolutely spot on. It was a very, very good presentation. Thank you very much.
You can all read that as I walk away, but yeah.
Andrew. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity of allowing me to speak to you today. By way of background, I've got an honours degree in environmental engineering from Canterbury University. I worked for this council for 5 years in its engineering and planning divisions. I went back to university, got an MBA, and then was a GJ Gardner Homes franchisee for some time. Built over 400 houses in Christchurch and North Canterbury, including right through the rebuild period. And I come before you today, though, as a developer with a hill site completely stymied by your proposed Plan Change 14. But my background means that I'm well placed to give lucid comment on Plan Change 14 from an environmental, city planning, home building, affordability and business perspective. Unfortunately, the direction provided by Council to staff to change the previous Plan Change 14 means that Council gets a fail mark from me in all of these areas and seriously runs the risk that the Minister will now use his call-in powers to decide what Christchurch will get. To assert that building apartments on the hill is inappropriate because of poor public transport is kind of like saying you can't do a subdivision here because there's no power there yet. We don't do that because we know that we can add the power in later, just like we can easily improve public transport later. The roads already exist. It's very easy to add more bus services and increase their reach. My proposed development site has a bus stop right outside the door. The buses come approximately every 30 minutes. If that's no good, you can get in the car, drive down the hill, and at the bottom there's buses that come every 10 to 15 minutes. This isn't poorly serviced, it's great. As a Hill resident, I often use bus services, and I'm happy to do so. The press article that was in 24 February notes that about 44% of Christchurch's residential lots are excluded from densifying because they're on the hill. Reality is that's likely to be over half of the city's area because hill sites are larger than flat sites as a general rule. Why would we deprive people who want to live in a lower carbon, cost-effective, low-maintenance form of living the opportunity to do so? Why do we not want apartments on the hill? Why should one have to live in a house to enjoy those views? Are we trying to keep low-income people off the hills? Do we not want first-time homebuyers to have a view? Do we not want older people who no longer wish to maintain large properties the option to stay in an area where they might have lived for the last 50 years? Because the bus doesn't come every 15 minutes? Really? That doesn't make sense, and you know it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't pass the sniff test. My proposed apartments all have one garage space and one off-street parking space. They don't shade neighbours and they don't block views any more than a two-storey home would. They all have spectacular sea views. None of this will be permitted under the proposed Plan Change 14. It's ludicrous. If Christchurch tries to hang on to what we've always had, we will keep the same problems that we've got now, and they'll get worse. Sprawl, a less livable city, higher greenhouse gas emissions, lower housing affordability, higher infrastructure cost, higher rates. You don't need to be a Reserve Bank economist to understand that if you remove the lowest cost housing option from half of the city, you will, over time, affect affordability right across the city. That would not be the council acting in the long-term interest of residents. I think those who voted against the last Plan Change 14 are being cute to try and get around the intent of the legislation and appease the noisy minority. I don't think excluding half of the city from densification will play very well with the Minister. It's very likely he'll use his call-in powers since Council has chosen the flimsiest of grounds to crook a snook at the Resource Management Amendment Act. This total loss of control may not be a good outcome for Christchurch, and voters may ultimately agree. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew.
20 seconds if anyone wants to ask a quick question.
No, you must have done a fantastic job because no one wants to talk to you. Thank you. Now we've got Helen, who was here in her own right, not as the Com Board chair, just to put that across.
Sorry about this.
You're right.
Right. Thank you. Am I the last person, or you've got people after me? Thank you.
Four more after you.
4 more, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. And as Phil said, I'm here as an individual, but I've got a strong background in planning. I think this is the most major issue facing Christchurch since the earthquake. It's a huge task you have because it's one that's been put on you. You haven't developed it yourself. And I believe if this goes through, or even some modification of this goes through, it'll transform Christchurch in a negative way, which will be very hard to pull back. I just want to talk on two issues in Riccarton. This is the area where I live, and I appreciate that the staff have gone to great lengths to bring in Riccarton House and Bush as a qualifying matter. I just want to say that I don't think they've gone as far enough in zoning as I would have wished. So a number of us will argue this in front of the hearings panel. But I do appreciate that this area has been seen as a qualifying matter. The second issue is a much more macro issue. Riccarton, and I want everyone to sort of hold this in their heads basically, Riccarton has got two town centres. There's Westfield and the Bush Inn, and this means that 6 stories are around those centres. And so you move from Deans Avenue to Villa Maria, could all be 6 stories on that way through, and Deans Avenue to the main South Road, again, is 6 stories. There's a couple of blocks in between, which will be medium density, but the look of that, if it happened, and if it goes ahead as it could, will just be horrendous. It will undermine the central city development that you want. So what I believe is that the Bush Inn is wrongly classified as a town centre. I took a walk around it one day, Sunday afternoon at 11:30. Hardly any of the public were in there. There's no supermarket. The butcher has closed in the meantime, and the dress shops have closed. There's some shops, but not a lot. It's got a vibrant outside, coffee bars, eateries, but there's nothing much there. So what I'll be trying to do is to present to the hearings panel that this should not be a town centre. Now that will then take some of the problems away, because there'll be less, it will be a lesser walkable distance. So some of that glass, 6 stories glass buildings and concrete will actually go. But again, that's up to the hearings panel. Can I just add that intensification is happening anyway, even under the current plan. The medium density housing is 30 homeowners per hectare. We're currently at 75 homeowners per hectare in medium density. All the Riccarton residents groups are opposed. There's 5 of them, all for different reasons, and all will be making submissions to the hearings panel. I guess the one good thing from this is that there is a hearings panel. And so every issue can be actually negotiated or discussed at the panel. Thank you.
Sarah?
Good, thanks, Helen. Just checking, when it comes to the Bush Inn, and the shop's not particularly thriving and being profitable and things at the moment, do you think that if there were more people living in close proximity to use the shops, that actually that might support the businesses more so that they would be profitable?
No, because it's quite an intense area. I know it very well, and there's small units which are attached. So there's very little, gardens, if you like. So they're all two or three, 1 or 2 story units which are attached.
But if we were allowing more development, we'll have more people to support, to walk to the shops.
Well, it used to be busier, so I don't think it's population based. It's something to do with probably how it's been managed.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean to say it can't improve.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they might manage it better and invest more in it if there's more people to shop.
Future.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, I think there's a groundswell of people there. It just isn't being, as I would say, it's not a town centre. And I don't think when central government brought this in, they even thought about town centres being close together.
Yeah, thank you, Helen. I'll just get Andre to have his one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Short one?
Yeah, absolutely. The Bush Inn Centre is more than 50 stores. Church Corner Shops is more than 20, plus there's a supermarket. It's talking over 70 retail spaces. What would define a town centre more than that?
Well, I'll have to look very carefully at the town centre. Obviously, Westfield is. But as far as I see it, there's no community facilities in the bush inn. There's probably not in Westfield either. And it's just not, it's a much smaller centre than it looks, basically.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
But I'll have to get figures on that too.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, we've now got Garth. On behalf of the Central Riccarton Residents Association. Welcome, mate.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Last year, I sat in this room, as many of you did, and listened to 30 minutes of dire warnings of what would happen if councillors voted no. When the overwhelming majority of councillors decided to support residents' associations from across Christchurch, the sky didn't fall in, and none of these dire predictions came to pass. This year, we're having the same dire predictions from the same people, and an extra person has been parachuted in by the government to ramp up pressure. Well, three things. We don't live in a communist regime where there is only a central government. We live in a democracy with local government as well. There's no point in having local government if the local body councillors are expected to be lapdogs of central government. There's already a blueprint, an excellent blueprint for Christchurch. It was sent by our former mayor, Leanne Dalziel, to Wellington, full of cogent reasons why the one-size-fits-all intensification should not apply to Christchurch. Christchurch, sitting at 44 degrees latitude with 300,000 people, is not the same as Auckland, sitting on 37 degrees latitude with 1.5 million people. Yes, there have been some modifications suggested by staff, but these amount only to tinkering around the edges. The solution's clear. Send Mayor Dalziel's letter to the Prime Minister and ask him to read and reflect on its contents. The present Prime Minister does not strike us as a person politically suicidal with a general election 6 months away. He's already stated openly he's open to discussion on three waters. He can be equally open to discussions around housing intensification. Meanwhile, the so-called developers are in a frenzy in our area. It's rather like the old gold rush days in central Otago. They see the opportunity to make themselves a fortune, irrespective of what the impact they're being allowed to do has on the neighbourhood. They're being allowed currently to get away with projects that are only mainly compliant. It seems to us that resource consent is in the pockets of developers. And where are the planners in Christchurch? The only planning seems to be done by developers who can choose what sort of building they have in the neighbourhood that's cheapest for them. We in central Riccarton live in an already over-intensified medium density area. The infrastructure cannot cope. Unless you live in this situation, You have no idea of the impact this madcap construction frenzy is having on residents' physical and mental health. And it's only set to get worse. Finally, a question. A few years ago, this council proclaimed itself a climate emergency council. And the question is this: how come a Russian can come to this country and chop down a whole urban forest in Clyde Road, close to the Riccarton Road intersection, and this Climate Emergency Council did nothing to prevent this happening, or even try to prevent it happening?
Thank you, Garth. That's good. Okie dokie. Is Karen there, please?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Recently, the streets of Deloraine Street held a meeting regarding 2 high-density buildings requests that were lodged in 2022 and the impact this will have on our small dead-end street. Our concern is not just our street, but also how high-density impact will have on Christchurch and what sort of vision is being considered for our city. Concerns were raised as far back as 1925 about the lack of drainage services that were not being future-proofed for the growth of the rural living to urban living and the new building changes that were happening. This appears not much had happened until it was revisited in 1974 as the drainage issue was labelled as urgent in nature, with concerns of creeks and drains posing a safety risk to the public and flooding vulnerability. The council took 4 more years to address these issues. Clearly, we see the council has previously failed to future-proof the city, though their own historical papers and council meetings of drainage issues show this. A report written in 2011, Flooding Vulnerability Engineering Assessment by EQC, written by Tonkin and Taylor, was done at the request of the government and the Christchurch City Council themselves. We asked the government and the Christchurch City Council revisit and review the impact of the high-density building that is happening in Christchurch, that is putting us all at risk once again. These large concrete parking bays will have an effect on the land of the interflow runoff of flooding in surrounding areas and properties. An easement runs through several properties in our street, across the road, and runs behind houses for the entire length of the street, meeting somewhere into Roberta Drive and beyond. This is named Wilderness Creek. That creek runs under and close to properties of the proposed applications that have been lodged as set out in the EQC papers, IFV papers. Whoops. Historical maps of Christchurch show a large number of streams of creeks that have now been covered up and buried. You are willing to risk what we have seen happen in the North Island here. This could be devastating for Christchurch and our street. The former New Zealand Transport Agency have policies and procedures driveways and footpath state should be constructed to a level for the safety of the pedestrians and young children. It appears Christchurch City Council is failing its duty when it approves a resource consent with these high-density constructions. They are not fulfilling those requirements. This cost could be passed on in the resource consent application, yet another failure for future-proofing the city. We all know Christchurch is mainly flat. We see residential neighbourhoods being built up upwards, privacy being taken away from residents overlooking backyards, reducing natural sunlight hours. Gardens will be a thing of the past. We were surprised to learn that there is no notification required to neighbouring properties about these high-density buildings going up on fence lines. Having your boundaries being built up in some places on 2 or more sides is surely not acceptable. We believe these property owners have a right to object. We do wonder if the duty planners research historical information and also actually cite these plots of land and surrounding areas. Are they suitable to build these in that location for the benefit of the suburb? Who will pay for the devaluing of these boxed-in landowners? Would you, as a landowner, want this around your plot of paradise? Surely the earthquakes have taught you something. You struggled with the reconstruction and rebuild of the underground services back then. One of the pending resources consents is a 6-unit, 5 of which are 4 bedrooms and 1 is 2 bedrooms. This could be expected to have 22 persons living, with the potential up to 44 persons. Underground services would be limited for any given street, yet you are willing to bust our resources in our street with no potential of allowing any upgrades. What rubbish truck collecting, your rubbish truck collecting, with another 12 bins from one consent alone at the end of our street. Who is to say Deloraine Street is going to stop at just 2 building consents? Just tell us what you've done to cope with the extra people in our street and have increased by. With the extra pressure on the underground services and the added social issues that come with high density living. What we have worked for has gone, and you have not been future-proofing our city. Garden City term will have to be changed to Concrete Jungle City.
Good idea.
Thank you for your time and listening.
Thank you very much. Jocelyn, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and councillors. Yesterday, on page 21 of the press, there was an article by Tom Logan, a senior lecturer at the University of Canterbury. The title of the article was "Density Can Bring Our Visions to Life." A photo of Copenhagen accompanied his article. I live in central Riccarton, which has already well passed its medium density designation and achieved high density housing without the lovely green canopy of the Copenhagen photo. How did Copenhagen achieve such good design where density of housing does not mean a dearth of green space? Who is going to lead the vision of good urban design for Christchurch, as currently trees and green space don't seem to matter to the developers who seem to be leading the intensification vision? Tom Logan states, some people will prioritise being able to walk to their friends, to work or to the park over sunlight on their ground floor. Pensioners who may only be able to afford the reduced sunlit ground floor unit will not want to sit in a dark, cold apartment that will cost 3 to 4 times as much to heat in winter as one that does with sunlight. What do the planners and developers envisage as suitable housing for pensioners or less able-bodied residents? Perhaps someone could explain how 6 stories in central Riccarton will enhance opportunities for people to walk to work. It is interesting to read in the National Policy of Urban Development requires Christchurch as a Tier 1 territorial authority to monitor development outcomes in various designated zones. It is difficult to find any different definitions to explain the differences between metropolitan centre zones and town centre zones. What type of key activities could I find in a high density residential zone compared to a medium density residential zone or a general residential zone? Everything I read creates a sense of dread at what might become of my albeit small sunny backyard and whether the infrastructure will survive the expected residential developments the National Policy NPSUD requires, and the district plan changes proposed to meet those requirements. I am worried because I have no confidence there is a coordinated, visionary approach overseeing the extreme changes, but we're at the mercy of the developers whose main interest is making a profit. How does the council intend to lead when residents are only seeing the worst possible outcomes of the district plan changes? How was the vision and rules about building heights that was created after the earthquake so easily overruled? Who will be our Baron Houseman, the administrator who created the vision that is Paris? As my good companion says, council does the crime, we residents serve the time. Thank you. There'll be no question.
Afternoon, councillors, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I speak now out of writings that were last minute, abrupt and unprepared. When I heard the call, the need of my community to speak on their behalf, I stayed up late last night and penned what I'm currently writing, or speaking, writing last night. Let it be known that if you read the papers, you may recognize me, having last year suffered a brain injury through an attack by an unknown assailant. Last week, I went under the knife for a hernia repair. And as of this morning, I went under the needle for a blood infusion. But I am here because my community asked me to. To introduce myself, because I'm not the Hollywood star I try to convince my wife I am, my name is Tony Ryder. By law and by writ, I'm actually Michael Ryder. But few of you have heard, for those of you who have not heard me speak before, you will not have heard this shtick and this jest. If you're IRD, you know me as Michael. If you're my friend, you know me as Tony. And councillors, Mr. Mayor, please call me Tony. Why am I here? It'd be easy to say to you that I am here because I am co-chair for the Church Corners Residents Association. And it would be easy for me to say that I am here as a citizen of Christchurch. What is not easy for me to say is that I am here because I am scared of PC 14, and so are the people that I represent. I grew up in intensive housing. I grew up where our lifestyle was a gasp of air because we had no room to breathe. The best intentions of an easy way to utilize land and address housing needs became known as one of the worst housing complexes in the United States. This housing complex, Cabrini Green, was not an additional installation of trouble and intensification in an area that was already troubled and intensely populated. In fact, it was nicely dotted, not far from the center city, with nice middle-class, dare we say, gentrified areas nearby. They had nearby facilities, medical, public transport. It was all part of the consideration when Cabrini Green was greenlighted. But it didn't work. The design failed, and it was poorly planned. And ultimately, it caused harm to its residents. I came to New Zealand in 1998, and in 2023 I remain. In my time living in Christchurch, there have been many events of significance that have caused us all grief and pain and hopelessness. But we are Christchurch strong. That is you, that is me, and that is the people we represent. Let it be known now that these very notes show we are Christchurch strong. We have endured many obstacles, obstructions, obfuscations. We remain. The character, the life that drives our city relies on a measured approach to where, what, and how we are. It is our kindness, our spirit, and our ability to take a collective deep breath for the greater good that keeps us healthy and strong. Plan Change 14 is proposing battery farm citizens. It is proposing a future of landscape where the most houses per square meter is priority. There is no benefit for persons to be within a condensed cage of housing that provides housing for the sake of housing. In the thesis written by Paige Fernandez, A Compact Community, she studies high-density housing in Auckland. She states that her research shows there is acceptance of affordable and intensified housing as long as it is well designed. In the thesis written by Joshua Campbell-Tai, Room to Breathe, he studies medium density housing in Christchurch. He writes that he hopes his research seeks to avoid serious issues that can suffocate cities where expansion is poorly planned. We can continue looking at the research. It all says this, plan and design. How can we agree to Plan Change 14 when it is not specifically for Christchurch? How can we agree to Plan Change 14 when we are relinquishing the reins for the design? The council has said no before, and I ask you to say no again. Christchurch strong. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That gets us to the end of our deputations, and we will now break for lunch, and I'll see you here on the dot of 2 o'clock. So we'll go a bit earlier than 2:15. 2 o'clock. thank you everybody and welcome back. Hope you had an enjoyable lunch. We are now on to item 12, which sort of has number 17 piggyback on the back of it. I'd just like to ask Helen White to explain the difference to councillors between items 12 and 17, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So item 12 is the approval to notify the two plan changes, and that is the decision which will be made first. Once that is made, then effectively item 17 is a tidying up, if you like, revoking what resolutions are superfluous following the actual approval of the notified plans to be notified. My apologies.
Assuming that that's the decision that
Assuming that
councillors
that is the decision council makes. It may well be that some of those resolutions in the revocations report may need to change depending on the council decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll now ask Mark and Ike to present their wee report, and good to see you up there as well, John.
Thank you very much. We'll give a brief overview of the context, process, and then open it to questions. So in broader terms, what we're seeking to achieve as a council is a more compact and consolidated urban form. That's implemented by way of Plan Change 14 to give effect to the government's direction on intensification, and is aligned with the direction being taken in the context of Greater Christchurch and the spatial planning at that level, but also in our own spatial planning through the Ōtautahi Christchurch Plan. Whilst not before you, the Ōtautahi Christchurch Plan will also provide means by which we can better consider the impacts of intensification and how we create more livable environments. There is a need to grow up in the urban area of Christchurch to enable intensification rather than continuing to grow out. We've had direction from central government of the need to protect highly productive soils, but even without that direction, there are significant benefits for the city of a more compact form in providing accessibility to public transport, a more efficient use of infrastructure, and an enhanced environment. The plan change does recognise differences within the urban area and provides for greatest heights in our city centre, with gradually reducing heights from our largest centres through to our smallest centres and the surrounds. So just briefly in terms of the story so far, 2020 the government released its National Policy Statement on Urban Development, which requires the council to make changes to its district plan to enable intensification. In 2021 that was followed by a cross-party agreement with Parliament amending the Resource Management Act, and in doing so it amended the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, but also importantly introduced medium density residential standards, which we know as 3x3 of 3 houses per site up to 3 stories. It also introduced through that change a special process for the plan change, and we can talk to that further. Thereafter, in May 2022, the government then gave direction to councils that decisions on that special process had to be made by August 2023, and thereafter, September, the council received a report to notify that plan change, and we've subsequently had an investigation with Mr. John Hardy, who will speak to you later. We're now before you to present a revised proposal that seeks to balance the concerns you've heard through deputations, but also recognising that anything we put forward needs to be supported by evidence and meet the statutory requirements. We're not immune to the requirements of the legislation, and what is put forward to you is in accordance with that. I'll hand over to Ike now, who's going to just give an overview of the what we have to change in our district plan and where we've got discretion.
Kia ora koutou katoa, Mayor and Councillors. So, as you may very well be aware, the two fundamental aspects that we're required to give effect to through the intensification plan change are the medium density residential standards, known as MDRS, and the requirements under the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, otherwise known as NPSUD. MDRS provides for the framework of enabling 3 houses per site up to about 3 stories tall or 12 metres, along with a number of other density standards such as recession plane setbacks and site coverage and such as well. The NPSUD sets a level of intensification beyond what is set as the baseline through MDRS by focusing greater heights within and around commercial centres, largely based on the commensurate degree of what is provided within those centres. There's a minimum of at least 6 stories that must be enabled within at least a walkable catchment from the central city, as well as other commercial centres as well. We have limited discretion of what we are able to influence because of the directiveness of the legislation. We are able to influence through evidence the extent of walkable catchments and where they are applied, the density and height limits as well in response to the evidence of the level of commensurate activities within all those centres as well. And I guess most importantly, the qualifying matters that we also introduce where it is inappropriate to achieve the prescribed density outcome. Evidence is required for any qualifying matters that we are proposing as part of the intensification plan change, which I'll address in a moment. Fundamentally, and from a zoning perspective for residential and commercial aspects, we are broadly amalgamating the urban residential zones into 2 zones, being medium and high density zones, again giving effect to the baseline of MDRS setting that medium density outcome. A future urban zone is also introduced to cover off what is known as the residential new neighbourhood zone, which largely covers off our greenfield areas, and that is by function of national planning standards. In terms of those additional heights beyond the baseline of MDRS through the NPSUD, we have a variety of different heights based on the different centres that are there. So in the immediate surrounds around the central city, we have 32 metres or about 10 stories being enabled via resource consent for residential development. Around larger centres, 20 metres or about 6 stories is enabled at various extents, and around medium-sized centres, 14 metres, about 4 or 5 stories, is enabled as well via consent. Smaller centres remain at MDRS being 12 metres. From the commercial side of things, there is a fairly substantive change to the central city as a product of the NPSUD, again requiring us to intensify maximum development capacity as was practical within the central city. So whereas the current heights is in the order of 30 odd metres, depending on where you are in the central city, that is proposed to increase to 90 metres. That has to be achieved via resource consent. It's not a permitted level, and so as a consent process to achieve that as well. There are various other subsets within the central city, most notably Victoria Street and around Cathedral Square, as well as around the Arts Centre as a modified height as well, responding to qualifying matters that we have there as well. Within those larger town centres, being Papanui, Hornby and Riccarton, 22 metres is enabled within those centres, and then those other smaller centres have a height which is commensurate with their surrounds or residential surrounds of 20, 14 and 12 metres respectively as well. There is also a large area of rezoning of the current industrial area, most notably between the likes of Addington and near Phillipstown, largely centred in the Sydenham area, and that is proposed to rezone that area as a mixed use zone, more or less enabling 6 stories in height throughout that area. So from a visual perspective, these are the various different heights that we are enabling or proposing to enable through Plan Change 14. Shown there, obviously, the central city being the highest and then cascading outwards from there as well for the various centres. In terms of qualifying matters, we have built upon the framework that was proposed and put forward to Council in September last year. So the qualifying matters that we list there are additional to those existing qualifying matters that we had proposed last year. So for example, the likes of character areas, heritage areas and alike still are retained, and this is additional to them. First and foremost, The first or most substantive qualifying matter that we've proposed to introduce seeks to reflect our unique characteristics in terms of sunlight access based on our latitude. And so we have proposed to have an alternative approach to recession planes other than that which otherwise be directed through MDRS, and better reflects the sunlight access at a more equitable level across the country. Second is really the public transport accessibility, which focuses on the accessibility to core bus routes and also the connectivity between larger employment centres, reflecting on that outcome that is directed through the NPSUD. So we have a core of 5 bus routes and then about 4 other bus routes which connect other centres together, and as a result the full extent by which MDRS would otherwise be applied is reduced by about a third overall. And within those areas, largely a suburban density would be achieved, similar to what is provided in the current district plan. A tsunami management area has also been introduced, reflecting the latest advice that we've received through NIWA. Again, this is a suburban density, avoiding any unnecessary or inappropriate intensification within a hazardous area. As part of the review post the proposal in September last year, we've also looked at our ability to give effect to Policy 3, which directs that intensification response within and around the centres. And as a result of that, what has been provided as a qualifying matter is protecting open space, and including the Otakaro Avon River corridor. The lens that is applied for that is publicly accessible open space. So the vast majority, if not almost its entirety, of the Avon River corridor is protected through this qualifying matter. There is only one site made up of 2 parcels on the corner of Harvey Terrace and Fitzgerald Ave, where we have proposed to enable a level of development, however, that is less than the minimum that would otherwise be prescribed through the NPSUD, and that is only enabling up to 3 stories within that site. Again, that is a feature of the requirement to intensify within a walkable catchment of the central city only. There is no other intensification that would otherwise be enabled within the Otakaro Avon River corridor as part of this plan change. Next, as has been reflected earlier on the day as well, we have proposed additional controls for the Riccarton Bush area, reflecting the landscape heritage values of the area and also the ecological effects that intensification may have. This influences in the order of about 250 parcels, properties around the Riccarton Bush area. Most of those are proposed to be enabled to only 2 stories in height, and that cascades down to a few that are at 3 stories, and then beyond that goes to the 6 stories that is required to be intensified in response to the local centre that's there for Riccarton. Next, we have also introduced a residential industrial interface. This seeks to reduce the level of height that would otherwise be permitted in areas that are in immediate proximity to industrial areas, and that is to ensure that there's not an undue exposure of noise effects, and also ensures the ongoing viability of industrial operations within those sites as well. That is to a depth of about 40 metres, and we have sought external expert acoustic evidence to support this as well. Lastly, we have introduced a qualifying matter protecting our key transport corridors, which run down Riccarton Road and Papanui, the highest, most well-used public transport routes that there are. And effectively, this is seeking to control development along the front proportion of parcels to ensure future upgrades to better facilitate public transport down those corridors. It's important to reflect that while there is a substantive amount of intensification that is being enabled through the Plan Change 14 process, this does not mean that we aren't able to adjust in terms of infrastructure demand and the like. We are required under Local Government Act every 3 years to issue an infrastructure strategy, which is reflective of the demand that we are anticipating, and this is par for the course in terms of updating infrastructure sufficiency to address intensification into the future. Alongside this, we do have a myriad of other tools to reflect the likes of managing stormwater and other through water sufficiencies. So in 2022, there was two quite important bylaws that was introduced to ensure that we had the protections to enable development where there was sufficient supply for all three waters. And so this ensures that for any development going forward, we can make sure that stormwater runoff is appropriate considering developments there. And these controls are not diminished as a result of Plan Change 14. And so these controls have been in place for some time, even before 2022, and require usually the retention of stormwater on site or discharge to ground and alike. And as you can see there are other controls that we have through other pieces of legislation as well to adjust our infrastructure sufficiency response and alike throughout the process. We do this, as I said again, for several years and on a daily basis. And in terms of the timing of MDRS, this is the beginning of the process. We are here before you to seek endorsement to publicly notify the plan change to begin the process to receive submissions on our proposal, and then from that will be tested our response to those submissions through an independent hearings panel, which, subject to approval to notify, will convene at the latter of this year. Under the Act, any area where there are no qualifying matters has immediate legal effect in terms of MDRS being able to enable 3 stories and 3 units per site without resource consent. However, as we are proposing as part of this alternative process to introduce a sunlight access qualifying matter across the entirety of urban residential areas, the proxy effect means that there is a deferred effect of immediate legal effect of MDRS until decisions are made at the end of the process. Now, Plan Change 14 isn't obviously the only plan change we're seeking to endorsement to notify. Plan Change 13 is seeking to address the heritage elements of the city. We are proposing as part of this to introduce protections for an additional 44 buildings and heritage items, 26 building interiors, and 11 new heritage areas are also introduced as part of this. All of these are qualifying matters and would diminish any intensification that would otherwise be enabled through Plan Change 14. Under the Act, heritage features or provisions such as this have immediate legal effect upon notification, and so that means that there is a greater protections as soon as it is notified. This goes through, worthwhile to note, a separate process to Plan Change 14 in terms of the ins and outs of that. And so we would be waiting on decisions on Plan Change 14 before going through the decision process on Plan Change 13 to avoid any future scenario variations and the like, and ensure there's consistency in terms of provisions between Plan Changes 13 and 14 going forward. I'll now hand over to John to cover off next items.
Yeah, so this first slide's about participation in the IHP. We are trying really hard to make the submission and hearing process a more publicly accessible process for submitters, where there's going to be a friend to submitter service available, and that person can give guidance on the process and how to submit a scope of a submission. We're also in discussions with the Community Law Centre to provide, it's a sort of more enhanced service from the Friend to Submitter service, and they will be able to go a bit more in depth in terms of helping submitters and their submissions. We're also looking at an extended submission period. The normal period is 20 working days, so we're adding 10 working days on top of that to 30. Just give people a bit more time to prepare their submissions. Then just a final comment there is really where I started off as an inclusive process that supports submitters to present to the IHP. So we're really sort of looking at what we can do in that space. Helen mentioned this earlier, but there's a supplementary report to consider today as well, and that's revoking 5 of the 8 resolutions from the September 2022 meeting. That report includes the details for revocation of each of those 5 council resolutions. Some resolutions are action, but others couldn't be supported by staff, so they haven't been actioned. If council approves the notification today, it will be necessary to revoke those resolutions. So we'll consider those following PC 14. Next slide. This slide is just a bit of a timeline of the process from here. We're at the top, so 1 March 2023, and we're considering whether to notify the plan change. If it is, if that decision is to notify the plan change, then 17th March is the target date for formally notifying the plan change. Just to comment on that bullet point underneath about MDRS provisions taking immediate effect, except where qualifying matters apply. Obviously, there is the recession plan qualifying matter that will have the effect of delaying all the MDRS. 3 May is proposed for submissions closing. That's 30 working days after notification of the plan change. And then June, July for summary submissions and further submissions. And then October, November is the months that we're looking for to hold the actual hearings in front of the independent hearings panel. And if those recommendations that the hearings panel make come back to council for a decision, and we're estimated that to be around April 2024. I just wanted to, before I hand over to Mr. Hardy, who's going to come up and say a few words, I just wanted to reiterate some of the key points made today. Obviously, Ike and Mark have been through some of the changes that have come through in the revision of this plan change. And that's really improved where we were in September and taken on board some of the feedback that we were able to take on board. I won't labour this second point because Mr. Hardy will talk to this, but obviously if council doesn't notify the plan change, then there is an option for the government to notify that plan change, and that may not include all the enhancements that have been made to the plan change, such as the recession plan, the access to public transport, all those improvements that have been made. And Ike's already mentioned this, but once notified, that just starts a formal process where people can make submissions and an independent hearings panel considers those submissions and other evidence. So it's really start of a public consultation process. I just wanted to pick up on one last point before I hand over to Mr. Hardy, is around some of the concerns around the quality of intensification. And I just wanted to highlight that there are some other things that can happen outside of this PC14 process, and staff are working on the Otahi Christchurch plan, where that's getting looking at the sort of master planning of particular areas and things like that. We'll get into that level of detail. The urban forest plan, which you'll be aware of. There's urban design panels, which will be looking at some of these proposals and trying to enhance the quality of them. So there are things that the council can work on outside of this process to get better outcomes in terms of the quality of intensification that occurs. That was it from me. We were going to get Mr. Hardy to come up to the table now and talk about his role.
Hopefully, at least in this context, the last time I appear before you as a council, because today's D-Day, as I've always said. I'm here because the government appointed me, and the government appointed me because you breached your statutory obligations to notify that plan. Simple as that. And you gave your staff directions to go and re-look at it, and your staff have taken time to do that, but they've, on my understanding, I'm not in control of any of the content, but they've worked their butts off to get it to this point. And you should know as well, I think it's fair to say, my reporting date to the government has passed. In order for this to work, I had to get an extension, and I have an extension. It's really until after today, because the government was prepared, I think, by inference, to give you time to bring this back before you today to see if you are prepared to carry out your statutory obligations. And of course, I'm here today, and I've had the benefit of listening to those who've presented to you, and the presentations come in a variety of forms. And I think you know, I've had a lot of presentations to me at home on my computer, many, and they reflect what you would expect, the wide variety of views. And I simply have an answer to all of this. The place where people express those views is an independent hearings panel. It's really not for you in a way, because you're delegating that responsibility to others. Yes, it comes back to you. That's the place. Helen Broughton was speaking to you, and she got it. She was saying, this is what I'm going to say to an independent hearings panel. And John Hardy, owner of land, might well find himself wanting to make a submission to that independent hearings panel. That's the proper process. And improper process, at least in my view, is for people to come along and tell you that you should continue breaching your statutory duty. And they never use those words, they use other words. And then they said as well, one speaker, Mr. Wilson, said the sky won't be about to fall in if you don't recommend the notification today. Well, no, Mr. Wilson, you're entirely wrong. So the next part of what I say is I look at you collectively, is to any of you who today think you should not vote to notify this plan. And I don't know who you might be. I don't know if any of you are of that view. So forgive me if I make these comments and none of you are of that view. The first thing you know is that I'm going to do a report to the government very quickly to tell the government to have another person come in and take over that statutory role, because you haven't done your job. And this is the first question that people should ask themselves: is the government likely to accept my advice? I don't know, but I'll tell you this legislation had cross-party support. This is not about just the Labour Party. This is legislation that is being put forward by National and Labour, and it was made clear to me at the time of my appointment that the government felt very committed to that cross-party purpose. I think it was the first time I was told it was the first time it had happened in many, many a year, where National and Labour got together and agreed something. So I say this: the chances of the government not accepting my recommendation, because I made clear all along what it is, I think are very slim. Now, the second thing that will happen is that you could say, well, okay, a person is appointed, in what form will they notify? We might be no worse off, because they might notify the very document that's before you today, which you will have decided not to notify. And again, I want to say to you, that's a very high risk. That's a very high risk option if you were to take it, because that independent person has got three options. Plan A is the one that was presented to you initially. Plan B is the one you've got now, and there is something in between. And in order to speed things up, there's a real possibility that that independent person might decide on the one that came before you in August last year. So by voting against this, even though it's not perfect, you will have put at risk everything that your officers have worked hard to achieve over the last 6 months. and it is over 6 months since you were supposed to have notified that. I don't want to say any more. I just thank you for the courtesy you've shown me, and I again thank the council staff for the courtesy they've shown me. I have never sought to tell you as a council what should be in this document. I'm simply there because you haven't carried out your statutory duty. Likewise, I made clear in the seminars, my job was not to go back and be a politician and tell the government and the opposition, if I can call them that they've been wrong in all of this. That's not my role. That's a political role, and I don't have that. I'm there to investigate and report on your failure, and I'm hoping when I start writing, which I will this week or early next week, that I'm going to tell the government that between us all, we have fixed the problem and the plan is to be notified.
Thank you. You finished?
We're finished now, so questions.
Thank you very much. No, thank you for that presentation. I would now like to move the officer recommendations as written in the agenda, with the inclusion of a fourth additional resolution, which is coming up on the screen now in front of you, that yellow one. Okay. Can you see it? Oh, okay. This additional resolution is to give us, as council, the opportunity to set out the views, issues and concerns that we have about this requirement. Mr Hardy is able to consider our views in his final report to the government, and this allows us to do this. I will welcome input from all councillors over the rest of this week and next. We need to make sure that we are clear to Mr Hardy about our views and the matters of concern our community have expressed. So with that, I ask for a seconder, and that's Kelly. So thank you very much. So now we will go on to questions of staff, and I had, I had Tyler, Mark, and then Sarah, and then Mel.
So Mark, I think, is going first.
Mark, sorry. Yep.
Very good. Thank you, staff, for all your efforts that you've put into this. I just wanted to explore whether there had been any conversation with our regulators in Wellington as to whether any of the height restrictions that have been imposed with this were at all negotiable, that we could come up with a Christchurch height that would be better for our community. Was that explored or a possibility?
Yeah, I don't think there's been any conversations like that. We did have the opportunity to submit on the MPS and the legislation, and that was our opportunity to really raise the height issue.
Worth noting, I presented about what we must do and what we've got discretion around. The National Policy Statement is directive in terms of height in the city centre, within a walkable distance of the city centre and in other locations. We do have discretion around the height limits that are proposed within a walkable distance of, for instance, our town centres. Notwithstanding that, though, there is direction that we are to enable greater heights and density that is commensurate with the range of activities in our centres. And that naturally leads to a need to consider larger centres differently from smaller centres, and to enable greater heights and density around our larger centres and therefore smaller ones around our smaller centres. So that range is reflected in the proposal, but I would caution against how much discretion there is insofar as the underlying principle is that we must enable greater heights and density.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Tyler?
Kia ora. Can you talk to us about the process of submissions and hearings, and what the odds are if some submissions were evidence-based and they actually looked appropriate, what the odds are of actually getting that into a qualifying matter?
The basis of that is really set in the Act. So the Act stipulates what the requirements are to be met in terms of whether or not a feature is a qualifying matter. And so on the face of it, If a submission, like you say, were to be put forward, which is justified via evidence and would meet that criteria, then I don't see now the reason why that wouldn't be able to be considered as a qualifying matter.
Sure. And around the sunlight access QM, is that deferring all MDRS, or is it also in the city at the same time? I'm just trying to clarify.
Yeah, so under the Act, the immediate legal effect of MDRS is only the medium density residential standards.
Okay.
So the likes of commercial development was never enabled further in terms of immediate legal effect. And so applying a universal qualifying matter, if you will, like sunlight access, only defers residential, noting that there was no acceleration for commercial anyway. Effectively, the upshot is that the timing in terms of immediate legal effect is synchronised together with residential and commercial, which would all be ready when decisions are made.
That's 6 stories in their residential areas, correct?
Yeah, as well as others. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And
just to clarify, the only provisions with immediate legal effect will be the Plan Change 13 heritage provisions.
Yes.
I'm talking. Yeah, I'm just trying to think from a Riccarton standpoint. Obviously, there's been a lot of advocacy for and against these residential zonings, and essentially there is going to be a lot of submissions coming from the Riccarton ward, particularly if this council chooses to notify. So I'm just wondering about the deferral of building, of development in Riccarton. Just to be clear, is everything in Riccarton going to be deferred until the hearings submissions are, or the period ends?
Yeah, correct. So the legal effect of those rules that are proposing 6 stories will not come into any effect until decisions are made by council on the recommendations of the independent hearings panel.
Cool, that's good to know. Cheers, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah.
Kia ora, and thanks so much for the work over the last few months. It's been really full on. I've got a series of questions. First one, in our report in September 2022, we had advice that under the standards we had no discretion on recession planes, but here we are trying to put a qualifying matter in on recession planes. How does that advice align?
Yeah, I guess with the benefit of hindsight, the Act itself is quite directive in terms of when immediate legal effect arises. And under Section 86BA, it stipulates that if there isn't any area that is identified as a qualifying matter, then there is an immediate legal effect. And so the Act itself has not, I guess, anticipated such a response in terms of a universal qualifying matter. And so I guess by that nature, the assumption that we took is that it really isn't that viable. I mean, once we came back and reflected on the outcome from September, I guess we looked at what options do we have to ensure that we can put forward a proposal where there is greater acceptance in terms of a more bespoke solution, if you will. And so we looked at what specific unique characteristics exist, because at the end of the day, the qualifying matter that is used for sunlight access has the highest evidence basis requirement because it's not a prescribed qualifying matter under the Act, which makes it quite difficult really to justify, hence the workload over the last few months. So in that respect, because the Act isn't really geared towards, again, a universal response, we hadn't taken that view. Again, looking at what unique characteristics there are, the latitude argument presented itself as an opportunity. And looking into that further, we saw that there was merit, both from a legal standpoint and from an evidence standpoint, to progress with a qualifying matter.
Okay. If the qualifying matter for sunlight ends up staying at the end of the process, that will limit development in some forms because people won't be able to build quite as much. Some 3 stories won't be able to go ahead, that kind of thing. Is that right?
Yeah, from the testing that we've done, in the order of about 90% of what MDRS would otherwise enable is still achievable through the recession plan. So the recession plans that are set for through MDRS, set a recession plane that is taken at 4 metres from the boundary at 60 degrees across all boundaries, regardless of its orientation. What we have proposed is an orientated based approach, reflecting the importance of northern aspects, for example, and so there is a more aggressive angle that is set to protect that, and it's also taken a lower height. So for all recession planes across north, south, east, west are taken at 3 metres, and across the most aggressive they're taken at 50 degrees rather than 60, and then east, west are taken at 55, and then the southern at 60 degrees.
So the concern from many current property owners seems to be about the potential to not get sunlight in their living rooms within the house if something goes up next door. What's the different distance from the boundary? So for current homes that aren't close to the boundary, are they still likely to get it even with the normal, with the MDRS recession plane? Or, how close to the boundary would they have to be?
Sure, yeah. So a recession plane angle effectively acts as a proxy setback control. And so under the baseline MDRS control, the proxy setback, even though the setbacks on the MDRS are 1 metre, you still need to abide by the recession plane angle. And so if you were to build 3 stories straight up, the proxy setback is actually about 2.4 metres under MDRS.
I'm talking about the existing properties. So if you're a neighbour and someone puts one up...
I'm just explaining the setback that would be there.
Yeah,
so the setback that would be in effect through the recession plane that we would be setting means that in order of about 4 metres is the setback that's there. And so there is a far greater separation, if you will, between buildings for sunlight access.
So if someone's got an existing property and their house is 4 metres from the boundary, they are not likely to have their sunlight blocked out in their home under the
That entirely depends on the orientation of the property.
But yeah.
I mean, in terms of our testing, we've tested it based on an MDRS model because that is the baseline.
Okay. So we also had advice last time that the proposed plan change went kind of as far as staff thought it could without and still meet our legal obligations to comply. And now we've got a plan change that has greater qualifying matters and more exclusions and recession plans and things. So do you believe that this still complies with the intent of MDRS? Like, are we actually meeting our legal obligation to put something forward that it complies, not just notifying something?
Yeah, Mark will address the legality aspect. Yeah. Just quickly touch on your earlier point about the limits of the previous proposal. I guess that's more in reference in terms of what we are enabling rather than what we are restricting. I think if we would have had simply more time with the original proposal, we may very well have ended up with the same proposal we're putting forward with you today. There simply isn't time. There's about 5,000 pages of material just for qualifying matters to justify what we are proposing. It takes an immense amount of work to be able to do what we have done in the short amount of time that's been available. And so it's just a function of time in order to be able to consider further qualifying matters.
Okay.
And to answer your latter question, what we're putting forward is accords with the requirements of the Resource Management Act. We wouldn't be putting it forward to you otherwise. And the evaluation that supports the additional qualifying matters has considered and addressed the requirements in Section 32 of evaluating alternatives, but also the additional requirements for qualifying matters under Section 77JKL.
Good, thank you.
Just to add to what Mark said, there's been internal and external legal advisors all along the way in terms of drafting this plan change.
Great. And based on the deputations today, and we had some talk earlier about transport, and I think there's been a misunderstanding. What I'd quite like to do is propose an amendment that allows development. So at the moment, it's based on the core public transport routes and 10-minute walk to those. And so I've put through wording that also includes MDRS provisions in a 5-minute walking catchment from other public transport routes. So I think you thought it was the other way around when we talked about it at the break. So I've sent those through. But that would mean that there would be small sections on the hills and other areas that aren't covered by core public transport routes but still have a half-hourly service that would still be able to have MDRS provisions, although there's still this unlike qualifying matter.
So the qualifying matter that's being put forward on public transport accessibility is based on what we've been describing generically as core bus routes.
Yep.
That includes bus routes defined for future investment through the Public Transport Futures business case. It also, staff have identified other routes beyond those subject to future investment where we consider there's a high level of accessibility. Those routes provide strong connections between centres but also between employment areas. So examples are the number 17 between the central city and the employment area in the Russley area, the connection between the airport and the city centre, as well as cross-city connections between Horswell and Belfast. So there are some other routes that we've identified that are captured. In terms of the areas that are subject to bus routes across the city as a whole, ECAN's Environment Canterbury has an extensive network of bus routes which we provide infrastructure to facilitate the use of. That network is extensive in terms of its distribution, and so taking 5-minute catchments from those other bus routes would still capture a vast majority of the city and leave pockets that would raise the question of whether that pocket's appropriate or not. And so if we were to apply that resolution, there's a risk that we're enabling intensification close to all bus routes, which leaves very few parts of the city, but also that those parts excluded may inadvertently be excluded, but still be appropriate for intensification for other reasons.
So did you take into account things like on the hills, for example, Mount Pleasant, where the developer was talking about before? There's a lot of people, older people who want to stay in their communities, but there are no smaller developments and no places with no large gardens, for example, in their community currently. And we have someone like him who's looking to develop, 15 smaller units, but won't be able to do so. And it's right next to a bus stop. And often older people, they're not time pressed to get to work. A half-hour stop is perfectly acceptable. So why wouldn't we be taking those kind of things into account?
The extent that there's areas of the city where there's services, but frequency may impede accessibility to where people need to go in a timely manner, and we need to draw the line such that a qualifying matter that excludes areas based on public transport accessibility, or should I say the lack thereof, that any qualifying matter needs to be effective in the context of what we're trying to achieve, and to introduce one that applies to all routes. Its effectiveness as a qualifying matter to exclude intensification from those areas, the exclusion zone, if I can call it that, is so limited that it leads to the question of what are we trying to achieve if it covers such a vast area.
So does that mean that actually public transport covers so much of our city already that actually people generally have pretty good access to public transport?
I think you're asking the same question about three different ways, perhaps.
So the OARC, so we're down to sort of just a few properties and maybe one that's due for intensification that was part of the regeneration zone and is now privately owned. And we've got some potential wording for an amendment to exclude that from density. Strong objection to people putting, medium density housing in what was our red zone. So there was wording for that, yeah?
So there's staff have investigated and, as Ike explained, proposed a qualifying matter across the majority of the Otakaro Avon River corridor, and there's just the one site or two parcels that are still enabled for intensification, but to a much lesser scale, and that's based on geotechnical evidence that we can use to demonstrate that 6 stories is not appropriate, recognising that site is within a walkable distance of the city centre zone where the MPS otherwise prescribes that we're to enable 6 stories. So the MPS in the context of that site is very directive, we need to provide a qualifying matter to exclude it. If we were to exclude it from intensification entirely, we would need to rely on the basis that the regeneration plan for the Otakara River Corridor defines that site within the green spine, and on the basis that the outcome of the corridor is for open space and publicly accessible routes. That would be the basis, noting that the land is in private ownership and is therefore not fitting within the other qualifying matter that we've applied to the rest of the corridor.
Okay. And just to add what Mark's saying, the sites that we're talking about are on the edge of the Otakara River Corridor. There are no regeneration plan features that exist across those sites. They exist on a corner of Harvey Terrace and Fitzgerald Ave, whereby almost the entirety of the rest of Harvey Terrace is enabled to 6 stories. So in terms of continuity of the development form, if you will, within the area, that is in line with what has been proposed for the entirety of that area and doesn't seek to fragment, compartmentalise or otherwise the OARC or compromise development opportunities or enable other development opportunities within the OARC. So we're comfortable with what we have put forward.
Okay. And on the trees, John, you were saying earlier it's only Plan Change 13 that would really go ahead now. Do the financial contributions for the trees and that stuff go ahead now, or do we have to wait a year for those?
They don't have an immediate legal effect. The financial contributions chapter of the plan change. Yep.
So is that likely to incentivise developers to chop down as many trees as possible, as soon as possible, until the plan change is sorted? Because we see this happening already since we decided not to notify in September.
Yeah, I mean, they are entitled to take down trees that are not protected on their property.
So the perverse outcome from the sunlight qualifying matter is that we're likely to have more trees chopped down than would otherwise be the case.
Yeah, I might just get Mark to comment on that about the chopping of the tree, how the financial contributions
or without the financial contribution kind of aspect and us being able to fund replacements. But yeah.
To add to that, while you're doing that, what can we do to protect those trees?
In the meantime.
Hang on.
In the meantime.
Well, Sarah, have you finished?
Yeah.
Well, I just need the answer.
Yeah. Tyler was starting off. That's
right. So 2 points to make. One is that the requirements for financial contributions, if you're right, John's correct that they don't take legal effect until decisions are made after the IHP's recommendations. So there is that risk. However, it needs to be looked alongside the fact that the provisions that are enabling of development won't take effect until then as well. So whilst there's a risk that someone chops down the trees in the interim, any proposal for development may not be advanced until the rules take effect in any case. So there is still that risk, as you say, but someone that's proposing a development, multi-use development on a site, multi-unit development on a site, won't be able to rely on the rules in the same way that someone can't be required to pay financial contributions in the meantime.
Yeah, but if they have a site, they're going to chop down the trees. Anyway, thank you.
The other aspect is we have been investigating a plan change to review the schedule of significant trees and to look at a separate plan change to add more trees.
Yeah, but that's only likely to be a few hundred. So, yeah, thanks.
Victoria.
Thank you. Thank you very much for referencing the IHP process. And quoting John Hardy's words, it's the proper process. I think that's really important for everybody to remember that is the next process, the most, the important component of the next step. I want to have a look at the timeline that you put up, which was your second to last slide. I think it was the slide just before the investigator spoke to us. If we can put that up, please. Yep. I can't see specifically in there where the period is for the submitters to speak to their submissions and engage with the panel. Is it intended that they be able to address the panel and speak to those submissions?
That's the October-November period.
Okay, so that's my next question then, is having been involved in a previous IHP process that had very fluid timelines, We've really only got a couple of months there, and this is, as you've heard, people are very passionate about this. We may need more time than that. So how fixed are these dates?
They're not fixed. Obviously, we can look if we need more time. That's something that we will need to explore. We probably won't know that until we
how long is a piece of string?
Yeah, near when the submissions close and we know what we're dealing with then.
It is, just to add to what John said, we are under an existing direction from the Minister for decisions to be made by August 2023 on the assumption that we notified August last year. So there's an assumption in that Council would go through the process in 12 months. We will need to request from the Minister to give a direction of a date that we can make decisions by, to give certainty of when the process will be completed, and we'll need to give our best estimate of the timeline. The uncertainty comes with the number of submissions, recognising it will be a significant number, but we need to recognise that it's a truncated process and we need to move quickly, and so in requesting a revised date from the Minister, we need to be cognisant of that and that it's not drawn out for too long a period.
Yeah, and requesting that revised date, I think it could be helpful to include in there some flexibility in the event that we have to go back, just understanding the fluidity of the previous panel. My next question jumps ahead a little bit. Let's say we notify and we get the recommendations from the IHP, and then this council decides not to accept that recommendation. I'd like to understand a little bit more what the next process looks like. Now, you may not be able to comment on it, but I think what I'm trying to get to is, how does the Minister then make a decision? Because I understand it goes back to the Minister. Is the Minister only looking at the evidence, the submissions and the report of the IHP, or is the Minister going to be using other mechanisms, whether it's Mr Hardy's report or some comment from us? I'd just like to understand a little bit more about what that looks like. You may not be able to comment.
Well, I'm not sure it's explicit in the Act how that plays out, except that the Minister has a power if the Council doesn't accept the IHP recommendations.
Are you aware of?
Yeah, just to highlight that, that power under the Act is in whole or part. So, for example, an IHP may make several recommendations. They may choose to split it up. It's really up to them, really. And then Council will be required to consider whether or not they accept those individual recommendations. So if either all or some of those recommendations are rejected by Council, you're right, they will go to the Minister to make his or her decision at that time. Like John said, the Act doesn't stipulate to what level of detail and finesse is made after that point, but I guess I would argue that the Minister really cannot make substantive changes to the proposal after that time, because it would risk re-notification, I would suspect, again. So my guess is that it would be more about whether or not the recommendations put forward by the IHP are suitable in whole or part.
Councillor Henstock, I think the other factor to consider is, because we are much later in the process, we may have actual cases in other authorities where that may happen, and understanding how that has then played out would inform any position that the council may wish to take.
Thank you. Aaron.
Well, Vic just kind of asked it, but I'll just to clarify for all the people that have come in and submitted, like John said, that the next step in the process, and we always have to get the process right, forget the outcome, but as long as the process is right, we're good. The next step is to go to the independent hearings panel. All these people come in and make submissions and stuff like that. Then what? Like, how much will it change? How much will they be listened to? How much confidence can they have in that process?
So any submitter who's made a submission up until the 3rd of May, they on the submission form need to express whether they wish to be heard. Those submitters that express that they wish to be heard will then have the opportunity and be invited by the independent hearings panel to present to that panel. That submitter can prepare a statement before the hearing, which is circulated to parties for the panel to consider in advance. And the panel, upon that submitter appearing at the hearing, the panel can ask that submitter questions, as well as there being the opportunity for cross-examination by other parties if it's deemed appropriate by the panel for that to occur. The panel will then convene and consider both what they've heard from the submitters, but also what's been received from council officers in terms of recommendations. So one point I didn't make is that council officers will need to review all the submissions and make recommendations to the panel based on evidence, and those recommendations will be considered alongside what the panel will have heard during those hearings, as well as the written submissions, and come to a position that then will be written up as their recommendations in a report to the council. It's worth noting that a submitter that chooses not to be heard, someone that doesn't choose to present to the panel, their submission is still live and will be considered by the panel in the same manner as someone that has presented to the panel.
Okay, thank you. Melanie.
Thanks. My question is around the trees and that article that was in the paper the other day about Clyde Road, and you were quoted, John, or wasn't quote, but talking about the obligation or that levy transferring from the developer to new owners. I guess my concern is around developers putting in the trees, which was what we're wanting, but then someone purchasing it and chopping them all down is the phrase we've been using.
Yeah, so that's something we've been thinking about, is how it will work for a subdivision, and when there's an obligation to for trees to be provided, and transferring those obligations to a new owner from the subdivider developer.
So how can we ensure that? Or
We can put consent notices on titles, which makes it an obligation for the owner of the property.
so how do we go about making sure that it could happen?
It's just done as part of the course as a resource consent process. So, like John said, we have the legal mechanisms to ensure that there is protections of trees as part of the financial contributions process. And as you point out, that is imperative to continue that there is that retention of tree canopy cover.
Yeah,
So
I was just going to add to that when a subdivision consent comes in, it's issued on the basis of conditions. One of those conditions can be that obligation via consent notice on.
So could we, if this goes through the hearings panel process and then comes back to us and we say yes, then at that point do we put in something into the plan to say that that would have to happen? So that would,
Yeah, that's just a function under the Act that we have that delegation to be able to do that. So.
okay.
The plan just gets changed. Yep.
Cool. And there was the submission or deputation today around drains and creeks, and that email's come to us from Karen. I was just wondering if you had any comments around that in terms of underlying water structures and how those things are sort of taken into account when developments go through that resource consent process.
Yeah, I guess firstly we have included the existing water body setbacks that are contained within our district plan as a qualifying matter, and water body setbacks are for a variety of different reasons, and one of those is potential propensity for flood risk and proximity to those water bodies, and it restricts any development within those setbacks to ensure longevity of occupation on land and things like that. Additional to, as I highlighted earlier, we do have various other controls to proactively manage development to ensure that the stormwater catchment is not unduly compromised. And so there, through the ability of the bylaw, we have flexibility to say, hey look, a catchment is at capacity or otherwise, and we can ad hoc increase the amount of control that we have to have greater protection in terms of stormwater retention on site. And that's, in my view, quite a powerful ability that this council has thanks to those bylaws.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Tim?
Thank you. Following on from that, do we have the ability to say that we're at capacity in this particular area, and so to say no to the development?
Yes, we do that currently. We have a number of instances where resource consent has been granted for, say, multi-unit development. However, building consent is unable to be granted because of lack of sufficiency. And as I said, that happens currently.
And does that also include wastewater?
Yes.
Yep, okay. With regards to, if we go right through to the end of the process and we everything's been approved, gone through the IHP, etc., with where we are at the moment with the RMA, we have developers or whoever wanting to make changes, and so they will try and, with the design, be slightly more than the minimum for setbacks, etc., and they are classed by the Commissioner as minor or less than minor and could be allowed. How will that be with regards to our sunlight setbacks, recession planes, etc., and road setbacks with this new plan? Are they hard fast with regards to sunlight, or will we have this where a developer could come through the RMA process and be heard by a Commissioner, and there could be 100 or 200 mils with regards to minor or less than minor?
Yeah, the latter is true. It is a function of the fact that we operate within an effects-based regime, and so it's enabling the possibility to argue that the effects are, for like you say, less than minor, and a breach can go ahead accordingly, and that's by function of the Act. I guess I would say that there are various thresholds that we have proposed as part of the framework. When it comes to the scale of residential development, any development that is greater than 3 units requires resource consent and requires explicit control and urban design through residential design principles, which we've included as part of this proposal.
But the resource consent process doesn't change. If you breach a rule in the district plan, which these will form a new set of rules, you're entitled to apply for a resource consent and be assessed on the basis of the district plan and RMA requirements.
So so anyone can actually go in with a plan that is slightly more, and so that it's exactly as it is now. So there'd be no change to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Where we have, you mentioned before in some of the Sydenham, Eddington, and Charleston with regards to light industrial, we have issues where we have industrial or light industrial and residential coming up against each other. Where in our plans, and I haven't found it, with regards to, say, the pressure on light industrial, which is an essential part of our city plan, where those new areas could move to? And I'm just kind of, will that be looking around?
So within the locations that they are at present, and recognising the change in zoning which enables mixed-use development in the Sydenham area, for instance, we're proposing a rule that requires noise installation of residential activity within a development that is to mitigate the effects of noise from adjoining light industrial activity. There is other standards, including setbacks and so forth, to manage those effects. In terms of your question about businesses and where they go, we're, as part of our regular three-yearly assessment, we assess the supply of land for business, including industrial and commercial, with further breakdown, for instance, warehousing versus industrial, to consider what is the current availability of land. Is that land suitable for that use? And we compare that with the demand for land, so that the premise behind it is that we ensure that there's always sufficient capacity to accommodate future growth, and that includes capacity to accommodate demand from businesses that may relocate from one side of the city to another. So we're continually monitoring that and review it through spatial planning of defining new locations for where business can go.
Because I mean, historically, if you look at Christchurch, the light industrial has been on the east and the south, which is Sydenham, Charleston, etc. And there's a reason for that. And I think that it's just, it seems the reasoning has been lost because of the want of residential in those areas. So I'll just bring that up, just a thought. You also made two comments with regards to, and it'd be good to, just for the public to understand, you know, the term what we can influence and evidence. So it's not like you've just gone off and decided, oh, this is what we're going to do. So could you just explain the process with regards to evidence to support? Just because I think it's important for the public to know that there has been a lot of work done on these, and to present that to or character area or whatever.
Yeah, I guess as part of submissions on the plan change, like you say, they need to be supported by evidence. The nature and the scale or otherwise of said evidence very much depends on what the alternative is being proposed through the submission. I guess to simplify it, the more evidence that is provided in support of the submission, the greater the chances are that the IHP will be open to considering any alternatives to give effect to that submission.
And just breaking it down, the Act prescribes a number of requirements for anyone putting forward a qualifying matter, and it has been considered through our work, including what effect the qualifying matter has in terms of reducing capacity. So how many houses potentially could be, what capacity would be reduced by on any site. We're also to consider options to maximise density and height to the extent possible, and thirdly to assess on a site-by-site basis what impact it has. So those requirements are over and above what would have been required before this legislation, and as a consequence has required us to revisit not just consider those tests in the context of new qualifying matters, but also tests those matters in the current district plan and whether they could stack up as a basis for a qualifying matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt. Sam, you have a go.
Yeah, thank you. Just one really quick one, and it may be for Brent potentially. It was just around the comments and Dingwall made when she made her presentation around, I think it was section 31 of the RMA and the purpose around it. Did you get those comments at the? Yeah, have you got any view on that?
No, I mean, in our view, we have, as we said, reiterated earlier, met the requirements of the Act, section 32 of the Act, and we've provided evaluation reports as part of the proposal in the package that's included in the agenda.
Right, so it lines up with sort of the purpose of the Act and things like
yes. that. Just the one point, I guess, to highlight is that in terms of objectives and policies that are mentioned, the MDRS inserts objectives and policies, which is a bit of a game changer, to be completely honest, in terms of the standard plan change process, so that changes the 32 process in terms of evaluation of those objectives and policies.
Okay, thank you.
And lastly, Tyler, and then Yanni, and then Sarah. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, sorry, this is a big Riccarton one. Connecting back to the master plan that you were talking about before, one of the major issues in Riccarton is around character, or the perception of character, which defines a signature trait of said neighbourhoods or wards. One of the hesitancies that residents have is around losing that character, particularly around the major densification of Riccarton itself. What measures have we put in around the aesthetic nature of our neighbourhoods in any of our plans that council has? And if not, is there anything we can do to contribute to ensuring that the character is retained after or if we notify PC14?
Yeah, so in terms of character areas, we have proposed to carry over the vast majority of existing character areas that are contained in the current district plan. We've also added to those in a variety of different areas. I believe 3 or 4 different additional character areas have also been added. In the order of about 3,000 residential parcels are now proposed to be under a character area overlay, and there are far more directive specific restrictive controls for development within those areas to ensure that character is maintained. In terms of additional controls beyond that, the restrictions that we have of that are very, very limited, because MDRS sets density standards in terms of the building setbacks, bulk, so on and so forth, and we can only insert additional controls that do not compromise
or seek to repeat or otherwise those density standards. And so if we wanted to do that, we'd have to identify it as a qualifying matter, which would mean that we'd have to, expand character areas and the like as well. The work that we have done has very much highlighted, in our view, the limits of really what we are comfortable with for character areas in terms of meeting the requirements under the Act. And I guess it's worthwhile to highlight that the standard, the evidence basis that is set has very much changed as a result of the Enabling Housing Act through the requirements of meeting the standards for qualifying matters. And so there aren't any other specific controls or area-specific controls that seek to reflect, let's say, for example, suburban character, other than those character areas that we've identified as part of the qualifying matter.
Sure, I completely understand.
I was just going to add to what Ike said. If intensification is permitted in those in particular areas, it will start to change the nature of those areas where there is multi-unit developments coming in. So that is sort of an inevitable consequence of intensification.
Of course. The angle I guess I'm sort of going at isn't necessarily around the qualifying matters because they're set, and the Rickett and Bush was able to get a qualifying matter across, which was great. But I'm more thinking about neighbourhoods that are definitive. Let's talk about, for example, Eyre Street in Riccarton. It has a certain look and feel to it.
Yep.
The same thing goes for Picton Ave, which is the opposite end. It's probably one of the worst designed streets, or not designed, but worst, aesthetically it's not a good looking street, based around the kinds of houses that are there, which include the green space or the lack thereof because people want to park on the berms. So I'm just trying to think about protecting Riccarton around the new intensification that comes across. Are we able to put in measures that will define a certain character that is driven by public interest, if you will?
So defining that there's areas that we've, as I explained, that have represent a certain character and they're identified as character areas, and we've assessed other areas that are not defined as character areas but evaluated them on the merit of them being character areas and concluded they're not.
Of course.
It doesn't preclude submissions seeking that new areas be character areas, but going back to your question about defining a certain character or outcome, there's probably a couple of things. The national policy statement is quite clear in saying that the current amenity that exists in a place shouldn't be seen as not changing, and that amenity will evolve over time, including character.
I think I'm not being clear. I'm really sorry. I apologise. I'm looking at the master plans now, like the Edgware Village Master Plan, Fero Master Plan, Linwood Village Master Plan. They all have a definitive trait. So what I'm saying is there baselines that the council has currently, because I know we're going to get intensified. That's absolutely fine where it stands, and we know that. That's going to go across to the hearings, but I'm just talking about baseline design standards that define these certain neighbourhoods. Is there some at the moment where they stand?
Yeah, the short answer is no, and there's quite a simple answer for that, and that is because MDRS is the baseline.
Okay.
Upon notification, what is existing in terms of operative controls and so on and so forth is superseded by density standards set by MDRS. So the baseline that you're referring to, upon notification and through this process and as a function of the Act, is wholeheartedly different.
I see.
Just final point is through the Otatahi Christchurch plan, we're looking at a program that follows on from that of local area planning, and that local area planning you can draw some comparison with the suburban centre master planning program that occurred post-earthquake, whereby we start to define what is the outcomes we want for those areas and look at spaces in an integrated way rather than just looking at the street in terms of whether car parking should be provided or not. We look at the street as a whole and consider what sort of environment do we want along that street in terms of tree planting, in terms of space.
That's exactly what I'm after. That's exactly what I'm after.
So, because the Eyre Street example you used is, and the other example is tree planting is a big difference in those two areas. Yeah.
Which we need a lot. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Yanni, your turn, mate.
Thank you. I'm just looking at like one of the maps, and it's quite hard for people to understand. Like you've got the yellow, and then is this light yellow or is this orange? or is it dark orange, or, I mean...
So the maps that have been provided are not the maps that will be made public upon notification. When we notify, there will be a fully interactive, searchable, all the rest of the bells and whistles mapping system that exists.
Yeah. So
The purpose of today is to seek notification, to seek submissions on a proposal, and to have all information available once we notify.
Yeah, so just from a simple point of view, is the yellow on here or the orange, which one's the higher density?
I believe it's the orange.
It's a bit hard to tell from here. Yeah.
That's Boston.
So that's medium.
Residential, suburban, medium, and
yeah,
high.
So that dark orange is high, medium, and low.
Okay, so what's the height limit for the yellow?
Yanni, sit down so everyone can hear you, mate.
Sorry. So I'm just trying to understand what the height limit is for the yellow and what the height limit is for the orange.
The orange is MDRS, so that's 12 metres, because that's the medium density zone.
Yeah.
And then the yellow that you've got there, I believe is the suburban, so it's 8 metres, 2 stories.
Eight for the bright yellow, and for that paler orange, which dominates the rest of the map, it's 12.
Right, and that, in terms of what it currently would be in those areas, would be how much of an increase?
In broad terms, it's 8 metres across most of that area.
Right. So, I guess
good answer.
So some areas there'll be a transition between suburban and medium dense areas, which will be 11.
And the reason for just trying to understand what was happening in that area is of concern to me is that that's in an area where we've had to buy up properties because of flooding. So when I look at the map, what I can't understand is why we would enable more development in a flood-prone area that we've had to spend ratepayer dollars buying up properties because of the flood risk. And I just struggling to understand the logic behind having that shown.
Yeah, the mapping that's shown doesn't show qualifying matters. It's only zoning that you've shown, and so you can't see the layers that are there for high risk flooding areas that's there. So I'd turn your mind to looking at the maps that show the qualifying matters that will show flooding areas as well.
So this is more illustrative than specific at this point,
That's right.
yes?
Yes.
So, but would we not want to actually have the lowest possible form of intensification in areas that we've actually seen huge flood risk or flood damage?
That's what is proposed by way of qualifying matter.
Yeah, so the overlays control nuance in terms of the zone outcomes. The zone itself does not control the zone outcomes in terms of height. So overlays would reduce it down or restrict it entirely.
So, for instance, in a high flood hazard management area, it's non-complying to subdivide or to establish a new building on a site. So there are significant restrictions on development where there's a high flood risk.
So the officers have clearly answered the question?
Yeah, in terms of the Avon River corridor, my understanding is we have...
It's a qualifying matter. Avon River corridor is a qualifying matter, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, so the underlying zoning will still be there. You'll just have it. You've just got a specific one. So did we think about doing, like a qualifying matter map of the Papaho Heathcote, since we've done it for the Otakaro Avon?
The interactive mapping that I described, which will be published on the 17th and allows you to search by property, will show both the qualifying matters, the zoning, and there'll be pop-up boxes to explain the effect of those different layers.
Yeah, sorry, I guess my question wasn't clear enough. We've put a specific overlay over the Avon Otakaro, which I understand. I'm happy to support Sarah's amendment to include the dwellings that are going to be intensified, but did we consider doing the same thing for the Papaho Heathcote River?
Short answer is no, because it's not necessary. The only reason why we've considered the OARC is because it's within a walkable catchment of the central city, so we're required to use it as a qualifying matter. Any other open space area or alike isn't a relevant residential zone, so no intensification is enabled as part of this process or proposal.
So they've answered the question and said no, right?
Okay. Can I just check?
Yanni, how many more you've got, bud?
Oh, just a few less than Sarah. So, yeah.
It gets dark. Just remind members it actually gets dark at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to check, because I've read through the Section 32 assessment, and we heard from submitters that the poor, the renters and the students' voices had been forgotten. And I just wanted to check in the assessment, because I can't find any sort of social impact assessment around where the most vulnerable and the poor's views in terms of the impact has been taken into account. I've seen the assessment around housing affordability, and there is kind of a general reference to this plan change not delivering any significant increase in addressing the issue of housing affordability. But in terms of the social impact that we've heard from submitters, both some of the ones at the start and then obviously the one right at the end, where is that assessment around the social impact of the intensification, particularly in the lower socioeconomic areas of the city?
So the Section 32 report incorporates an evaluation of impacts in terms of social, environmental, economic and cultural. It's not, the Section 32 is not divided up into sections of social being in one section. It's integrated throughout. But what I would add is that the council has a resolution from the 8th of September meeting when it directed staff, resolved that staff investigate by completion of a social impact assessment what the social effects are of intensification, and then we consider both methods through this plan change, but also outside of this plan change, what can be done to address those and to report back to council. The resolution also sought that staff investigate and consider those social impacts through evidence to the hearings panel. So that resolution we're not proposing is revoked, and it still stands for the purpose of this plan change.
Yanni, I think we've done your pretty good questions, and I think you might have done them to death.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the other question I had was in terms of the land value, because I'm kind of keen to understand. You've rezoned some land industrial into mixed residential, and I presume that we've done some sort of assessment about what the increase in value to land that will do if it's turned into residential. So do we have any sense of what value we've added if we rezone it, and what we do to capture that value going back into things like social and affordable housing?
But rezoning land is just life. If you've got something and it used to be on the fringe of town and now town has grown out and it's taken over from it, it gets rezoned and that's life. So that's all that's happening. It's just the way it is.
So the rezoning of areas to mixed use, we have had some economic evaluation of that rezoning. I don't have the details to hand, but the change in zoning that's occurred there, that inevitably will lead to some value uplift, but there's other changes through this plan change. For instance, the extensive rezoning of suburban areas to medium density may also lead to value uplift by providing greater enablement of development on any site. So it's not limited to the rezoning to mixed use.
Sorry, just so I'm clear though, there is a assessment around the value uplift that's created by the upzoning, and can we just make that really clear so we can see it?
As part of the Section 32 report, there's an economic assessment attached to that, but I can't describe the detail around how much it goes into value uplift at this point without reference to it.
Yeah, and just the final question from me is
final.
So sorry, there's two. There's one process question that I'll leave right at the end, but just in terms of the specifics.
Final question, Yanni. Come on.
Yeah,
mate.
in terms of the specifics. In terms of, like, when I read through all the documents, there's a assessment from the Littleton Port Company seeking a whole bunch of changes in terms of the critical infrastructure that's in a port, and it's quite hard to kind of follow. Initially, I understood that we couldn't make changes to industrial zones, but actually what we've seen is that there's a whole bunch of port activity that happens through a lot of the industrial residential areas that are adjacent that doesn't seem to be controlled. So can anyone just kind of help me understand what the port's submission is seeking and what they've got in terms of restricting development in terms of reverse sensitivity, and if you've actually assessed that to other port-related activities?
I believe you're referencing the port interface area. It has another title, can't quite think of it right now, but that is an existing overlay that exists within the district plan at the moment. And it is effectively a control within Littleton in an area that interfaces that, similar to what we're proposing with a residential industrial interface, to ensure that there isn't an undue exposure in terms of noise effects, vibrations, so on and so forth from port activities. I guess in terms of wider effects of, say, for example, transit, that would broadly be captured in terms of noise controls from adjacent to various road activities.
I'll just be more specific.
Well. Hang on. And then we also have proposed to introduce the industrial residential interface as well. And so all of those areas where there is a port that they use, industrial areas, will also be captured by proxy with those areas as well.
Thank you, great answer. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, sorry. Can I just ask the process question? So in terms of the... No, I said I had, and then I had one process one. So we've heard around the process around the Greater Christchurch spatial plan. So did anyone, because it seems sort of back to front that we would do the specifics before we've done the Greater Christchurch plan, given that we've just released the Greater Christchurch plan for consultation and we're going through a public engagement process at the moment. Has anyone approached the Minister or the representatives of the Crown to suggest that we would actually do that process first to inform this plan change?
Do you mind if I answer that, gentleman?
Sure.
Councillor, I'm sure you fully appreciate that we are already delayed in terms of the statutory duties that we are responsible for as a local authority because of the decision that was made by councillors in September. The reality is the timeline is the timeline, and we cannot go back and ask again for another extension. We have to parallel run this work, and that is the reality that we are having to live with. So it's not relevant for officers to comment on that.
So, Sarah's question, please.
Thanks. Just checking back, because one of the things I really liked about the previous proposed one was the upzoning from sort of that light industrial to mixed use between Morehouse and Brougham, and I know a lot of work's been done to work out how that will do. When I look at the map that was linked in our documents and those kind of things, it's got it zoned as commercial. Is there a different map I'm supposed to be looking at, or this one here?
So there's several different zones there. There's the commercial zone that applies along Colombo Street, either side of Colombo Street, and then out from that is a mixed-use zone. That mixed-use zone currently sits in the commercial chapter.
Okay.
It's known as, at the present time, it's known as a commercial.
So the map, it's not as detailed as the maps that go out will be, but that's still there. The upzoning is still there. That's in right. That space. Just checking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Dawn will... You're within striking. Dawn would just like to have a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to publicly commend Mark, Ike and John for the depth of response that you have received today, the quality, knowledge and experience that you have heard, and the fact of the professionalism in which they have worked really hard to take on board the very significant concerns of residents and the views that you have expressed from September through to today in terms of dealing with what is undoubtedly a really difficult issue. And I'm extremely proud of the three of you and the team behind you. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to amendments. Councillors have had an opportunity to send amendments through in advance. If there are any amendments raised today, we may need to give staff time to prepare for these if they're too technical. But we have three. Yep, 3 amendments. Which are on screen. Yep, there they go.
No, there were ones I'd kind of sent through. I think I'm only going to do the bottom one. I don't need the top 2. So just the public transport access.
So we're getting rid
there
of
were ones we got wording for, but we'd had additional advice with me
okay.
with it, which meant that I didn't want to do them. Yeah,
okay.
That's fine.
Thank you. So we've got this one here. Sarah, do you want to address it, or have you got a seconder? Celeste, thank you.
You just want me to talk to it? Mm-hmm. Am I doing my whole debate or just talking to this?
No, just sort of present it, sort of, kind of.
So, having public transport access limited to the core routes only and not other public transport route means that across the city there will be areas where, because we haven't zoned for greater density, ECAM will never put in more public transport. And the people who live in those areas will never be able to access good public transport because ECAM will always say you don't have enough people living there to justify it. It's a chicken and egg situation, and I think that this is an area where we need to take a more leadership role. And I would like to think that my colleagues who are, keen on public transport would support this. I think that not a whole 10-minute walk, but a 5-minute walk from other transport routes is appropriate, and will mean that ECAM won't have any excuses not to put in public transport in areas that we know need it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, what do we do? Questions here or just go and debate?
I think I just need to check if there's any additional officer advice in relation to the matter that Sarah has raised.
Sorry, can you repeat
So
that?
have you got any additional officer advice to what Sarah's just raised, please?
I think we do.
Yeah, I guess if I can start. One of the fundamental outcomes of what we proposed as part of this package, focusing on 10 minutes from the core routes and the other routes that connect core centres, is that at the end of the day there is a finite supply of medium density, high density intensification. We want to ensure that it's within the right areas. We want to ensure that we're not increasing propensity for private vehicle use and increasing our emissions as a city, amongst many other things, in terms of benefits of further restricting development. If we extend that further, firstly, we are enabling it within areas where there is a lower frequency, a lower propensity as a result of that. And while in the future further considerations for public accessibility to public transport may be considered by regional council, I would hazard a guess that increasing it to higher frequency, whereby propensity increases for all routes, is fairly limited. In the very short amount of time that we've had to consider this alternative resolution, we have also looked at what it looks like spatially in terms of 400 metres, as in 5 minutes, from those other routes. And like Mark alluded to earlier on, I would guess that it would still cover 90% of the urban residential area. And so whereas we would be limiting through our proposal about a third of the outer suburban areas, if we were to go down this path, we would be maybe limiting 10%, if that.
Thank you very much.
And the ones that are left are quite fragmented and not joined up either.
Beautiful. Is there any other questions on this matter? Keep it on topic towards this amendment. Sam has one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Just sort of noting, I guess, the extensive briefings we've had and the work we've done as a council. Is it something that someone could raise that through the IHP process?
I certainly, based on the recommended plan change, which includes that qualifier matter on public transport accessibility, I'm very confident that there'll be a submission on it, which would then give scope for further consideration.
Yeah, so if it lost here, it could still go through based on submissions through the IHP. So it would be considered by the IHP if people submitted on it. Yeah.
I'm very confident on that.
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll now go into debate on this amendment because we only have one and we've all got 3 minutes each as we don't want to use. So does anyone want to have any debate on this, or do you want me to put this amendment?
Put it.
Put it? Yanni, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I think the better process for this is, given that it could have a significant impact on what the staff have worked on, and we don't have all that information, we just had some very general advice. I think it's better that this goes through the IHP process if this goes notified. I just know from my experience representing an area like Linwood and Bromley, where trying to get bus services from ECAN, who basically cut the bus services in the poorest areas of the city and put them into the more affluent areas, has been pretty frustrating. So I would really like to see a lot more detail and social impact assessment on this before we agree to it, because I think just they can't even provide buses at the moment to the port on the Littleton route to meet the demand of people. I'd be very hesitant about expecting them to provide a whole bunch more bus services based on this amendment.
Okay, thank you. So I will just, yep, fine, yep.
Yeah, I think because this is a chicken and egg situation and this plan is going to set the direction of the city for the next 50 to 100 years, I think ECAN, as things develop over time, will have more than enough time to find additional bus drivers and buses and things to put on these routes. I'd also like to note that actually there are areas that are excluded from the density because of a lack of public transport access in the current proposed one in Bromley and Linwood. And so ECAN will now not be able to justify putting buses on in those areas because of a lack of density. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Now I will rush forward and put this motion. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those against? No. That is lost. Thank you. So, now...
Could we just show who's in favour, please? Could you just put your hands up so we can see? So that's Councillor Donovan, Councillor Templeton, Councillor Fields. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now we go into debate.
Debate on the substantive matter.
Yep, debate on the on the main act. So anyone would like to start off debate? Mark would, and then Pauline.
And it's 3 minutes for all speeches, except the... But you don't have to, no. No, you don't have to.
It's not a
Deputy
prerequisite.
Mayor.
So,
Except
Mark,
the
yeah,
proposer
thank you,
and
Mark.
seconder.
Thank you. Whilst I understand the advice that we were given by Mr Hardy, I don't like being bullied by Wellington into making a decision that's not good for our city. I do understand that intensification is needed, that we must stop spreading out. We know that. But to have this prescribed on us from on high in Wellington, with their terms, their heights, and their prescription, I find objectionable. And I've listened to my community out in Hornby, and whilst I'm sure they're flattered to be seen as a major centre, part of the city, to try and impose on the good people of Hornby a 20 metre or 6-storey imposition is not sitting well at all in our community. It's going to fundamentally change the character of our suburb. We don't believe our infrastructure out there is anywhere near up to scratch to accept the intensification that's being attempted to be thrust upon us. We're already having problems with our infrastructure, having blockages and needing to be cleared on a weekly, if not daily basis in places. Our roading is groaning hugely out there. We've accepted a lot of Quaker refugees. Thousands upon thousands of people have settled into the southwest, and you're proposing to put yet more thousands overlaid onto that. This is, I'm sorry, intolerable to my community. So I'm going to have to stand up and say no to this. I don't believe it's right that we're putting the cart before the horse. We should be doing all this spatial planning and careful planning of what we need to do going forward. To be strong-armed into this by our dear friends in Wellington, I think it's wrong message being sent to councils that we don't count, that we don't know our areas. Well, I'm sorry, but we do know our areas, and we do understand that we need to plan for growth. But to thrust this into communities before you put the infrastructure in place simply is not acceptable. The physical infrastructure is one thing. The rapid transit, we're talking about, I think I heard 15 years to implement the mass rapid transit, and to put all this housing in there in the meantime without the way of getting in and out of this housing it's lunacy. So I'm sorry, but today I'm going to have to vote no.
Okay, thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of this I still don't like, you know, in the one-size-fits-all concept. But I want to thank all the people that came in to make deputations. And something that took my attention from the Riccarton Bush deputation was the pictures that showed us the setback of the 3 to 6 stories at 1.5, and it just, to me, just looked really awful. It looked harsh, and I was worried about the footpath being potentially shaded and icy all winter if that was facing a certain way. So, you know, I don't agree either that over-intensification will lead to affordability. I believe that affordability is market-driven by supply and demand, and since Christchurch is not short of land within our city limits, and on transport routes and around shopping centres, we can provide an increase of supply without the obligatory densification and loss of sunshine and amenity and trees, and within our current district plan. I mean, just look at what's happening in Edgware and Addington and everywhere, we see it already. And this is just going one step further. And I'm just wondering if something like this could go into the covering letter, and it's up to you, Phil, but rather than trying to cram 3 by 3 stories on one section, that we encourage or legislate that larger sections can only be intensified because they can be developed on as community-friendly dwellings by design, as we heard from the deputation this morning, or micro-community development. And it provides more options for layout and landscaping and things like that. So, you know, that's just an aside. But look, thanks staff again for coming up with evidence-supported qualifying matters that you have. You've actually performed a miracle. You've found a good compromise for Christchurch. And yes, it is tinkering, because that's the only room we have, because the government has legislated. We're under statute. And for me, the risk of doing nothing today and not notifying is too great. That's my firm view, that a commissioner will be appointed, the commissioner will notify, and it could be with 0 qualifying matters, which would be the worst outcome for everyone who has submitted to us and made a deputation today. So notifying today will formalise the process, and so people can be heard at the hearings panel. So I think from what is becoming quite a common place I find myself in, that is between a rock and a hard place, I will vote to notify today.
Victoria.
Yeah, thank you. My thoughts on this issue really have evolved over time as I've gained more knowledge on the subject matter, and as a new councillor developed a deeper understanding of the current and the future challenges that our city and our region is facing. I'm really grateful for the constructive conversation today, and also leading up to this, I'm grateful for the public who have presented today and have spoken, and people who have emailed us with their views. Also to the staff, thank you, and for the time that you spent with us, some of us individually trying to get our heads around this. It's a really complex issue. Top of mind for me today is what type of city should Christchurch be in the future? What is our vision for the city? And some of us touched on this in our early days when we all came together as councillors. So I challenge my fellow councillors today to think about that when they're making this decision. And I think it's time for Christchurch to really accept and embrace its role as the second largest city in New Zealand. We're not a small town anymore. We know that our growth predictions are really, really significant. And let's not forget that we've already got residential intensification happening across our city in certain pockets. And so the challenge for us is to manage our growth in a really smart and efficient way. And we know that density can be done well, and it can bring, when done well, it can bring really significant benefits to our communities, as we've heard about that today. So returning to our vision as councillors, I ask you, is your vision for a vibrant and a sustainable city, or is your vision for a continuation of what we've already got? And I think that this really reflects the dilemma that plays out for us today, that highlights our dual role as councillors, where we're asked to be an effective advocate for our respective communities, but at the same time as councillors we are tasked with making strategic decisions for the greater good of our city and of our wider region, and that is the dilemma that we've all got. For me, as a former lawyer, I can't ignore the risk, and I'm really cognizant of our legal obligations and not notifying the plan. Thanks for spelling that out. We've played our chance card. The government gave it to us and we've played it. So for me, at the end of the day, this really does come down to risk, and I don't think that we'll get another chance. So whilst the plan is by no means perfect, the reality is it's a rock and a hard place, as Pauline's mentioned. I'm satisfied that for the most part we've addressed the issues we can with the qualifying matters, and let's also not forget the various legislative and regulatory controls that we've got for us to utilise that you have mentioned for us today. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Melanie.
Last September, after we voted no to Plan Change 14, I had a varied response from residents, which wasn't helped by the impending election. I had one election sign graffiti, not bad, and one ripped off the fence of a new development. The people who did this clearly wanted me to vote in favour, But when I turned up to the Sprayed Neighbourhood Network that evening after the decision, I received a round of applause and the promise of 2 votes in the election per resident if they'd been able to do so. It's interesting. It's interesting that this time round I've had a number of emails, and we all have, to support Plan Change 14, and I realise that many of the residents' associations still have great concerns. I understand the anxiety that they have. There are pros and cons of developments. In the paper earlier this week, there was the article about the new subdivision on Clyde Road in Ireland, where dozens of mature trees were cut down. The developer said he cut the trees down after the lessons of a previous subdivision where he'd left very beautiful large trees on site, only for new owners to quickly cut some down, and we should be concerned. But I'm pleased we have the proposal again in the plan change to require developers to retain 20% tree canopy cover on sites or pay a financial contribution to compensate. This sends a signal that council, although maybe not those in Fendleton, Waimari, Hereward, that we're serious about retaining trees for the variety of important reasons that we know that we should. But it's also great to think that the situation I highlighted earlier on Clyde Road, I've already said that, so I'm lost for place. The other great concern brought up allowing higher density housing is a loss of sunlight to neighbouring properties. I really want to congratulate our council staff who've come up with the qualifying matter to increase sunlight access with their radiant recommendation to decrease the height from which the recession plane's measured from 4 metres to 3. And this has been validated by NIWA. I realise some of those who want Plan Change 14 to go ahead do not want council to support the sunlight qualifying matter. I understand the rationale, but we will all hopefully be old one day and potentially unable to go outside or get upstairs to find the sun. This feels like a case of old versus young, rich versus poor, renters versus homeowners, but this is one of those times when I believe a balancing act is necessary, and we can't just do that by continuing to sit on the fence. Last September, I said I would like to vote against the plan change so the government could take full responsibility. However, this time round, I don't think we should point the finger, no matter which finger it might be, at someone else. I think council should take responsibility for our own actions here. We can take control by passing our version of Plan Change 14, which balances the needs of the people of Christchurch as best as we're able, and send this off to the hearings panel to receive submissions in a full and fair process.
Tim. Yeah, thank you. Look, first of all, I want to thank the public for coming in and the residents. It's been great to hear concerns as we have before. I have huge faith this time round in the Independence Hearings Panel, as I did not in the previous one following the earthquake. We've extended from 20 days to 30 days, which I think is a very good thing. But I'm still concerned that we are being forced, as Mark said, there's no way around that. But I am really concerned that I would hate to think that we would cut off our nose to spite our face, because we could be in a far worse place. I want to thank staff for the work they've done. And I am really disappointed in Wellington. With Three Waters, they gave the example of Scottish water. And the reality is we have very little in common with Scotland, even though my ancestors came from there. I wish they had looked at Benny Gilling's presentation with regards to the Canadian area, the Halifax Regional Municipal Residential Patterns and Plans, and Pattern G on his submission, with urban high density, where we have green spaces in between high density with regards to trees as well. If you look at ours, there are very few trees left and the houses are very close together. And when I asked the question with regards to minor or less than minor changes when going to the RMA, these can actually be made to the sunlight setbacks, recession planes, etc. So in that sense, developers or anyone building can also go through the RMA process for matters that are less than minor. So there can be adjustments there, perhaps not for the positive. So I don't think we have a choice. I think it is D-Day for us, as John Hardy said, so I think we must approve this and hopefully through the Independence Hearing Panel have some further feedback and positive feedback for the people of Christchurch. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake.
I thought you were just going to go down the road, but that's okay. Look, while I've never actually seen the TV show, It's in the Bag. I actually thought it was called Money with Bag, but it's called In the Bag. I am familiar with the show's premise, which is, or at least I think I am, which is the more your potential reward grows, at the same time, so does your risk. The reality is we've reached a point where we should take the figurative money to avoid what could be in the qualifying matter-free bag. Last year, I think we made the right decision. The plan was not ready. It did not take account of our lower latitude and the shading consequences of that. Now we have a plan that achieves government aims and mitigates negative shading impacts compared to Auckland. But not only that, it allows further time to work through aspects that are still up for disagreement. NDRS won't take effect until the entire process has been completed. Rapid mass public transport is also on my mind today. One other point I'd like to make is that there seems to be hope amongst some to take a further stand here in Christchurch will result in a change in government direction. My feeling is that there may be a degree of wishful thinking here. My read is that while there is an election upcoming, the reality is Christchurch is the only place not yet to notify, and elections are not won or lost on one city alone, nor do they become election-losing issues when both government and opposition are agreed on policy direction. While I respect the point of CRA, I ask what will likely be lost during the process of making such a point which, in my judgment, will not succeed for the reasons I've just outlined. We have to remember what's at stake here. Chester Street East, heritage protections. Heritage protections like in Chester Street East and the inner city west are front of my mind when making this decision today. Chester Street East and the V&A area actually had stronger protections had we proceeded in September with my amendments. However, it's likely the IHP would have disregarded them. But then, so I think that's pretty much the end of it. The only
Jake, it was going so well.
It was going so well. Look, no, I'll just sum up on my final point, which is there's only so long you can continue to break the law for.
Okay, thank you. Tyrone? Kelly, you didn't have your hand up. Good, Tyrone.
Kia ora. Look, I do want to just make special mention of everyone who's come in to talk to us today. I think that's really great. We're obviously very passionate. It's a complex issue, and so hats off to people who have done that. But I just want you to imagine a neighbourhood where dwellings are tightly squished together with small backyards and houses that abut right onto the streets in a haphazard way. A place where people can see into your living room instead of seeing sunlight, and in some places in the dead of winter, the frost never thaws. A place where there is nowhere to park, what most people would consider to be few green parks, and barely anywhere to walk your dog. In fact, a place where there are barely footpaths, and the ones that are there never see a footpath repair flying squad. So people just walk down the middle of the street because they own the streets. That sounds like a terrible place, and you might think it is. Well, I think it's one of the greatest places in the world because it's Littleton, where I grew up, and it's awesome. And it's a place that elicits the strongest sense of community identity, spirit, and heart of probably any community in the country. I'm going to have some water. People in Littleton are too busy out in their community doing cool stuff instead of wringing their hands over the small stuff. They go to gigs, they get involved in clubs, they go to many bars, cafes and restaurants, they debate, they argue, they walk to the market, they enjoy a vibrant arts and cultural scene. And it's not even in the central city. It's miles away from the central city. Urban density makes for vibrant neighbourhoods because there are more people. Neighbourhoods where people are in the streets day and night keep us safer and more connected. Mixed-use neighbourhoods with restaurants, cafes and small businesses provide connection points and places where we can have fun and enjoy life. These streets don't need to be concrete jungles. One story on a big section can be incredibly ugly, and intensive housing can and often is beautiful. Just look at Paris. In New Zealand, we can have native trees and ecological design, and building density can truly be an agent of placemaking, just like it is in Littleton. Low density can lead to bored kids, isolated from cool stuff and dependent on their parents for everything. It leads to adults having to drive everywhere, wasting time on getting to things, sitting in cars, degrading the environment while their own bodies degrade from inactivity. Low density is expensive and to build and maintain. We can reduce rates with more efficient use of our infrastructure. Degradation of our infrastructure leaves us vulnerable. So some people seem to be determined for Christchurch to remain a 20th century city, when it is the things that have happened to Christchurch in the 21st century that have defined us. We are a forward-thinking city, a progressive city, a city that values community and practicality, and God forbid, some people are starting to think that we are cool. What? 10 seconds, thanks, Phil. We haven't got everything right. Right now, God knows Littleton struggles with public transport, but that doesn't mean we can't get them right if we have the vision to do so. If we allow Christchurch to be a sprawling suburban wasteland, we will have shown we are bereft of vision beyond the 20th century, and we will certainly not be cool, and that's why I'm going to vote to notify.
Thank you, Mayor Phil. I think that that intensification is definitely a sign of a mature society, and today I feel like we are waking up as a society and looking at whole new options. When you go to places like Europe, you see intensification done well. You do see some places where it's not done well, but I think that we have a great opportunity. Our population's growing and it's changing, and we're a country that has to step into the future. I just want to congratulate our amazing staff on the work that they've done in providing this evidence. I also want to thank John Hardy, who I think has given us a very clear direction as to how we should look at this. It was really interesting today to hear from young people who are very passionate about our city and the future. We don't often hear from young people, and it's really interesting that they're so focused on the idea of intensification. This will go to a hearings panel. Everyone's voices will be heard, and I think it's a pragmatic decision to notify today, and I'll be supporting that. So.
Not yet. There's 3 seconds gone. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Tēnā rā tata katoa. I needed that time. I want to take a moment to thank everybody who has spoken out in support of or against this plan change, and as your advocacy has helped us to better understand the complex issues at play. I talk about our residents' associations, thank you very much, and to our young people and to those with lived experiences, thank you. It's a highly contentious topic of which both sides provide robust debate. The benefits of densification are clear and backed by research from all around the world. It can help to address our city's housing affordability crisis, work towards a more climate-focused city, improve social cohesion through meaningful and coordinated planning, cheers guys, where young meets old, and businesses intertwine with residents to help create a more sustainable and circular economy. We must also acknowledge that there are legitimate concerns about the impact of intensification on our city, and those have been well communicated. These include issues such as the potential of increased traffic congestion, decreased privacy, and changes to the character of our much-loved neighbourhoods. I believe that the key of making a balanced decision about the makeup of our neighbourhoods is to approach the issue with an open mind and a willingness to consider all relevant factors. We must carefully weigh the benefits of intensification against its potential costs and seek out ways to mitigate any negative social impacts. I think we have done so in some of these qualifying matters. The decision weighs heavy on all of us today, and I'm happy with all that has gone into this plan. No, I am not. But in good faith, I cannot gamble on this extreme risk, and I'm unwilling to test the government on what they may or may not have in store for us if we push forward with not notifying. As the councillor for Riccarton and the youth portfolio holder, a lot of pressure has been placed upon myself and our others as elected members, and rightfully so. I wouldn't have asked for this job otherwise. A person in our community once asked me, "Do you know what an elected member's job is?" after I got elected. And to that person I say, yes, I do. And I want this to set a precedent and make this very clear. That is to provide a balanced, transparent and open view, to listen to all of our residents' voices, and a reminder to some individuals that respectfully, very respectfully, I cannot be swayed by loud voices, and a reminder that voters want me to vote in a certain way. In doing so, disregarding those that cannot vote yet or those that sit quietly. Riccarton is a ward full of many people, up to 10,000 students, 60% renters and established residents who have lived in Riccarton for 5 to 25 years. Rich and not so rich, young and old. As Riccarton is one of the most heavily affected wards regarding the plan change, I will campaign for our residents' wants and needs and will support them in their endeavour to vouch for our communities' IHP process, whether they want to halt development or evolve it. To our residents' associations, I hear you, I see you, and I'll continue to work with you. Excuse me. It is upon us as councillors to advocate, mediate and be in service of all of our people. We need good planning. We can't have another Picton Ave. We need more pocket parks, tree canopy, public transport and a well-planned infrastructure. I'm optimistic in this plan. I'll give it a chance. And as I elaborated to above, I look forward to a more connected and thriving city and ward for us to all enjoy. Kia ora. Sorry, I went over as well.
And Andre. Sorry, mate. You're all good. Look, I think it was certainly fortuitous that we got that second bite at the cherry with this. And although this cut, I think everyone will agree, is far from perfect, I think we will acknowledge too that it's significantly better than what we initially considered. You know, and I really want to acknowledge staff because they have done a superb job working within some pretty tight parameters and working with us. And I really can't sing their praises enough. Also, I want to acknowledge and thank Mr. Hardy too. You know, he's had an unenviable role, and I think he's actually done a superb job in everything that was asked of him. And I was listening to Mr. Hardy on my way back to the chamber on the live stream, and the key takeaway for me really was that, you know, rejecting to notify could well mean that something far worse becomes the reality. So I guess the crux of it for me really is, you know, how many rats are we prepared to swallow, or something when we consider what that alternative might in fact be. I think one thing I do want to touch on that, you know, that I find difficult with this though is that, you know, as Councillor Henstock, you know, was right in the thick of a plan, you know, for Christchurch 2.0 in the wake of the earthquake when everything changed. And, you know, I find it quite difficult when I look knowing, you know, how desperately we need to revitalise Christchurch City, which will have that impact on Greater Christchurch. And we sit here now 12 years after the earthquake with a population that's only just reached what it was 12 years ago. You know, so we still have a goal of 20,000 people living within our 4 avenues by 2028. So I find that very hard to grapple with the fact that opening the floodgates for more permissive regulatory frameworks with respect to intensification outside of the 4 avenues is a way to achieve our goals and our hopes and our dreams and aspirations as a community. Look, that being said as well, I think I want to stress that, you know, I'm not opposed to intensification at all. In fact, I'm actually quite supportive of intensification, but the key is it's got to be done well and in appropriate areas. And appropriate areas within the 4 avenues, for me, I think, is a no-brainer and something that we've all worked very hard towards. So, you know, in a way, I think that a plan, you know, or a lot of hard work that's been for Christchurch and by Christchurch does risk being undermined out of Wellington, and I think we've traversed that point well with the copy and paste from Auckland being applied elsewhere. But given that I've got 20 seconds left, I think the main thing to say for me, it's really a head versus heart call, and the heart says reject it and the head says accept it because, you know, it could get worse. Though in saying that, with the benefit of experience, you know, I've been here for 5 terms now as a city councillor, and there are a few times that I've really regretted my decisions, and the times that I've regretted my decisions have been when I've ignored my heart. And the truth is, you know, if the government want to do this, the government can. but I'm not going to endorse a plan that I don't genuinely believe in, that I don't genuinely believe is in the best interest of our city.
Thank you. My short will be much shorter than I had planned because my incredibly eloquent and visionary colleagues on either side of me have said much of what I was going to, so I will leave that. But let's just point out that increasing density brings more affordable homes and more affordable rents. It lowers emissions. It has less sprawl across our productive soils. It enables public transport to be viable. It lowers rates for everyone across the city with more people in a more compact form. However, successive councils have failed to enable it, which is why government has stepped in. And successive councils in Christchurch have failed to do their role when they have enabled some small amount of medium density. Riccarton is the key area here. Council enabled medium density and then didn't do its bit. It didn't buy space for pocket parks, it didn't put in street trees, and it didn't enforce parking. It allowed trees to be ripped out. And so the current plan will address all of those things. Do I like it, all of it? No, I don't. And I will be registering my vote against the sunlight qualifying matter due to the delay in developments and the incentives that it gives to developers to knock down as many trees as possible in the next year. Thanks.
Yeah, this is an interesting one for me because I put a search into Google to look at which cities have increased their density successfully. And I'm picking most other people here have done the same and come up with the same answer. Almost none. It's not something you do. The great cities of the world that everyone loves to speak of, your Paris and your Copenhagen and New York and so on and so forth, not New York so much, but the others, the European ones, are very, very old cities where started very tiny. They were walking cities to start with. We developed in that boom of the 20th century when cities were designed around cars, and to try and change that without comprehensive development is a dream. It's not true. And increasing density does not make houses more affordable. We've doubled the size of our houses since the 1970s. The square meterage is very high, and that's a waste of energy and a waste of resource, but the density is not. And yes, I agree with some of the points that Councillor Peters has made around standing up to the government, but I take on board what Councillor Henstock has said as well, because she's actually a lawyer, and I was the one that left school at 15, but we're both sitting at the same table, so that shows you that you don't have to go to uni. But my point is, all jokes aside, that when you look at the process and can it be done better, I actually say yes it can. I think Wellington doing it to us does not work. And if this failed today, which going by the votes, and I didn't debate earlier so I wouldn't have won anyone over, but if I had have and they had all been inspired, we could actually write to the government instead. And if this does fail, I will put up a motion that we write to the government and ask for 2 years, because what I'm hoping as part of next year's long-term plan, we do the share an idea again, and we do it around all of our planning, all of our transport, and the entire way we want our city to look, live and feel and thrive going into the future. We bring in that 100,000 people like we did once, we do it again, and we take that to Wellington and say, this is what a city, when the people have buy-in, looks like. And that's what I wish we were doing today, rather than just carrying down. But if I will, like Mark, vote against, because my spine's going to stay straight as I go to bed tonight.
High density housing units can lead to some good things. I was born in one. I was born in a communist era concrete block in Tagaveta, Romania. But I was lucky enough to have the privilege of growing up here in Christchurch and live that Kiwi dream, which is living on a nice big section with a beautiful lawn, cricket bat, a ball, that kind of thing. But getting the balance right between families that need a big section and those who do not is not the balance that has actually been found in this country. So decades of lack of planning have led us to what we've got, which is a housing crisis. We don't use that word much anymore. We talk about a cost of living crisis. The main contributing factor, however, is housing costs that contribute to that. Here in Christchurch, as at December, there were 1,734 people waiting for social housing in Christchurch. Most of those were for a one-bedroom, over 1,000 of them. Another 450 were for two-bedrooms. So the overwhelming amount of our social housing wait list is for smaller homes. There are people who are crying out for smaller one and two bedroom homes. It's not just people waiting for social housing, it's students. Apparently Christchurch is the cool place to be now, I'm not surprised, and there is massive queues of students right now trying to find a place around Riccarton. If you try and find a one bedroom to rent, you're going to struggle. If you try to find one to buy, you're going to struggle. There is a real lack of small places to obtain. And why they're not being built? Because they're not economical to build. Plan changes would help improve that. People talk about intensification not being good for mental health. I'll tell you what's really not good for mental health either. It's a broken mental health system. Being in emergency housing, not being able to leave an awful partner because you can't find your own place, be it small or otherwise, to live in. Not being able to leave an awful flat with messy flatmates because there's no other alternatives. There are also many other things that are really detrimental to mental health. And a shortfall in houses is absolutely one of them. I found it really awful to hear smaller places described as dog kennels or shoeboxes. Some people really just want a place to call home and would prefer a smaller place that they don't have to maintain. In terms of affordability, I don't understand since when does supply and demand not play into affordability and prices. That just doesn't make any sense to me. Supply and demand is absolutely a factor. Increasing supply helps reduce demand. Young people have always been told to buy something within their means. We need to build something within young people's means. Many young people want a smaller home, so we do need to build them, but where to from here? Do I support a plan that includes the same levels of intensity in outer suburbs as inner suburbs? No, not really. But this is what we've got in front of us. As for Hallsville, I understand infrastructure concerns very well. One of the biggest concerns we've got is actually more urban sprawl between here and Selwyn, which will send more traffic our way. That would be one of the biggest concerns. It's too late to intensify much of Hallsville because it's recently been built on anyway, so very aware of that. It almost feels like if you were really pro-intensification, you'd be better to vote no because you are taking a punt on qualifying matters being lost. But on balance, the residents have told us very, very strongly they want these qualifying matters. On balance, I'm voting to send those qualifying matters to a hearing panel. That's what I'm doing. I believe that's striking the balance here and listening. Thank you.
Celeste, you don't often clap for me. That's
I was clapping for myself there.
Get used to disappointment.
Yeah, no. Would I love to vote against this plan? Yes, but actually, do I think about what Wellington will do, and that plays on my mind a lot. If you think about, where we were 6 months ago, we took a real punt for the city. We backed them and said, actually, Wellington, bugger off. They actually did bugger off to their credit for some time and let us do what our planners do well and come up with some creative solutions. We've done a lot of that now, but actually my biggest fear is that if we don't notify this and let the public have their say, we'll be back to where we were 6 months ago. And for parts of town like mine, that would be significantly worse. We've got qualifying matters that make some of it better, but actually a lot of it is still a terrible plan. But in the end, do you weigh that up with government imposing this on us? And if you let them do that, it comes back to that fundamental point of what is the point of an elected council sitting around this table? We have to make decisions. Some of them won't be popular, but they may be the right thing to do. And for us, actually, the right thing to do today is to notify, although people will be annoyed, because if we don't notify, we will have a worse outcome for the people of Christchurch. So, look, if I thought for a moment there was any glimmer of hope that actually a new government, if there was one later this year, and we'll wait and see, with a bit of luck there will be, but if there is, actually will they change it? They won't. I've spoken to the opposition. They are very adamant that actually they are joint with Labour on this. And so there's absolutely no point in passing this back to Wellington unless ultimately, you effectively don't believe in local democracy. And I do, so I'm happy to make a hard call today, which is to notify the plan, although a lot of people will probably say that's a terrible decision for the city. In the end, if we don't do it, government will, and it comes back into question, what is the point of local democracy if you don't make hard decisions?
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you to the staff for the work that they've done. I think I still remain deeply troubled by the fact that the social impact assessment is being done during the process after we've notified rather than to inform us before. But We've heard from people that we need to notify it so we can move it to the next step. And the only thing that gives me comfort in that is that because of the qualifying matters that we've put on, the plan doesn't become effective until it's gone through the hearing panel process. So we do have more time now to consider in our submissions as a council and as the community, the social impact. Just yesterday, I was criticised for wanting the Ferry Road pedestrian crossing to go ahead in the draft annual plan because it would give people false hope to something that wasn't deliverable and that we couldn't achieve, despite us already having plans for it and already having money on budget. I find ironic that a number of councillors in this debate today are saying that this plan will address housing affordability and will get us a more compact form. I encourage you all to read the staff assessment, the section 32 on page 18, that states very clearly, the housing market in Christchurch is not influenced by factors within its boundaries, but also the Greater Christchurch sub-region. There continues to be significant housing choice and enablement within the sub-region, and including substantial greenfield developments in the district of Selwyn and Waimak. It says, without a major change in housing preferences and choices, potentially influenced by other government initiatives to incentivise and disincentivise choice and preference, the increased enablement for higher density is unlikely to give rise to the desired and necessary market shift to realise a more compact urban form. Furthermore, given the required price points for apartments to become feasible, it is difficult to foresee the private development market delivering substantially more affordable options. For those councillors who today have expressed concern about trees and about affordability, I remind you that this council over the previous few years has had ample opportunity to put in plan changes to get more trees notified in terms of our significance list, which hasn't been supported. We've had pressures to do the social and affordable housing plan that has been constantly delayed and not being implemented. And even going back to 2007, we were supposed to be looking at inclusionary zoning. So in my view, we should notify the plan change today to give the community the ability to have their say, but we should be under no illusion that the staff assessment has been very clear. This plan change does not address housing affordability and does not lead to significantly improved urban compact form. Finally, I believe this process is completely wrong. We're currently consulting on a Greater Christchurch spatial plan. That should be the first thing we do before we do the specifics of the fine-grained detailed planning. Let's have the conversation with our communities through an open and transparent process instead of a rushed plan change that government wants us to do.
Thank you. Right. Oh, you would. Celeste, what would you like to say?
Oh, I just wanted to conclude, and I'll keep it brief, by thanking everybody. I think the quality of the discussion's been really great, and I also want to acknowledge that it's not often that Councillor McDonald and I agree on something, but I think that's a reflection of the fact that we've come through a process and we've heard a range of views, and I think we've come to a very where I feel like we've heard some diversity of opinions, and I think that's really helpful to make a good decision today. So from my perspective, it's understandable that people have concerns about intensification. However, I think we also have a responsibility to balance out concerns with our obligation to act in the interests of not only the people we're representing here today, but the future generations that are going to be inheriting these decisions. So as people have said, we're the second largest city, so we also need to consider how we're going to live and travel in the future. So I'll be voting for Plan Change 14 today. I'm actually quite positive about what this enables. High density living, it allows us to plan around public transport, it allows us to reduce emissions, and it makes it easier for people to live in walkable neighbourhoods. And I just want to acknowledge comments made by my colleagues over to the left. This is also about climate and resilience issues. Density, done well, addresses transport emissions, as I've said. It helps address pollution, and it makes Christchurch a more livable city. So, you know, I think we need to be looking to the future. I don't think this is the perfect solution. I have concerns about some of the qualifying matters, including the sunlight access matter, and also I'm not sure that we have an evidence base to cover qualifying matters for areas such as Wicker and Bush, but on balance I'm happy to vote yes, so that's what I'll be doing today.
Thank you very much, Celeste. That's great. Right. Today we have a tough decision to notify or not notify the plan change needed to put the new law into action. In 2022 I voted against notification because I didn't think that this worked well for Christchurch. And to be honest, I still don't think the law works well for us. And it's poor policy making. And our residents gave us a clear signal to say no. They pointed out the problems with this rush law and made it clear that it didn't work for our city. In the end, we did not support notifying the plan change. The government then took a measured approach with the appointment of John Hardy, and we know they could have gone a lot harder on this and forced the plan change, but they have given us more time. John has worked with us on trying to resolve our concerns, so I want to acknowledge him and thank him for his patience he has given us as we tackled our concerns. Can I also acknowledge staff, especially with all the questions and the well thought out answers you gave back. That was very good. You guys have done an outstanding job trying to make this law work as best you can for our city. You have been creative and really tried to address our community's concern about sunlight especially. These qualifying matters are our only way to try and get the law to work for our city. It is not ideal, but our team have developed these the best they can to implement the law that will work for Christchurch. Something that is important to remember is that putting these matters into the draft plan, then residents can comment on them and submit. This is really important to remember, and we should note that by including the qualifying matter on sunlight hours, residents can submit on this factor and whether or not they agree with it. So we've run out of road. We've been given a clear signal that if we do not notify, the government has the power to come in and put in a law without any qualifying matters to reflect our city's needs. We won't get the chance to try and develop qualifying matters which help us in some way, in some say, what happens in our community. For that reason, I do not see we have any other choice but to progress to the next step in the process. Giving the community a say on our proposal, this isn't the final decision, it's the start of a public engagement process before we come back again in 2024 to make the final decision. I know this will upset many people. I'm not happy to do it, but we need to get through it before we need to get through it before we don't get a say anyway. We will work with our residents through this process to answer their questions, provide them with information and help them navigate the hearings process. So I'm under no illusion that we won't get another chance to have a say. So we must put this out for the public to have their say directly. Thank you very much. So I will now put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against?
Hang on, Mr. Marks.
Is it at all possible for us to get item 2 put separately to the rest?
Yep.
If you like.
Yeah.
So what do I do here, Dawn?
So can members just indicate who wishes to vote against number 2?
You're voting, sorry, we've got, hang on. Should we vote for everything except number 2?
Let's go for 1, 3 and 4.
Yes.
First.
Right, I am now putting number 1, 3 and 4. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. So now I'm putting number 2. All those in favour? Aye. Against? So would you like to just put your hands up for no? James, Aaron, Mark.
So we can register it as a note? As a note?
A note, yep.
Okay.
So that's carried.
That is carried.
Thank you.
Yes, we've got that. For you as well? Yes. So for the sun matter only Celeste and Sarah. Okay.
So that
we now need to move to item 17.
That means we go to number 17, which just is more or less housekeeping procedural.
It's carried, by the way. Yes.
Yeah, I said carried.
You did say
You've got
that.
to pay attention.
Yeah.
Jeez. So here we are. We're on number 17. I'll just put that motion. All those in favour? Sorry.
Against 2 and 3.
On number 17. Got that?
Okay, 2 and 3 for Jake against. So I will now, we've recorded that, Jake.
Mover and seconder, sorry. Yes, sorry. So can we have a mover and seconder, please? Can we have a mover?
I'll move it.
Seconder for
Pauline.
Deputy Mayor?
Right, so noting that Jake
and Yanni
are against 2 and 3.
And that's why we're in the revocation item now.
So number item 17. Okay. So we've got 2 people that don't want to vote for 2 and 3.
Okay.
I'll put the vote for the rest of everything else. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. Carried.
Okay, thank you. We have one more item.
We have one more item now. We've got to be a bit careful we don't run on over 5 o'clock. Otherwise we've got to get into some special meeting stuff. So, do we want staff to come and talk to us about that?
Yes.
Yeah. So who
Are they
is
on
it?
down?
Who is it?
It's David Griffiths and there they are. There.
Do I need to be here for this?
Huh?
Do Thank you for coming down.
I know members are a little tired. Members?
Come on, guys. Oi. We've got to march on, otherwise we're running over 5 o'clock. So, David, would you fire away, please?
Okay, so you've got the report in front of you. The panel released the draft report on 28th of October. It identified 9 focus areas. We've prepared a submission that has 6 key points. And as previously noted, this submission is due today to the panel. So our wriggle room is
limited.
About 23 minutes. So a number of the obviously a number of the issues that we've addressed in the submission have been discussed. I'll put it over to you.
Okay, yeah, hang on one sec. I've just have been indicated that Melanie is happy to move it and Tyler is happy to second it.
Good man.
It's very good.
Does that mean you didn't read any of this?
Okay, so here we are into questions and Pauline has got one.
Really quick, is there any other term we can use in our submission than unitary authority?
Thank you. I really don't believe there is. Unitary authority is a term that's embedded in our legislation. It's in the Local Government Act, and it actually is the definition of what we're trying to suggest here. And if you look at paragraph 30 in the submission, we talk about a unitary council model. So we're talking in terms of the model and the concept of a unitary authority, and that's what we believe that we should be talking to and we should be promoting. So I can't really think of another way that wouldn't lead to confusion other than addressing it as a unitary authority, which is well established in our legislation and in general understanding.
So you're actually wanting to know if we're comfortable, basically, in plumping for a unitary authority in this area?
Yes.
Okay. And the second thing is for us to be taking on housing, health, education, climate adaptation and civil defence, that's a suggestion in the from the panel.
Well, we're suggesting in terms of those are examples of things that a future form of local government could be involved with and engaged in partnership with central government. So that could be a devolution of responsibility of some of those functions to some form of unitary authority in the future that would obviously have to be funded through central government. So they're purely there as an example of the types of roles and functions that the future authority could undertake in partnership with central government.
Well, I think it would be really good if you could stress that they are an example and in partnership with. That would give me comfort if you could strengthen that. Thank you. I think that's it.
So is there any more questions on this? Right, is there any debate on this? Yanni?
Can I just have my... I've raised concerns in the briefing around the unitary authority, and I'd much prefer that we work with our neighbouring councils around something as significant as that, and ECAN as well. So I just want my vote recorded against that part of the submission.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like that as well.
So, okay. So, no more of these. So I will put... Pardon? I'm in debate now. Yeah, fine, all right.
Thank you. Hey, look, historically there's been many reviews of local government and each one is skirted around what I think has been a key challenge for many years, and that's the issue of funding. And at least the panel has identified this and we've supported it and preferred some options to assist funding from additional means other than rates. So I'd like to see really strong language around the importance and criticality of the funding issue. Everything else would be unnecessary changes, I believe, if local government was resourced to do the job. I'm just a bit concerned about a single preferred local government structure. How do we get there? I don't like the term unitary authority, and I've asked for that to be noted in there. There's still a ton of work to do, especially if we're suggesting taking over housing, health, education, climate adaptation, etc. This is major, and I don't necessarily agree with it. If we're talking about citizen-led and designed models, this will take time, so we can't state with urgency. I don't understand why we're doing that, because this whole thing is a major thing. So I do support the funding suggestions of setting up an international climate fund and funding options for local councils by entities and even the Crown paying rates and other council charges and the potential return of GST on rates. I like the way you've pointed out to recognise and reimburse councils that front fund infrastructure for sustainable growth. I think that really needs reimbursing. And basically a co-funding arrangement with the central government, such as what is promoted as an alternative to Three Waters model, and such as we use currently with the Wakakatahi Fund for roading. Look, the central and local government relationship should not be a vertical, hierarchical relationship, but a linear one of mutual respect, which I think is not currently happening. It's not one where central government looks down on local government as small and not very competent, which I think is the way. So look, basically the unitary authority terminology I'm not comfortable with, so I really would have liked another word, but you're saying it's embedded in the Local Government Act, so be it. But thank you for all the work on it as usual. It's a good submission, and let's see where it goes.
Okay, so I will... all debates are done. I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. And you've noted the...
Noted the two.
Thing. So, we're now into the karakia. Thank you, Tyler, for kicking that off.
Cool. Kia whakiiria te tapu, kia wātea ai te ara, kia tūriki whakataha ai, kia tūriki whakataha ai. Haumie, huie, tae.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a long day.
Oh my gosh.
Members, I'd just like to...